Could it be maybe that I'm just a glutton for punishment? Is that what this is? Is that why I find myself debating this topic so often with so many different people? Am I a glutton for punishment? Do like am I just destined to repeat the same talking points over and over and over and over? I think so. But I'm so glad that Jay showed up. Welcome to our after show. I also see that Breaker snuck in here. So, hey Jay, here's what I'd like to do, my friend. I want you to know that I woke up at 5:30 in the morning on Pacific Standard Time. It is now 8:44 for me. I got up specifically so that I could rock with Dr. Barry and have these conversations. But what I'd like to do with you, Jay, is you and I can have a conversation. We can start over from scratch and we will walk through step by step, beat by beat, and I'll see if you and I can come to some kind of understanding. Let's do that, Jay. Um, I'm not very hello, Dr. Barry. I'm not the most computer savvy, and again, maybe my phone is tripping. That's fine, but either way, hey, man, come on up. Let me see if I can even figure it out. I'm old, but I ain't stupid. We'll get it worked out. There's Jay. I'm gonna hit the invite button for Jay. I also see Hannah. Is that the same Hannah that we were just talking to? I would love to have you up here too. That sounds like a fun conversation. So yeah, Jay, let's come on up. Let's have the conversation. My screen says loading for some reason. Okay, there we go. It's back. So yeah, Jay, I appreciate that you followed me over here. The invite has been sent. Now we're just in space and opportunity, bro. Like let's do it. Can I hear you? Do you hear me? Okay, I don't. You don't hear me. Let's do it. Can I hear you? Do you hear me? Okay, I don't. You don't hear me. Try backing out and trying it again. I guess you can't hear me. Go live guess. Okay, I've got a thing going on. What is this button? We'll work out the technical difficulties here, Jay. Don't worry. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I think my we'll work out the technical difficulties here, Jay. Don't worry. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I think my screen here, it just says go live with guests and then it tries to load and I'm not getting anything back. That's weird. That's suspicious. Okay, I'm gonna try to shut it down and come back, Jay. I hope you stick around. Okay, no, it went away. No, it's still frozen for some reason. Yeah, let me. Wow, and then it revert. Okay, are we good now? It looks like I've got all my buttons. All my buttons are popping up. I see the comments. Okay, Breaker. Am I still frozen? Would you build a snowman? Do you want to build a snowman? Do you want to have this talk? We can talk about the AI art. Okay, invite has been sent once again to our buddy Jay. Let's see if it works this time around.
Okay,
Second
it
time the
does.
charm. Fantastic. Here we are. Welcome, Jay. First of all, before we even get started, my friend, let me say thank you for being willing to have the conversation. So many times we get up here and I can get heated because I'm an asshole. I understand. So I thank you for taking the time to follow me over here so we can have this conversation. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. I'm holding back everything I can. Oof,
Okay.
oof.
Now, um, very quickly, while I am a trusty sidekick of Dr. Barry and we adhere to how she runs things here, I don't care much about the likes. I don't care if you hit like to come up. And while Dr. Barry doesn't necessarily hold a debate space, I do because it's important to me that we're talking about logic here. So before we can even move forward, can you and I agree that we're just going to stick with logic? That I can't bring my own personal feelings into this because I can't argue my feelings with you because my feelings are right to me and your feelings would be right to you. But in order for us to have a productive conversation, we have to be agreeing on these terms objectively. Can you agree with that?
Yes, totally. Yep. Yep.
Fantastic. So let's you and I start over from the beginning because this will be a completely different recording. This is a completely different conversation, and I don't want to make sure you watched part one before you come here. So let's just break it down very quickly. What is the definition of art that you think you should be using? Now, I'm asking you this with the idea that this should be some sort of objective definition. Like, again, please don't sprinkle your feelings into it because your feelings will always be right to you. So let's settle on an objective definition of what we're talking about. What is art?
Art is something you create a image of, you think in your head, and you get a pen, pencil, or whatever you use to write on paper, and you put that image, which you think, and you draw it on paper, or even paint it, whatever you use. That's the image of the art. Like, that's what it is.
Okay, so before we go forward, do you think that that's the definition? Like, or are you saying this is what you think it is? Because nowhere in any of the definitions in any dictionary does it say pen and paper or you did it yourself. So if we're using a niche definition, it won't work here because we'd be talking past each other. Is that the objective definition or is that what you think it is?
The pencil, pen, and paper is not the definition. The definition is what I said, the image that you think in your head, and you take that image, you think in your head, and you put that on paper. Uh, the
Okay,
paper is this.
Jay, we're back to this thing. Are you saying that if I don't take the idea and it's not on paper, that it's not art?
It is
Because
not.
you're going to discount canvas art, you're going to discount graffiti, you're going to discount digital art, you're going to discount photography. So the definition can't be I put it on paper.
That's not the
Like,
definition.
and I challenge you to find a dictionary definition that agrees with you. We're going by the definitions here.
Oh,
What definition are you using from a dictionary that I can go confirm for myself?
there's no dictionary that explains art. You,
Oh,
it's.
it
I'm.
absolutely is, sir. The Oxford Dictionary, Merriam-Webster's Dictionary,
Oh my.
Cambridge Collins, American Heritage, Britannica,
Sir,
Dictionary.com, all of them have a definition of art.
sir,
You can pick one of those and we can have that conversation about it. But yes, there is an objective definition of art. Yes, there is.
I, I'm I'm so kindly. I'm trying my best to stay calm and respect this live.
And and I appreciate that. I too am being patient, but I probably will have much more thin skin than you. But you have to understand that you're getting frustrated because you're using a definition that's not the one that other people are using. I'm using the one where we keep the words. The words mean words. What you want to do is add new things to definitions, and I'm not letting you do that, and that frustrates you.
That's
So, if you'd like to find a dictionary definition that you can adhere to, I happen to be sitting in front of all of them. I have very detailed notes on this. I've got Merriam Webster's, Oxford. You pick a dictionary that you would like to use, and I can read you that dictionary definition. I can then give you the same link, and then you can look it up, and then you can see that definition for yourself too. Before we can do anything else, we have to agree that we're talking about the same thing.
I'm not getting upset what I'm saying. I'm getting upset because I'm trying to explain and get to that point. But when I try to get to that point, you cut me off and then we
Don't
backtracked.
don't 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 do that, Jay. Let's skip the meta. You're saying I'm cutting you off. Fine. Your next statement should be for me. Hey, Phantom. Here's the dictionary definition I'm using. Do you accept it?
That's what I'm trying to do, but you keep cutting me off.
Go for it. Go for it.
The definition of art is the artist of itself. Because when you make the art, you're getting an idea.
Jay, Jay, this is why I cut you off. Because you're not reading from a dictionary. You're telling me what you think. I'm not interested in what you think. I'm interested in a definition. Do you have a definition that I can look at objectively together right now? You're telling me how you feel about it and what you think it should be. That's fine, but I'm looking for an objective definition. Do you have one of those?
I just said the definition, and then when I put definition,
Okay.
explain, you cut me
Okay.
off.
Where can I find that definition, Jay? Where can I go look up and find the exact definition that you just gave?
School, no art class. That's where
Art class? No. Okay, so do I have access to your art class, Jay? Or do I have access to a dictionary?
the internet.
I have, okay, I've got the internet. I'm on the internet right now. This is why I'm at the Oxford Dictionary right now. Which is why I'm at Merriam Webster right now. I'm looking at every dictionary definition of art that exists. And what you said was, well, this is what they said in my art class. That's not objective,
I
sir.
did, I did not say they said that in my art class.
Okay, Ken J, do you have a definition that I can find in the dictionary right now? Not what somebody told you, not what a teacher taught you in class. Do you have a dictionary definition that you and I can look at together and then say, yes, this is art? That's what I need.
As an artist myself, you don't need a dictionary to explain art
Okay,
itself.
okay, but see, yes, Jay, you do. Because if you argue your feelings to me the way you feel about art, I can't argue with you. I'll never win an argument with you based on your feelings because your feelings are right to you. If I came to you with my definition of art and I said that art is whatever Jay says it's not, and I'm going by my feelings, so I must be right, you wouldn't agree to that definition. So that's why we have to go to where the standard usage of the word is used. I can't keep arguing this point on why the dictionary is so important, Jay. Do you have a dictionary definition on what art is so that we can have this conversation?
I I just explained the dictionary. It's 1, 2, 3 math.
Okay, what dictionary definition can I look? Tell me what your definition is and which dictionary I can find it in.
You can't find that in a dictionary. It's what
So, Jay, if I ask you for a dictionary definition and then you say the definition that you just gave me can't be found in a dictionary, you haven't given me a dictionary definition, have you? You've given me your opinion on a definition. I don't want your opinion on a definition, Jay. I want a definition that you and I can both agree to. Now, I tell you what, because it's becoming counterproductive. I'm getting flustered. I can tell you're getting flustered. How about I read some of these dictionary definitions to you, and then you tell me which one that you agree with the most? Can we do that?
yeah.
Okay. The Oxford Dictionary, according to Oxford Learner's Dictionary, art is the use of imagination to express ideas or feelings. Do you agree with this one?
Yes, that's what I explained.
Okay. So, for the purposes of our conversation, we're going to stick to the Oxford use of the definition, which again is use of imagination to express ideas or feelings. This is, are we locked in, Jay? Is this the one we're using?
That's your definition?
That's the definition from Oxford Dictionary. It's not my definition, it's the Oxford Dictionary definition. Do we agree?
No.
Okay, so you don't want to use Oxford. We'll move on to Merriam Webster. Merriam Webster says conscious use of skill and creative imagination, especially producing aesthetic objects. Do you agree with this one?
Can I get more of a definition, please, if I may?
This is the definition from Merriam-Webster's. I'm reading it to you. Conscious use of skill and creative imagination, especially producing aesthetic objects. You can agree with this one, and we can walk off of this one, or I can move on to Cambridge and we can try again.
I say try again.
Fine. Cambridge Dictionary says art is making objects, images, music, etc. that are beautiful or express feelings. You want to use this one?
Yes.
Okay, so we're locking in, Jay. At 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Jay said that the Cambridge definition of art is making objects, images, music, etc. that are beautiful or express feelings. Are we good there?
Yes, because music.
Okay, so we're locked in. Great. So all I have to do to satisfy this for you is tell you how how AI matches this definition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you notice that in this definition, it doesn't say human, it doesn't say right, it doesn't say skill, it says make an object. So as the human component, I'm going to assume that you think I'm human and I'm sentient and that I have thoughts and feelings that I want to express. Can you grant me that I am a human with human feelings that I want to express?
Yes.
So if I make an object, image or music that expresses my feelings, would that thing be art?
It depends on you if you think it's art or not.
So it depends on me if it's art or not. Now, I don't agree with that, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to walk that back. Because if we accept that as your definition, then I'm just going to declare victory because anything that I choose to declare art would be art. And then you wouldn't agree with that. You would
Exactly.
lose this conversation. So that's why we have to adhere to the dictionary definition. So please pull that back. Like, I'm not going to let you say that, oh, anything, but anything that expresses my feelings, whether it be an object, image, or music, would be art by the definition. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so if I have creative expression and I'm expressing my feelings and I make an object, image, or music, is the object that I made art? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, so did I make the AI art? Come in.
Yeah, because the more I try to explain and say what I know and the definition of, I can't say it because you cut me off. And then people in the comments saying I'm changing stuff when I'm trying to comment on what you're saying. You did that in the other live and you're doing it in this live.
Okay, when did I cut you off? What I'm doing, Jay, is I'm walking you through the definition that we agreed to. That if I make something that expresses my feelings, whether it's an object, image, or music, that would be art. I am now using AI, the tool, the large language model, to make an object, image, or music that expresses my feelings. By definition, what would we call that?
We call it art.
We would call it art. Thank you. And what do we call people who make images or objects in music that express their feelings? There's a word for that. What do we call that person?
The artist because they're the one that made
So,
it.
okay, but in this definition that we agreed to, where does it say that it has to be solely me? It says make an object, image, or music. I have made an object, image, or music. Here it is. I'm presenting it to you. Here it my cover art here for this live. I made this. Can you see it?
Yes, but question on
Is oh
that
wait, wait, wait,
point.
wait. Is it an image?
Yeah,
Does it express my feelings?
I don't know if it does. You have to tell me.
Yeah, yes, because I would be the sole arbiter of it if it expressed my feelings or not, correct? Would you get a say so? And if this is expressing my feelings or not?
I don't know. It depends on the artist. You have to tell me
No,
if it
no,
expresses
no, no,
feelings.
I don't think that if you made a piece of art that I would have a say so on if it was art or not, right? I can tell you that I don't like your art. I can tell you that it doesn't speak to me personally, but I don't get to tell you that you didn't create a thing that expressed your feelings, do I?
No.
But that's what you're doing. I'm saying, look at this image that I made. AI art is art. AI artists are artists. I made this object. I've expressed my feelings. It's an image that you can see, which you have confirmed. What do we call people who make images that express their feelings, Jay?
Artist. Makes
So
sense.
and so here we are. AI art, by the definition that you agreed to, we read several of them. This is the one that you thought you were going to plant your flag on. I have satisfied every condition that AI art is art by the definition that we agreed to. Do you agree to that? And if you
No.
say no, you have to tell me what the symmetry breaker is. How is it that this image here that you see right now, how is this not an image that expressed my feelings that you can see? How does it not qualify?
Because if I were to ask you a question of how it express your feelings, how would you tell me?
Oh, I absolutely could. However, that's irrelevant to the definition.
No.
It's okay. Show me in the definition of making objects, image, or music that are beautiful or express feelings. How is where in this definition do I have to explain it to you?
You don't need a definition for that if you're an artist.
So, can you admit that by the definitions of the words that we're using right now, that AI art is art?
It's art, but you're not the one that made it.
Oh, okay. If how did I not? Okay, for the sake of our conversation, Jay, let's break this down into a very simple component. A person plus the medium by which they choose to express themselves equals art. If I have an idea and I don't express it to you, I can't call it art, can I?
No.
Okay, so if I have an idea and I find a way to express it to you, is that art?
That depends on the artist.
No, I don't see how it does. If I have a feeling, can I use pencil? Can I use pen? Can I use chalk? Can I use a
Yes.
computer? Can I use smoke signals? There's no limit to the thing that I can do as long as I make an object that expresses my feelings. And you agree that the only person who's the arbiter of if this thing adequately expresses my feelings would be me, right?
No.
Okay, so you get a say so in how I express myself. I'm saying now, Jay, that this image that I put up here, I've expressed myself. It has a feeling. I've shared my feelings with you. You can see it. Are you going to tell me that I expressed myself incorrectly? Do you know what my emotional state was better than I do? Yes or
No.
no?
No.
So you don't get to tell me that I haven't adequately expressed myself. If I feel as though I have, and that you can look at this image and you know it is, read this to me, Jay. What does the image say?
AI art is art. AI artist is artist.
So if my goal was to convey to you that AI artists art and AI artists are artists, and then you read it verbatim, then I've adequately communicated myself to you, haven't I?
Can I just say something?
Now you can answer the question, and then you can say something.
Okay, what was the question? So I can answer it.
If I say AI artist art, I can produce the image that says AI artist art. If you can see it and perceive it, then I've adequately expressed myself correctly, haven't I?
No.
Okay, so if my goal was to tell you that water is wet, and I make an image and it says water is wet, and then you read it and it says water is wet, did I convey the thing that I was trying to say to you?
What?
I'm sorry, Jay. Is that a yes or a no?
That's,
Okay,
what?
so if my goal, Jay, and I'm telling you now that at 9:08 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on June 12th, 2026, my goal right now is to express to you with an image that AI art is art and AI artists are artists. If you can clearly read that and you comprehend the words that I'm saying and it matches exactly what it is that I was trying to tell you, have I conveyed myself correctly? Yes or no?
No.
You're being disingenuous, Jay. You're literally being disingenuous. If it was my goal to tell you it's hot outside, and I say, "Damn, Jay, it's hot outside," have I conveyed myself to you correctly?
Yeah, you have. And I was
So
trying
so
to know
so
because
if I say AI art is art, and my goal is to convey that message, and all the 9 people who are in here are looking at this image and they go, "Oh, this asshole thinks that AI art is art." That's not true, but I've conveyed that message to you, haven't I? You know what my stance is because you can look at the screen and see it, can't you?
yes, but can I say my
So
question?
I've adequately expressed myself, haven't I?
Yes, but can I say my question?
Oh, okay. Thank you for the concession. What's your question?
Okay, my question is because I was going to speak for you and the people in the comments, okay? So in the last live, I was trying to explain AI is not art. And every time I try to get a chance to speak, even if I sound crazy,
Jay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now because you're being meta. We can
oh
save a
God.
whole lot of time. I was there. You were there. I know you got cut off when you go off on a pivot or a non sequitur like you're doing now. I interrupt you. I understand you got cut off quite a few times because you're saying very silly things, and I want to keep
I'm
the
not.
conversation productive. You are.
I'm
You
not.
are. You've literally explained to me how my art isn't expressing itself, even though you can literally read it.
Because
You're literally reading it for yourself and you recognize what these words are saying. So you know exactly what my position on this is. So I've expressed myself in such a way that you know what my feelings are. Don't be disingenuous and say, "What are my feelings on AI art, Jay? Do I think it's art?"
I don't
Me
know.
personally, do I think it's art?
I don't know, but when can I get a
I'm
chance
telling
to
you now.
speak?
I'm telling you now that the image that I made, the one you're looking at right now, says AI artists art. AI artists are artists. What can you logically infer from that statement that I think about AI art? Would this statement to you adequately convey that I do think it's art, or do you, for some reason, think that I have a profile that says AI artists art, AI artists are artists, but I don't believe that?
Can I speak without any
I
interruption?
I need you to answer the question.
That's what I'm asking you. When I answer the question, can I speak with no interruption?
If you can answer my question, and then you can expound as much as you like. You don't even know what the question is, do you, Jay?
I do.
Because you're not. Okay, so answer my question and then you can expound.
But you're going to interrupt me.
I'm not going to interrupt you. You can say yes or no,
You did
and
it
then you can
numerous of
expound.
times.
I'm sorry?
You did it numerous of times. And then you guys want to clown me and saying I'm talking about something different and try to contradict myself.
You are. Now, we're back to the meta, Jay. Let's not do that. I'm. Please just answer my question. For the 12 people who are here, if I have a picture up that says AI artists art and AI artists are artists, can you logically infer that my feelings on this subject is that I agree with that sentiment? Yes or no?
No,
Jay, you're being disingenuous. So you're going to tell me that the image that I put up, where I say to you, AI artists art and AI artists are artists, I'm telling you that I put this image up so I can defend this position. Are you really telling me that I don't believe the position that I'm defending to you right now?
no, I do not.
So you don't think I believe this? You know what's in my head better than me.
No, I don't.
Okay, so if you don't know what's in my head better than me, you don't get to tell me that this is not what I think, do you?
No,
So I'm telling you, this is what I think. AI artists art, AI artists are artists. So now that I've said that to you, now that you can see the image, now that you can read the image, what do you think my feelings on AI art are, Jay?
I don't know. You have to tell me. You are the artist
I
itself. Can I
Jay,
speak? Can I
Jay,
speak, please?
Jay, can you read the title to me again?
I'm not ready to talk. Can I please speak? Because y'all,
No, because I don't understand what you don't understand about this. I'm telling you what my position, even if I didn't speak. I could go on mute right now. What do you think the 14 other people in this room, it looked at this image, would say what the host thinks about AI art? Be honest with me, Jay. If you were perusing right now on TikTok and you literally saw this ad, what would you think my position was on AI art? Don't be disingenuous because I will drop you for being disingenuous. What do you think my position is, Jay?
I don't know. You have to tell me. You are the artist. You made the image.
Yeah, thank you. So, if these are my feelings and you know what those feelings are, then I've expressed my feelings in a very coherent way for you to understand, haven't I?
How did you express your feelings when you didn't tell me the feeling about the art itself?
That's a completely different topic.
No, it's
We can have
not.
also, like, for example, Jay, I don't
No,
like
it's
Taylor
not.
Swift. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan, but Taylor Swift makes music. Taylor Swift does concerts. Taylor Swift sells
What?
albums. So I recognize that she is an artist and that what she makes is art.
What?
Now I can tell you that I think the art sucks. And I think that's where your disconnect is. I think you don't like the art, so it must not be art to you. My contention here, Jay, is not whether or not Jay likes the art, whether or not Jay agrees with the art, whether or not Jay thinks I own the art or not. My contention is AI art is art. AI artists are artists. These are the feelings I am trying to convey to you. And if you look at this image and it conveys that image, if you understand what my thought process is, then you have to say, yes, you have expressed yourself correctly. Based on the image that you see in front of you, Jay, do you think I support AI art?
I don't know if you do.
Jay, this is the last time I'm going to let you be disingenuous because there are four other people waiting to come up who I think could have an honest conversation. If you're going to look at my image and tell me that I'm not expressing myself, that I'm not giving you my thoughts on a thing because you know where it's going, I will drop you. What does the banner say, Jay?
Can I please speak
You know,
my mind?
what does the banner say, Jay?
You guys are not letting me speak my mind. Y'all did
Yeah,
that to
yeah,
everybody.
because you're going. You know what? I'm going to stop. I'm going to allow you to pivot, and I'm going to let you quote unquote explain. But know that the moment you go off of a tangent and it's not on my topic, I will interrupt you. Do you understand?
That's very.
Do you understand?
I don't understand that. That's very rude of a human to do that, to interrupt and say something when someone is speaking. I was
Okay.
respectfully.
Okay. Well, you can understand this then. Thanks for coming, Jay. You're not listening. You're not listening, and you're not trying. You don't want to listen. You don't want to understand. You want to think what you think. I'm seeing. Oh, there's a lot of people in this. Like I see Zach is here. Hold on, Big Zach. Hang out. Who's an op? Who among the four people who are requesting up don't agree with my prompt? I would much rather. I want to talk to ops. Like, is there anybody in the queue who does not agree with this? Because Jay wasn't looking to engage. Jay just wanted to say, "Oh, you disagree? Come on, Yannick. I hope you're over 18, Yannick. If not, this will be a very short conversation." Hey, Yannick, for TikTok purposes, how old are you and what should I call you? Yannick, buddy. You're live. My mic sound nice. Check one. My mic sound nice. Check two.
Hello?
There you are. How old are you, buddy?
I'm 29.
29. Fantastic. So you disagree with my prompt, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I disagree.
I'm going I'm going to give you the opportunity. Here's the floor. Dr. Barry usually does a minute. I'll give you a full minute where I won't say anything. Please give
Okay.
me your case and then we can discuss.
I studied fine arts for about 10 years, and I understand that art is expression and one's interpretation of things within reality. As they say, art imitates life, and all the art that we're presented with is imitation of things within life, reality, whether it's systems or emotional things. That's what art is. So AI can't depict, someone's interpretation of life as someone who had an understanding of how to depict that in an artistic way would. And that's why AI art just isn't the same.
What was your name again, sir? Yannick, am I pronouncing that right?
Yannick,
Yannick. Thank you for the correction. I'll do my best, and if I pronounce it wrong again, feel free to correct me. Yannick, I didn't hear anything that would preclude any art made by a large language model. For us to go forward, were you here from the beginning? Did you hear when me and the first guest went over the definitions of art? Were you
no,
here for that? Okay, fantastic. That's fine. So let's you and I hammer down a definition of art. And before we do that, I want to explain to you why. I recognize that you went to art school. Congratulations. And you have opinions on what art should and shouldn't be. But I also have opinions on what art should and shouldn't be. And I agree with you that what people think of art can be subjective. But what I need from you is an
I never
objective
said that.
definition.
And
That's a point of fact, Yannick. I can look at a piece of art and love it. You can look at a piece of art and hate it. We can have
no, I was just saying
subjective.
I never said that though. I never said that art is subjective. I just said that art is,
No,
one's own
no,
interpretation of reality.
I'm saying that somebody's interpretation of art can be subjective. I'm saying that. However, I can't argue your subjective interpretation because you have your own and I have mine, which is why you and I together need to find a dictionary definition that we can both look at together. We can both agree to that, and then we can have that argument. Because if we don't do that, we're talking past each other. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so do you have a dictionary definition devoid of your personal feelings that says what art is? Now, it just so happens that I'm sitting in front of 12 different definitions, and I'm happy to give one. But if you have one that you would like to use from a reputable dictionary, we can use the one that you like.
I don't have one in front of me, but I'm all ears.
Okay, let me put in my password because my screen timed out on me. The Oxford Learner's Dictionary defines art as use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Do you agree with this definition?
I don't disagree with it.
Okay, would you like to use this one as our starting point, or would you like to move on to one that you think you would have a better time with?
Personally, I feel like it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Okay, let's move to Merriam
Actually, I'm so
Webster.
sorry. Can I hop down and hop back on a little bit later?
I mean, yeah, you can. I
All right, all right,
probably
all right. I
won't
gotta
be
go.
here. Go for it. Whew, okay. Fun times at Reefside High. Is there anybody else? Anybody else? Like, yeah, Alex. Like, he goes to art school, but he doesn't have a definition of art ready. Like, is there anybody else? Like, let me go take a look at my request section here. I see three people have requested up. I know Zach's not an op. 1013. I don't think you're an op. I think you were with me. So the only other person I see here is Jason. Jason, are you still here, my friend? Would you like to come up? Are you an op? Would you like to have this talk with me? Because if not, I can begin to wrap up. Because I literally only came here so that I could wrap things up with Jay. Jay, you want to come back up, Jay? Really? I'm not going to let you come back up, Jay, if you're not going to adhere to logic. You understand that, right? Like, I'm reading to you the definitions, and then you're trying to read into it other things that you think fit. If you can come up and not do meta, I'm happy to try to have you back. No, Jay, I don't want you to speak your mind. Do you think I'm speaking my mind? I'm reading definitions to you and telling you why AI conforms to these definitions. None of these have anything to do with my feelings. If you want to argue your feelings, I can't help you. If you want to talk about the facts with me, I'm happy to talk about the facts with you. Do you want to talk about the facts, Jay, with the understanding that if you deviate from the facts, I will probably interrupt you? Oh, look, we've got a guy spamming in the chat. Like, I guess that's your argument that AI is for losers, but guess who doesn't get to talk anymore? Thanks for coming. Okay, Jay. Okay, Jay. We're going to give you another opportunity, but also please understand that I'm going to be busy in the background because I have to go walk my dogs. So here's what I'm going to do for you, Jay. While I'm walking my dogs, I'm going to give you 2 minutes on the clock to just do your thing. I won't say a thing, and
Please.
I will privately keep notes in my mind while you talk. But if you deviate from facts, I will interrupt you. Do you understand?
You can't do that. If you're saying you're not going to say nothing and give me 2 minutes, because what's the point of the two
Okay, but,
minutes?
but Jay, I don't want you to ramble about your feelings for 120 seconds. Are
I
you going to talk about facts or are you going to talk about feelings? I'm not here to hug you and hold your hand. I'm here to talk about facts. Do you If you want to talk about facts for 2 minutes, I can push the start button and you can get going.
I'm not talking
But
about feelings at all. At all.
okay, so yeah, okay, fantastic. So if I push this button, if I hear anything that's not a fact, you won't be mad if I interrupt you, right? Because that's our deal, right?
I'm literally just talking about art itself. No feelings, no nothing. Just art
Okay, so
itself.
no feelings, no nothing. But if you say something that is your feelings or your opinions, I reserve the right to interrupt you because it would be you who have violated our deal and not me, right?
Right, but how would you know I'm talking?
Okay,
I,
okay, go for it. You have 2 minutes.
okay. AI art is art, but
Thank you.
I need to get my mind right because oof. AI art is art, okay? I'm gonna agree on that. I'm gonna agree. But you didn't make the art yourself. I'm not talking about feelings. That's still art. We're on the art subject. You created the image by using AI, artificial intelligence, right?
Jay, you're
That's
deviating from
not
facts again, aren't you,
feelings.
Jay?
That's not feelings.
Yes, you
That's
are.
art.
Yes, you are.
No,
You're
I'm
deviating
not.
from facts again, Jay, and I'm going to show you why.
How is
Nowhere in the dictionary definition says that I have to be the sole proprietor of the art. You're now shoehorning ownership into it. Well, you didn't do it yourself, so you don't own it. I'm not arguing about ownership. I'm arguing, is it an expression of my emotional states, which you agreed that it was. So I need you to remove that from your repertoire because it doesn't matter if I didn't do it alone. It doesn't matter if I collaborated with 10 people or 10 AIs or I
wait, wait,
hired
wait,
somebody to do it. It's the expression of my work.
wait, hold
You
on.
don't get to tell you don't get to say it's not. So I'm going to reset your countdown. Please, please, for the love of any god that you believe in, don't tell me your opinions on the art. Tell me how I know I do not adhere to the definition of art.
Okay, I just want to say this real quick. When you say don't talk about feelings, right? But you're saying expression. Doesn't that count of expression your feelings of the art? Because you're saying that your expression and the art you create with AI, right? But when I'm not talking about that and I'm talking about art and AI, that's nothing to do with feelings. How does that add up?
Jay, I understand. I hear where you're coming from. The problem that I think you're having is that you're confusing how you feel about the art on if it's actually art itself. My Taylor Swift example comes to mind. Taylor Swift is music. I don't like Taylor Swift, but I don't get to say Taylor Swift isn't music because Taylor Swift is music. My argument for you is, Jay, is you don't like the means by which I've expressed myself, but I have in fact expressed myself. There's no argument there. There's no contention there. You don't get to say that I haven't. You don't like it, but you're confusing your subjective opinion on how I did it with objectively if it's art or not. Do you see the distinction? If not, I can walk you through it.
Yeah, walk me through it. Walk me through it.
Okay.
Please, walk me through
I
it.
have an opinion on art. The banana on the wall, for example, is a fun definition that we use in Dr. Barry's lives. I personally think that the banana on the wall is not art. I don't like it. I think it's stupid, but it's in museums. Someone expressed themselves. It's making money. It makes millions of dollars. People see it. And to this day, even though I don't know what this guy's name is, I have to acknowledge that he expressed himself and other people are seeing it. The banana taped to a wall is art. I don't agree with the art. I don't like the art, but it's still art nonetheless. Now, let's pull back.
Okay.
You don't like AI art. You don't like the way it was produced. You don't like the way it quote unquote steals. But it meets the criteria. It's an expression of my emotional state. You are allowed to see it, and then you can draw your own conclusions for it. Just like the guy with the banana. Do you understand the difference now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so for the sake of our argument going forward, I understand that you have feelings towards what the art is, and you may not like some of the art. That's fine, but I want you to acknowledge that it is in fact art, even if you don't like it. Can we do that?
Yes.
Fantastic. So, by definition, AI art is art. AI artists are artists. Do you agree with my sentiment?
Yeah. Yeah, because I can't even speak.
You can't speak. Don't say you can't speak because I've given you every opportunity. And then when I explained it to you, when I showed you what the differential was, and you said, "Oh, now I understand. I'm confusing what I think of the art with the art itself." You said you understood. You said you got it. So now that you see that it adheres to the definition, you want to say, "Yeah, I guess you didn't let me talk." What would you like to say against that definition that you think you didn't get to say previously? Because you agreed to it. We agreed to this.
I don't even know if I could speak. Because if I speak, it's gonna go back to the
See,
same thing.
CJ, you see how you do that? You see how when I show you logically what it is, you fall back to, well, you don't let me speak. And then when I shut up and give you the floor,
Okay.
you went back to, I'm not going to be allowed to speak. The floor is yours,
Okay.
Jay. How do you disagree with the definition of art? Please.
Okay. So AI art is art, okay? So since most of you saying I always go back, right? AI art is art, okay? Yeah, it
Thank
expresses your
you.
feelings. It does. Okay? Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Is that better?
Thank you. But I'd like to take it one step further. If AI art is art and I made AI art, what am I called?
An artist? Yeah.
Fantastic. W concession
Okay.
for the third time.
But
You and I
wait, wait.
agree. Where do we differ?
Okay, this is about art, AI and normal art, okay? So I make normal art because I like drawing. And I express myself when I draw the art on paper, okay?
You do, and I'm proud of you.
Okay, see, we got something. We got something. We're getting somewhere, okay? So
We are.
when I express my art, I tell you how I feel when I express it, right?
Okay. Well, now when
And
you
you
say
and you
when you
wait,
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 hold
wait.
on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. I'm just looking for clarification. When you say you make your art and it expresses how you feel, are you saying that the art itself speaks for itself, or are you saying that you, as the artist, have to sit down with me and say, "Here's what I was thinking"?
I have to sit down and say, hear what I was thinking because I had to think and
Jay, you can't go with that definition because what happens at museums when you go to museums and the artist isn't there to talk about it? You're not disqualifying things if the artist can't tell you about it. That's silly. If the artist isn't present, the art should be able to speak for itself, shouldn't it?
Yes, but you just said I'm there sitting down with you, telling you how I express my art to you. Is that not what you just said?
This is why I interrupt you, Jay, because you start and you say a silly thing, and then when we whittle it down to absurdity, you get frustrated that I interrupted you. The artist never has to be present for you to look at that art. Like I know a lot of Madonna songs, but Madonna has never sat down with me and explained to me what she meant by like a virgin. But it's still art, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. So your criteria is silly, isn't it? Yes. Okay, what else you got?
I can't read your can.
Like, the floor is yours. I'm not interrupting you. I only interrupt when you say a silly thing, and then I tell you why it's a silly thing. So the
Wait,
floor is yours for you to again disagree with the definition, because we've satisfied the definitions. This is now the fourth time that you and I have settled on these definitions, and you've agreed to my prompt. So what are we arguing about?
okay. Do you know what art is? Like pure art.
I absolutely do. Yes, we read the dictionary definition together, and we agreed to it, didn't we?
Can
Is
I?
it safe to say that I know the dictionary definition because we agreed to it together?
Yes, and then after say yes, can I explain why?
You sure can.
Okay. So
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Go ahead. I'm
if
just
you
walking my
say
dog.
art, if you say AI is art, and I'm saying art on a piece of paper is art, and I tell you that AI is an art.
That would be your opinion.
Exactly. So
Yes, but you have an opinion. You have an opinion on the art, but your opinion doesn't make it art. We went over this differential, remember? We talked about your opinion of the art doesn't deter it from being art. We talked about this, we solved this, and now we're back to that talking point again, Jay.
okay, question. Have you ever did art without using AI?
Jay, I'm a professional author. I've been writing for 40 years, professionally for 25. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say for the past 2 lives is what I know about art because I am a artist. Like I've been doing art a lot. And when I'm
How old are you again, Jay?
20, I've been doing
20.
I've been
Okay,
drawing.
Jay, very quickly, and I want to let you finish, but I want to dispel this talking point for you. Even if you had been doing art your entire life, that can't be a prerequisite to what other pieces of art are, because if it is, I can say, I'm 51 and I've been doing it longer, so my opinion counts. Do you see how long you've been doing art has no bearing on what other people's art is?
I just want to say what's on my mind and then just go on with my day. That's it.
Yes, you want to say what's on your mind, Jay, but you agree with my definition. You have for three separate occasions agreed with me. AI art is art. We don't even disagree anymore. I don't. What are you even contesting at this point? I've walked you through the definitions. You agree to the definitions. You bring up a silly talking point. I tell you why that doesn't work. We go over the difference between your opinions of art and what art is. You agree with that. Then when I say is AI art, you go, oh yeah, absolutely it is. But you didn't use paper. That's not in the definition, Jay. According to, here's my question to you. According to the dictionary definition, does AI art qualify as art? Yes or no?
Yes. Now can I say my
So,
question?
so, so my next question, and then the floor is yours. Why the hell should I care more about your opinion than the dictionary definition?
Because I am a artist. It matters to the artist of what your art represents to you. If you let
Yes, yes, to the artist, Jay, to the
wait,
artist, the
let me
individual
speak.
artist.
Let me speak.
No, no, because you're going against the definitions again. This is illogical, Jay.
No,
You're
I'm
arguing against
speaking. I'm literally speaking
you're
logical.
arguing against dictionary
No,
definitions,
no,
Jay.
you don't need.
You absolutely are.
No,
And
I'm
you
not.
and your defenses of it is I feel this way. I don't care how you feel. I'm talking about objectively. Like ice is frozen water. I don't care how the ice feels about it. Ice, by definition, is frozen water. AI art, by definition,
Listen,
is art.
listen. I understand what you're trying to say and come across, but please be a respectable human and hear someone talk. But interrupting, even if it's silly or stupid or dumb, at least let the person talk. Like that's very
Jay,
rude.
there are 14 people in the room who don't want to hear you say the same thing over and over that you already conceded aren't talking points. You've already said that the opinions don't matter. That art, while you can have a subjective opinion, it doesn't matter objectively what art is or not. But when I pin you down to the objective definition, you want to say, well, you didn't use paper. You're going back to your feelings, Jay. And no, I won't let you go on about your feelings. We deal with facts here.
I'm trying to say a fact, but you shut me out
What's your
every
fact,
time
Jay?
I say it.
What's your fact, Jay?
Let me say my fact and let me speak respectfully. Because in the other live, y'all say, hold on, Jay, I'm talking. I let you guys talk. But when I
No, no,
talk,
no. See,
you
let's be
guys
very clear,
shut me
Jay.
out.
Jay, you don't let anybody talk. You're not letting anybody do anything. If anything, I'm letting you.
Okay.
I'm not asking you for your permission to do my own thing. Now, we've gone over the definitions. You agree with my definitions. So here's what I'm going to I have two dogs. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let you ramble until you're blue in the face. And then when you're done, if I we can go over all
No.
your silly talking points again. Go for it, Jay.
Okay. So I'm just going to backtrack on what you said in other lives. The medium, right?
No, let's focus on here.
That's what I'm
We're
doing.
here
That's
now,
what I'm
Jay.
doing.
We're here now. I don't want to focus on Dr. Barry's live. You and I are here. And you and I are dealing with logic, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's
Okay.
you and I
Okay.
logically talk about this. Me and you. Floor
Okay.
is yours.
Okay, logically, right? So if I did art, right, on a piece of paper or AI, right? But let's just do paper first. Say like I drew like a head or like an anime head and I put like my expression, my emotions and feelings into it, right? Logically speaking, right? And I show you it. And you say, I don't like that. I rather choose AI art because I think normal art is terrible to me, right? Because that's
I
what
mean,
this topic is, right?
are you asking me? Is that rhetorical? I don't want to interrupt you.
No, no, no. I'm telling you, right? So when you said medium, right?
Yeah, and just for clarification, medium in this context is simply the means by which I have expressed myself. Your means could be a pencil, your means can be paper, your means can be a canvas, your means could be digital art. The means is just the two.
I'm not okay. So in last live, I'm trying to calculate everything all together. In last live, you said
No,
medium
no,
is
no,
a
no. We're here
tool.
now, Jay. I don't want to talk about the last live. We're here now. We're
Okay,
here now. Me and you.
okay. Medium, you said it's a tool, right? My hands are a tool I
Yes.
can use to create AI art or normal art on a piece of paper, right? I'm expressing
Yes, I agree.
myself. Hold on, I'm expressing myself within the art itself on a piece of paper. If I say, hey, AI, I want you to create a image of like a dog running, right? And it creates that image. I can't take that image and edit because it's hard to edit a generated AI art image to a real art that's done on piece of
Have
paper.
you heard of Photoshop? Have you heard of Canva? Have you heard
Yeah,
of these tools that allow you to edit images? Like, moreover,
no,
have
no,
you heard of more than one generation? If I
listen,
make a
listen, no,
prompt
no,
with
no, no.
AI
Hold
and it
on.
doesn't work out the way I want, I can do it again, can I?
Listen, hold on.
I
I'm getting to that point. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain. You said
hey
you would
baby,
listen to it. You would listen to my shenanigans, like you said, but you're not doing that.
hey baby, hey. I know you see people, baby. I know.
But
Go
I know
upstairs.
there's
Go to bed.
Photoshop. I know there's different softwares and apps. but you cannot defeat the purpose of actual art on a piece of paper that you can edit and go back to, even if it's on
Jay,
computer.
Jay,
You can.
Jay, are you dealing with facts right now,
Yeah,
Jay?
I'm dealing with facts, like literal facts.
Okay,
And if
okay,
you
you're
did
dealing
not,
with
and
facts. Great, Jay. Hold on, Jay. Show me in
like
the
if you
dictionary. Show me in the dictionary where it says I have to do it the way Jay said he did it.
no, you
Show
don't.
me where the expression has to be on paper, Jay. Show me
No,
where I have to use a pencil.
you don't have to. You can use art in
Okay,
many
so
different ways
so
and
I can
factors. Hold
express
on, I'm
myself
still talking. You're
in
being
more than
very
one way,
rude.
can I, Jay?
You're being very rude now. I'm trying to talk, and I'm trying to
Yeah, I am.
backtrack.
I am. I'm being very rude because you're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're you're lying.
No, I'm not. I'm
You're,
literally
you're
trying
either
to say you
lying
can
or you're
use
willfully
any.
ignorant.
I'm trying to say you can use anything as art, anything. But you will not defeat the purpose of actual art on piece of paper. I'm not saying you have to do what I say to for art. You can do whatever. You can use Photoshop, you can use Gemini, whatever. But what I'm saying is a generated AI image that you ask whatever AI to create doesn't make you an artist, but it is art.
What makes
You
you an artist, Jay? Didn't we agree that an artist is anybody who expresses their emotional state?
yes, you can express yourself
Okay,
through
so if
many
I express
things.
my emotional state, I'm an artist, correct, Jay? Yes or no?
Okay, I'm gonna say
Yes or
yes, but
no?
how does that express?
Okay, so
You tell
so
me that.
yes, so anything that expresses my emotions that I use through a medium would be art. Agreed?
Agree, but how would that express you?
Okay,
For example,
so
right? If
does
I
my AI image in the background right now convey to you my emotional state? If I wasn't present, what would you think the whole stance was on AI art?
okay, since you asked that question, I'm gonna give you the answer to
I
this.
now need you to answer that question, Jay.
That's what I just said. I'm gonna give you the answer to that. Since you guys saying I like to backtrack and say random stuff over and over again. So if you wasn't present, right, and I looked at that art that's in the background of your life, right, and I say, okay, so since the artist made this, I would say they're probably feeling a vibe on the beach and trying like, they're hugging a robot.
Jay, Jay, you're being disingenuous. If I
How?
weren't here, if I pushed mute and I was not here, and you read a logo that said AI artist art, AI artists are artists, what would you think my stance was on AI art? Be honest, Jay. Because if you say something silly, I'm gonna drop you. There are more people waiting. This is silly. If you're going to tell me that the words AI art is art doesn't tell you what I think art is, you're just being disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm speaking facts of like actual art because I'm an artist. If you're an artist, you know what to say. You don't need no definition. And that's facts. And you know that.
Jay, that's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Words don't
Ask an
mean
artist.
words when you're an artist.
If you're an
So
artist, if you're an artist, you know what to say and put. Why should I have to search up a definition to tell me what to do or say? You should know because you're the artist. You made that art in the behind of your image of life.
okay, okay, Jay, let's follow your silly
Please.
logic here. Let's follow your silly logic for a minute. As the artist, I don't have to adhere to a dictionary. I can say whatever this is. I get to say it's art because I'm the artist, right?
Yes, that's the point.
AI artist art, you're wrong. I win.
No, you don't. Because
But I
if you're
do. But
saying
you just said, Jay, that it's up to me.
yes,
And when
it's
it
up.
was up to me, no, you said I don't have to deal with dictionary definitions. I don't have to adhere to logic. I just get to say it.
Yes,
So I'm
that's my
saying it
point.
to you now. AI art is art. You're wrong.
AI art is art, but you can also explain the
So
feelings
what are we
behind it.
arguing about, Jay?
I'm arguing about
What,
actual art. Y'all arguing
okay,
about the
so
same
okay,
thing.
Jay, define actual art.
Define. Okay, so you're telling an artist that actually do
Actual
art,
art.
actual art.
Actual art from the dictionary, Jay. Not your opinion, from the dictionary. What's actual art? Is actual art not the Merriam-Webster dictionary that we read? Is it not the one that we can look up together? Or do you have a special one?
I listen. I'm trying to tell you because I've been drawing since I was little until now. I know what
And
art
that's
is.
fantastic. I've been drawing twice your life, Jay. I'm twice as old as you. That's not an argument. I don't care how long you've been doing it. I'm telling you what the definition of art is.
And I'm trying to tell
That
you
you
that definition, but when I tell you that definition, you cut me off. And I'm trying to
Yes,
tell you,
because your definition is one, not the definition that you and I agreed to, and two, you're adding in new things.
okay,
I'm not going to allow you to add new things into my definition. Do you understand?
I understand.
That's illogical.
That's not logical because logical comes from the artist, and you know that.
Yeah. No, no. Logic comes from logic. Logic does not come from the artist. The artist can adhere to logic, but logic didn't come from the artist. Because if you remove the artist, logic still exists. No, it's not up to the artist what it's logical. It's up to the artist how they feel about it. You can feel however you want. But as long as it's a conscious use of skill and I use my imagination and you can see it and it conveys my emotional state, it meets the definition of art definitionally. Not subjectively, not because I want it to, objectively, according to the dictionary. What you're doing, Jay, is saying, yes, that's what the dictionary says, but I want to add in some new shit. I don't want your new shit.
But
I'm not interested in your new shit.
but hold on. If I say something from the dictionary that's actually there and I add some new stuff, isn't that me using my knowledge to use combining both things at the same time?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, you can have whatever subjective opinion you want about the objective definition of art, but I don't get to say I'm going to add my opinion to objective words and then the meaning of the words change, Jay.
okay,
That's what you are doing.
okay,
You're trying
but
to change the meanings of the words with your feelings, and I'm not
that's
letting you, and it's frustrating you.
I'm see that's how I know you don't do art because I'm not saying my feelings. I'm telling you actual factual facts of art because I do
Okay,
art.
where are you getting these factual facts from, Jay? What's your source?
Actual knowledge of like doing art itself because
Oh, where'd your knowledge come from, Jay? What's your source?
my brain.
Because I can point to my definitions, and then you can look it up yourself, and the words don't change. But
Okay,
yours come from your mind. Mine didn't come from my mind. Mine came from the dictionary. Do you see the
okay.
difference?
Yeah, I do see the
Mine comes from
difference.
the dictionary, and it just so happens that I agree with the dictionary because I want to believe as many true things as possible and as true false things are possible. You, sir, are saying, yes, logically this makes sense, but have you considered my feelings? I'm not here to consider your feelings, Jay. Definitionally speaking, AI art is art. You've conceded this on four different occasions. And then you say, you didn't let me speak. And when I let you speak, you start talking about paper again. I don't care. Do you have something that I can look up online, a source that contradicts the dictionary, that we should be using that definition instead of how the words mean
There's no
and the
another artist.
dictionary definition that you agreed to? You agreed to this before we started, Jay. Remember? 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I said we agreed. We time stamped it. You said, yes, this is the definition. And now, 50 minutes later, you're saying, but that's not the whole definition. Do you see how you're lying? Do you see how you're backtracking because you want to add in paper? I'm not adding in your paper, Jay. I'm not going to add in your feelings to the objective definition. Do you have anything more than your feelings? Because I'm looking at my request box. I've got 17 people here. More people want to come up, and I'm not going to keep doing the same song and dance with you. You and I have agreed. I'm not going to let you add paper. I'm not going to let you add subjective shit to the objective
Yeah,
definition. Do you have anything else?
you know, I do
Don't
have.
start with meta. Do you have anything else? Because I guarantee you that if you gave me a definition and then I said, well, let me tell you about my feelings first, you would be cutting me off because you wouldn't give a shit about my feelings. Jay, you're a person. That's great. I wish you well. I want you peace and happiness. Don't give a shit about your feelings when it comes to objective definitions. You don't get a say so on what words mean.
Wait, hold on. This is my question I want to ask. How
Sure.
how are you going to ask me about something and then when I try to explain, hold on, even if it's silly, dumb, retarded, even if you don't care, that's fine. That yes, your
Please
opinion.
don't use the R word. That's rude.
What R word?
I'm not even gonna repeat it. Just don't.
Okay, but you're starting a live, correct? And you're asking people, inviting them up, asking them, is AI art, and does it make you an artist, right? When people,
No.
how,
Straw man. I'm not asking anybody. I'm telling you. I'm telling you AI artists art, that AI artists are artists. And then I'm backing it up with objective definitions from the dictionary. That's how proof works, Jay. I
that's
make a claim, I substantiate it with evidence, I give you a source, you can go to that source and you can confirm it yourself. So much so that at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you agreed with me. We agreed on these definitions. And now that I've backed you into this corner and you see that your position on this is wrong, you're saying, well, you never let me talk. What about these things? I don't care about the additional things that you want to tack on to here, Jay. We've been at this now for 50 minutes. You've agreed. You've conceded to me 4 different times. And then well, you don't let me talk. And then when I let you talk, you start talking about paper again.
because paper is
Do,
a form
do
of
you
art.
have anything else?
Yeah, I actually do.
Go for it. What do you have?
Okay, if you may allow, paper is art. Because have you
Yeah,
heard of
paper is art. Paper is art,
exactly?
Jay. Yes, you can make paper. You can make art with paper. Yes.
Yes. So why are you saying it's not art?
I'm not saying it's not art.
That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that paper is required for art. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm
I
saying.
don't
I'm
need
saying paper is art. You're saying it's not.
Jay, you're just being disingenuous. But you know what? For the sake of brevity and good faith conversation, and to show the other people that are waiting to have this conversation, let's just.
You guys don't
I'm
want
even going
argument.
to grant to you that I either misunderstood you
You did.
or misspoke. Allow me to make the clarification. Yes, Jay, you can use paper to make art. You absolutely can. You can use whatever methods at your disposal to create art. And I would never dispute what your art is simply because I don't like it. Conversely, that's what you're doing. You're saying, hey, you've expressed yourself using a tool I don't like. So I'm going to discount your art because you didn't use paper. Yes, Jay, your art can be on paper, but it doesn't have to be on paper for it to be art. Do you understand what my position is now?
Yeah, and I also said it can also be on many other things, and you still said no. We're talking about this, and then I said okay. Then I said something else. Then you said no. We're talking
But
about this.
but Jay, I'm super happy to say that I either misunderstood you or I misspoke. And I'm happy to backtrack. See, the difference is I'm not against correction. I'm happy to be corrected because it's more important to me that I am correct, that I am right. So if you have in fact corrected me, I want you to take your big fat dub and I want you to walk around with it all day. I want you to feel really good that you gave me a correction because now I have a better understanding of what's going on. My point is, Jay, is that paper is not required for art.
It
You
is.
understand?
It is required for art because people draw on paper
Jay,
for art.
where's that? Where? Yes, people do use paper to draw on art, but you don't have to use paper, do you, Jay?
Like I said, I agree with you on that. I said no, people don't. If you
Okay,
listen
so
to me, I said people
but
can
no,
use
no, no. Now
Canvas,
you're not
AI.
listening, Jay.
That's
Now you're not listening, Jay. You said art can be on paper. I said yes, and then I said, well, you don't have to use paper to use art, do you? And then you said, yes, you do, because that's where the art is. There's different forms of art, Jay. Music isn't on paper. Digital art isn't on paper. Photography isn't on paper. Graffiti isn't on paper. Sky art isn't on paper. These things can be art without paper, Jay. Just because you use paper doesn't mean everybody has to use paper to use art. Don't say anything else, just agree with that statement. Do you recognize that you can make art without paper? Yes or no? That's you, Jay.
did you not hear me when I said you don't have to use paper? You can use many things
Okay,
for art. Like
so
what?
if that's the case, Jay, politely and as calmly as I can, what the fuck is your issue? If we agree that AI art is art, if we agree that AI artists are artists, if we agree that AI art adheres to the definition of art, and that we don't have to use a paper, which you kept trying to shoehorn in, what are you and I disagreeing about? Stunlock.
So we're not disagreeing on nothing.
Fantastic. So AI art's art. Thanks for coming up, Jay. You have anything else?
Yes.
Sure. What do you got that's not paper and it's not adding to the definition that's not in the dictionary? What else you got?
Okay. So say
I'm willing. I'm giving you all the rope in the world to hang yourself here, Jay. Enjoy. What else do you have?
can I use music as an example for an art? Or is that
You absolutely can. Oh,
or is that talking
art,
about feelings?
music is art. Yes, please.
Okay. You sure you're not gonna say that that's about feelings? You sure?
No, not at all. Look, I want to be very clear, Jay. My emotional state on the art that you create is irrelevant to what you made. If you made a song that said beep boop, that would be music to me. I wouldn't like it, but I would respect that you made music. You understand?
Yeah.
Continue with your analogy.
Okay. So what does it take a musician to make his art into music? No.
Oh, that's super easy. That's super easy. It's the purposeful emotional expression of his emotional state using a medium. It's person plus medium equals art. This equation works for any style of art. Music, drawing, writing, it all works. The person who has the idea plus the medium by which he expresses it equals the thing he was trying to do. Art.
Now, when you say medium, is that tool correct?
A medium is the tool by which you express yourself. Yes, a tool can be a pencil, a tool can be a paintbrush, a tool can be graffiti like in a spray can. The tool could be a large language model. Whichever tool you use to express yourself, if you express your idea, you have art.
Okay, so since we got that down, can you tell me and express to me the art that's in your life? Like, how do you feel about that art?
How do I feel about the art?
Yes, how do you
Well,
feel about the art?
personally, I'm insanely passionate about it because I've been a writer now for over 40 years, again, professionally for 25 years,
Hmm.
and AI is giving me the opportunity to express my art in ways that weren't possible in the past. I'm excited about the possibility. Now, how I feel about this emotional image, like I feel that AI art is art, and that AI art is artists, but I can then back that up with the dictionary definitions of AI art and AI artists. So my feelings on the subject correspond to reality. My feelings on this did not make me add or subtract anything from the actual definitions of the words that I'm using. That's what yours is doing.
Exactly, and I got you
Oh,
to
whoa, exactly.
hold on, wait, wait, wait.
Wait, no. I really want to expound on the dumb thing you just said. What do you mean exactly? You're agreeing with
Because,
me and then saying exactly. What?
because I got you to express to me of how you feel about the art. Because when we first came to this talk, right, you just kept saying,
Yay, you didn't get me to. I explained to you that my feelings correspond to the dictionary definitions. That's the part you're missing. I have proportioned my belief to the evidence. I didn't say, hey, the dictionary says that this is art, but I feel differently. I said the dictionary and every other definition that I've seen seems to fit this criteria. Wow, that makes sense. AI art must be art. My feelings aren't going against logic. Yours are. So, yes, my feelings correspond to reality. Your feelings correspond to your feelings. You see the difference? You're up, Jay. Jay? Jay? I got four other people in here who looking at Jay going once, Jay going twice, once, twice, three times a lady. All right, I accept your surrender, Jay. Thanks for coming. Oh, all right. Let's see who else is here. Wow, there are a lot of people in the chat. Hello there. I'm And again, I see you, Zach. I don't want to get friendlies up here. I just kind of want to do ops. If you disagree with my prompt, and if you think you can do a better job than Jay, please come up. Please announce yourself in the comments and say, "Hey, I'm an op, and I disagree with your statement," and you will get priority. Oh, did you give a little gift? Oh, I thank you. I appreciate little gifts. Okay, you says rise me, I gifted. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. There are. Oh, got a lot of ops now. Let's see. Um, Dr. Barry usually knows how many times like who did what. So who gifted stuff? I'm gonna whoever gave me stuff. I feel like you paid, so I'm gonna let you come up first. That would be Wee Suji, that guy. Sure. Oh, I'm gonna butcher your name, sir. So I'm gonna need you
It's just
to
Weiss.
give it to me. Weiss.
Yes.
Okay. How old are you, Weiss?
I'm 19. Mhm.
Fantastic. You disagree with me here, sir?
Yes, I do. I believe.
Okay. Before we can go further, have you been here very long? Have you been listening?
I joined in the middle of you talking to Jay for like a good 50 minutes, which was a mess, IMO, but I'm not getting into that.
Okay. Um, for us to go forward, like I'm not here to discuss your feelings with you. I understand that you have feelings about art. That's fine. But to make sure that we're not talking past each other, you and I need to agree to a definition of art. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to grab a dictionary definition or would you like me? I have like 12 of them available to me. We can walk through each one of these. I can give you that citation, and then the one you think you can best work with, we can discuss that
Okay,
one.
I
Can we
have
do
my own
that?
definition right here.
Where'd you get it from?
This is from the Webster and the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Would you be looking at conscious use of skill and creative imagination, especially producing aesthetic objects?
No, this is skill acquired by experience, study, or observation in a branch of learning.
Wait. Hold on. I'm going to add this one to my list. I'm going to put this in here. Now, I know that there are several of them, but okay, read it to me again.
It is a skill acquired by experience, study,
A
or
skill
observation.
acquired, hold on. A skill acquired by experience,
Study
okay? The study
or observation.
or observation.
Yes.
So that's a skill acquired by experience, the study of observation. This is what you want to go with?
I mean, we can use a different one. I
No, I
think it's
just like it's very important that we don't talk past each other. If this is the one that you agree with, I want to meet you where you are.
mm, no, I don't think that's a good enough one. What's the one that you wanted to use?
I have several. Oxford says art is the use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially with paintings, drawings, or sculptures. You like that one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, let the record show 10:05 Pacific Standard Time. Weiss here agrees with the Oxford definition. This is the one we're going to be going with. The use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Fantastic. So, if I walk you through this and I can show you that AI art corresponds to this definition, will you concede the fact?
Sure.
Fantastic. And honestly, you're scared me a little bit because you have to think about if you wanted to be logical and adhere to the dictionary. That's a little weird. Like it's very important that like if we agree to a definition, we agree like these are the rules. If we're playing a game, we have to agree to the rules. I don't want you as you realize as I'm walking you through it that you want to change the rules. So I'm offering you now if you would like to add or subtract anything from this definition that you think would strengthen your case.
Okay. So I would like for you to use create. I would like for you to definitely use create in this definition.
Create. Okay, so
Just add
so
on
for the
create.
sake of our argument, the Oxford Dictionary, we're going to use the use of imagination to creatively express ideas or feelings. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to add that in there, but I'm not going to keep it. I'm going to put it in all caps so I know that that's just for you, Weez. So the definition that you and I are working with is the use of imagination to creatively express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Yes?
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, again, if I can walk you through this and show you that AI art meets this criteria, will you concede the fact?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So let's get this out of the way right now. I'm going to assume that you recognize that I am a human and I have feelings.
You don't care about how I feel. I heard you the first time. No shade.
No. It's not about if you care about my feelings. I'm saying, as a human, you grant that objectively I have them. You
Yeah.
can not give a shit about my feelings, but you know I have them, right?
Yes.
Okay. As a person, you're granting me personhood here. You would also grant that I have imagination, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. So we can now put a little check mark by imagination and feelings. Those criteria have been met. Now, you can agree that in order for something to be art, I would need to express that idea, correct?
Yes.
So, if I find a medium that I can use to express this, then it will qualify as art. The simple equation that I like to use, and we can tweak it if you like, is that person plus medium equals art. Can you agree to that? I can define person for you. I can define medium for you. But can we agree, just for our conversation, that person plus the means by which to express yourself, the medium, equals art?
So I believe that using a medium doesn't really convey the art in a way where it's like, for example, let's instead of using AI, let's say that we're commissioning. It's still not the same as using your own emotion and using yourself to
That
convey.
that's
Because
not that's not true, Weiss. That's
yeah,
not true. Let's say I'm a commissioner, right?
okay, sure.
Let's say I'm the artist here, and then you come to me and you say, "Hey, Phantom, I want to draw sexy My Little Ponies. I like sexy ponies." Now, hey, no kink shame here, my guy. We listen and we don't judge. Did you express to me your idea and your feeling?
Of course, but still,
Did I use
explaining the
that
feeling
feeling?
still won't let you
Yeah,
like.
okay, but did I use what you gave me to create art?
So let's go back to the sexy My
No,
Little
no,
Pony thing.
no,
No,
no.
I'm talking. No, I'm
I'm
talking.
using you. No, no, you're not. You will never talk over me on my own live, sir.
So I'm
Please,
sorry,
let's
but
not
you
do
talked
that.
over me two times, and I'm trying to talk now.
That's a
So
battle. That's a battle you will lose. Please don't do that.
yeah, give me
I'm your
1 second. Yeah,
commissioner.
okay, you can
You've
talk. I'm
come to
sorry.
me.
I'm getting out of
You've
my
come to
element.
me, and you want to draw sexy ponies. So I take the
So we're
creative
not
idea that you
talking, bro. You're
gave
not
me.
gonna talk over the queen. That's what you're not gonna do. Okay. So like I was saying.
Thanks for coming. Nice try, bro. Fuck you think this is? I think you realized you got caught. I think you realized that you had nothing, so you decided that you were going to try to get loud, but that's never going to work here, sir. Ever. Like that's never going to work. So, is there anybody else in the comments? In let's see who else added up. I don't know who's an op here. Who are my ops? Hey, if you've already requested, oh you, okay, hey buddy, I see you on my list. Let's figure this out. I am not computer literate. Bow. Let's go.
Just for
First of all,
sure,
my
because
guy,
my line
fly
is
ass
a little
haircut,
messed
my
up.
guy.
Can you hear me clearly, or am I glitching out for you?
No, you're good. Your
Okay.
haircut is fly, my guy.
Okay. Um. So, I mean, I wasn't really going to argue definitions. If anything, I was going to ask you questions because you're really passionate about this.
I
So,
am.
okay. So, in that case, since you're saying AI art is art, are you familiar with like the Renaissance era of artists?
I am actually
Yeah, like
vaguely. Like
Michelangelo,
I wouldn't
Donatello,
claim to
all
be a
those Teenage
professional.
Mutant
Don't
Ninja
ask me.
Turtles.
Like yeah, like I know Raphael, but I don't go to museums. Like I don't fancy that. I acknowledge that it's art.
Yeah.
I get that they crawled so we could walk. Congratulations, but I'm not super well versed.
Okay. Would you say that every pope that has ever been, put into that position of power is the original artist?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Can you expand on that for me a little?
All right. So the Renaissance era of art, the only reason why those art pieces exist is because the popes were usually forcing those artists to make the art, which is the reason why some of the art was controversial at the time and why it's so big and why we know it today.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. So would you say like the popes were the original artists? Because basically what they're doing is what you're doing. You're giving in a prompt, you're telling them what to make, and then they send it to you. Kind of like the commissioner example that the other person brought to you.
Okay, and I want to answer your question as concisely as I can,
Hmm.
but in order to do that, I want to kind of offer you this example. Um, the last guy and I, we kind of agreed to this. Hopefully, you and I can agree to it as well. That person plus the medium by which they express themselves equals art. Can we agree to that?
That person plus the medium. And you mean by medium like the things you use to make art, like the tools?
Medium means whatever is available at your discretion to implement what you're doing, whether you use the pencil or a pen or a camera or digital art or a large language model, as long as you have a medium that adequately expresses your feelings, that equals art.
So even another person would count under that medium for you.
Even another person, because
Okay.
that would just be me utilizing a tool at my discretion. Do we agree to that?
Sure, if you want to count a human being as a tool or even.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same if I commissioned you to do a thing, which is where I'm going with this. If the Pope forcibly commissioned people to do a thing, regardless to how unethical or immoral we think that is, he's the person who used the medium to express what he wanted to say. So my answer to you absolutely would be yes. In this instance, in any other instance like it, the Pope would be the artist. Now, he wouldn't be the only artist because the people who did more of the heavy lifting would be responsible. And then we could say this was a joint effort. This was a collaborative thing. Like more one art piece can have more than one person's finger in the honeypot to produce it.
And you believe that they deserve credit due to the fact that they.
Define credit. My only contention here
Right.
is that
Like the
the
reason why I'm saying credit, right, is because if you're saying that people who use AI are the artists, right, you're giving them credit for something that they did not put the time and effort into drawing. Um,
that's not true. That's not true.
uh,
And I think you know that that's not true. And I'll walk you through that very easily.
mhm.
My favorite example right now is that I'm going to give you ChatGPT version 65,000. Okay? This is the most state of the art AI system you've ever seen. It can make 3D fucking holograms, my guy. Like, we talking Star Trek holodeck type shit. You put it in there, it can do whatever you fucking tell it to do. If you sit in front of it and the cursor is blinking and you don't touch it, what will it do?
Like if the cursor's blank and you don't touch it, it will do nothing.
Exactly. So what you need is a human person to give it the instructions for it to do a thing. I don't need to credit the paintbrush because much like I had an idea, I pick up the paintbrush and I move my fingers across the canvas and then I make art. It just so happens that my tool of choice, my medium, is a large language model. Now, we've already shown that if you remove the medium by which to express myself, I don't have art. You need the person and the medium. As long as these two conditions are satisfied, we have met the definition of art. We just went out. Don't you start with me.
I'm sorry?
I'm just arguing at my dog.
Oh,
So
okay.
do we agree at that? Like all I really need is the person plus the medium.
And I would say you would need like some type of. How do I put it? Because I know I don't have the words for this, and I'm sorry. Like, because
No,
I'm
no,
really
it's
bad with
it's fine,
words.
bro. We learning in real time, my guy. Like,
Yeah.
please. I
But
would much rather you be genuine and say, "Hey, I'm not quite sure," than to just be pulling stuff out of your ass like the last guy did.
yeah, so what I would say is like something needs to be done physically, right? So like for example, right, like how I brought with you with Renaissance art, or even I can even bring with you like multiple parts of history that like we've gotten art from. For example, if you go to Louisiana, a lot of like the architecture and the art that was made from the enslaved African people. But if we were to go, well, the captors told them to do this, so they're the original ones who put in that, credit, that blood, sweat, and tears, I would feel like that would be disingenuous. And I know I'm pulling out the most extreme example, right? But I feel like the only way we can actually get the point across is if we think of the most extreme examples.
know what you're saying, but and I don't even think you meant to do this. How can I pronounce your name again? Pronounce that for me.
Azul, you pronounce the Z like an S.
Azules. Am I getting that right? Azules.
Yeah, you pronounce the Z like an S. It's
Okay.
basically
Now,
blue in Spanish.
oh, nice. You and I, when we started this, we agreed to the dictionary definition. And I don't think that you are intentionally doing this, but what you're doing, whether you is inadvertently or not, is you've agreed to the definition and now you're trying to add in a new thing. You're saying that whatever we do, what you creative expression of ideas, it needs to be physical. And that's just not true. It's not in the dictionary definition that we agreed to, and you're adding a thing in so that you can object to the dictionary definition. Do you see how that doesn't work?
Okay.
So all I need to do to meet this criteria is person plus the medium by which to express myself equals the art. AI art satisfies this at every turn. We agree to these definitions. You agree to my premises. I just want you to agree with my conclusion. And if you don't agree with the conclusion, I need you to show me what the symmetry breaker is so that I can correct myself.
Okay. Um, maybe then I don't agree exactly with that definition. Um,
Okay,
yeah,
we
and like
can we
again, I'm
can go
saying
to
I'm
a
sorry.
different one
I
now.
don't I don't
Now
have
we
like the
we
exact words to use.
like we tweaked the Oxford for you, but that's fine. We can move on. You didn't like Merriam-Webster, that's fine. We'll go with Cambridge. Cambridge Dictionary says making objects, image, or music, etc., that are beautiful or express feelings. Do you like this one?
Using objects to make beautiful express feelings.
It says making objects, images, music, etc., that are beautiful or express feelings.
Sure, but then I already see where you're gonna go with this, where you could use AI to make those images.
Yeah, it's almost like it fits the definition. Would you like to try a different one?
Sure, but can I ask you something?
Sure.
That My Little Pony example that you brought up, right, with the commissioner?
hmm
You do realize that those ponies are canonically children, right?
it's just an example. Like we could have said gargoyles, and the argument would remain the same, regardless to like these. This is what you would call a non sequitur. You are now trying to criticize the example instead of the argument. I'm not interested in the criticism of the argument. I recognize that the My Little Ponies are supposed to be children, but also let me go a step further. They're fictional.
I'm sorry, so because they're fictional, what
Because
does
they're
that?
fictional, they don't apply to human rights. These are fictional characters. Voldemort's an evil guy, but nobody's looking for Voldemort to arrest him. Like
Right, but you do realize,
you're criticizing the example instead of the argument.
aren't you
Can we
from
get
the,
back to the argument?
wait, I'm sorry, but aren't you from the United States?
I am.
You do realize that no matter if the character is fictional, you do realize having any type of pornographic material with somebody who is supposed to be underage is actually illegal there, despite the
You know,
person being
and this is really
fictional.
interesting, sir, but it's not the topic of conversation. You are now trying to pick apart. Let's say I grant it for you. Let's say I grant to you that My Little Ponies are children and that my example was pedophilia behavior. I'll even go a step further and go, "Oh man, that must make me a pedophile." Does my definition of art still adhere to the dictionary definition? Is it logical? That's what I'm arguing. You're off
I'm
on some
sorry,
other shit.
I
I'm
just
not
wanted to
interested
point
in
that
any of
out.
that. And that's cute, but it has nothing to do with the conversation.
hmm
So, can we get back to the definition, or do you want to try to call me a pedophile again because you didn't like my example?
No, I'm not trying to call you a pedophile because I didn't like your
Oh, okay,
example. I'm
but
just trying
yeah,
to call
you
you a
kind of
pedophile
were.
because
It
your
was some
example
low
was
cliche,
pedophilic.
and I peeped that out. But that's fine. Let's get back to our dictionary definition. Cambridge says making objects, image, and music that are beautiful and express feelings. Do you agree with this, or do you want to move on to a different one?
That can you repeat the definition again?
Making objects, images, music, etc., that are beautiful or express feelings.
Sure.
Okay, so if I can walk you through how AI art is me making an object, image, or music that is beautiful or expresses my feelings, will you concede the point or will you try to color my goalpost again?
Okay, well, your example being beautiful, I'm guessing you're going to put in a prompt into AI and then
Now, no,
thinking
what
up a
I'm going to
subset.
say is, regardless to the means or method which I use to express myself, if I find a way to create an image or music that expresses my feelings, it would be art by the Cambridge definition, wouldn't it? Now, if you don't like that because I trapped you super duper quick, we can move on to Collins or American Heritage. Like, I have a few others. If you think that you have a better faring there.
I'm sorry,
But at
American
some point, you're
Heritage?
going to have to say, wow, man, I'm just agreeing with the dictionary definitions over and over and over. At some point, I just need you to concede. But I'm happy to walk you through every dictionary definition that I have so I can show you that. Would you like to use a different one?
Mm, I'm just wondering if there's any time in recognized history where the art did not involve the person.
Sure. Now, you know who Steven Spielberg is?
Steven Spielberg, the movie director?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Does Steven Spielberg write the movies?
No, he directed them.
Do Steven Spielberg act in the movies?
No, he directed them.
Does Steven Spielberg work the cameras?
Yes, he directed them.
No, he doesn't. No, he says cut, he says action, and then he looks at the tape. He doesn't work the cameras. There's a cameraman for that.
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg doesn't work the cameras. Does Steven Spielberg do his own editing?
No, because he's only the director.
No. It sounds like Steven Spielberg has a creative idea and he used the medium, all these other people, to express his emotional state, which is the definition of art. There's your in real life, beat for beat comparison to a person who makes art but doesn't directly physically do it himself.
Yeah,
That
the
also works for
director.
Quentin Tarantino. That also works for George Lucas. That also works for Kevin Feige. That works for the DC universe. This works for everything, my friend.
Do you
I don't
understand?
have to
Do you
I don't
understand?
have
Like,
to be the only person who's working on it. It can have multiple people working on it and I still be considered an artist.
yes, and the multiple people that are working on it get their credit for the things that they do. You know
And
what's the?
that's
Can
fantastic,
you tell me what the
but
difference? How about this? Since you brought up Quentin Tarantino and Steven Spielberg, can you tell me the
mhm,
difference in their movies and how you could tell which one's directed by who without even looking at the credits?
I probably could, but this, sir, is what we call a non sequitur. I recognize that different people have different styles. That's fine. And I recognize that in some cases, people who make these pieces of art don't necessarily give like correct ownership. What you're doing now is you're now trying to shoehorn ownership into the definition. And ownership does not appear anywhere in the definition.
It's
I
not
don't
about
care who
ownership,
owns
sir.
it. I don't care who owns it. I don't care who
Not
gets
not
credit.
about
I don't
ownership,
care
sir.
who owns the
George
IP.
Lucas
The
doesn't
only thing
own
that
the films. Again, I'm not
that
talking
the
about
only
ownership. I'm
yeah
talking about
no
the
yes
credit
right
for
he
what they
doesn't
do, right? When
he doesn't own anything. That's right. But
right,
he's still an artist, isn't he? He didn't
yes, you
physically
don't
make
have
it
to.
himself.
Yeah, you're missing what I'm saying, and maybe I'm just like not explaining it right. But the thing
No,
that I'm
no,
saying is
you're explaining it just fine. Can I still man it for you? Do you know what a steel man is?
the reason why I'm saying that you can.
Hold on, buddy, because I want to make sure. Because if we don't do this, we're going to talk past each other. Do you know what a steel man is?
No, I do not.
Okay, a steel man is when I take your argument and then I repeat it back to you in the strongest possible sense.
Hmm.
I'm going to steel man your position for you. I'm going to paint it in the most positive light that I can. Hopefully, you'll be able to do the same for me. Can we give that a try?
Sure. Do you know what the job of
What I
director is?
what I hear you saying is that for a person to be an artist, he has to be directly responsible physically. He has to play a part. He has to be the one who physically does it, whether he's writing it down, whether it can't be just an instruction. He has to physically roll up his sleeves and get in there. And if he doesn't physically roll up his sleeves and get in there, he's not an artist. Do I have your position right? If I don't, please explain it to me so that I can get it right because I don't want to talk past you.
Yes, and you do have it right because, for example, the
Fantastic.
two
No,
people that
no,
you gave
no.
me.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
Can
give
you
me
still man my position for me?
still man your position. Yeah, you're trying to say that anybody could be an artist just because they prompt or give instruction to make a piece of art, and the only reason
That's
why
not what
it's a
I
piece of
said.
art is
That's
because
not
of the
what I
fact that
said.
it pulls on your
No,
emotional
that's
frame.
a straw man. That's not a steel man. That's a straw man. That's the weakest position. The straw man fallacy is you have now dumbed down my argument to make it the weakest it possibly can be because you think that's easier to defeat.
Okay,
That's not what I said at all.
that is.
My argument, my argument is
What does it?
anybody,
What does it have?
anybody
What do you?
anybody who makes an object, image, or music that expresses their feelings has accomplished art.
Yes, and
That's all. I'm
wait,
not
by your
saying that they own the art. I'm not saying that they can sell the art. I'm not saying they're the sole artist involved. I'm saying if I make an object, image, or music and it expresses my feelings, that it is art. Before we go further, just to clarify this, because not that I'm saying that this is what you're going to do, but I want to nip it in the bud now. You do agree, go further, just to clarify this, because not that I'm saying that this is what you're going to do, but I want to nip it in the bud now. You do agree that the only express my feelings correctly would be me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get to tell me that I didn't express my feelings correctly, right?
Sure, that could be a form of
So
expression.
so if I make an object, if I present you an image or a music and I say to you, this expresses my feelings, is that art?
Yes, but that's the part you're
That
not getting.
that's my steel man, sir. That's
Brother,
as far as my
if you keep
definition
talking
goes.
over me,
It
you're
doesn't
not
speak.
gonna get what I'm saying.
I am talking over you because I'm trying to make my point. My
No, you're not.
definition doesn't speak to ownership. My
Mine
definition
doesn't
doesn't
speak
speak
to
to who.
ownership either.
My mine doesn't speak to credit. Mine doesn't speak to effort. Mine doesn't speak to skill. Mine doesn't speak to how many people collaborated on it. As long as the image, music, or object that I created expresses my feelings, and I'm the only person who can say that it's adequately done that, I have created art. Anything you say beyond this definition is not what I'm saying. You understand?
Okay. Yes, I understand. That's why I'm trying to talk to
Okay,
you and tell you my
go for it.
example, right? Because you already gave Quentin Tarantino and George Lucas, right? And this is why I'm saying ownership does not matter in my definition. George
Okay.
Lucas and Quentin Tarantino do not own their films. In fact, their films are owned by Disney, Sony, and sometimes even Fox, right? Those are
I
the
agree.
owners. Right.
Hold on.
But the reason
Before
why
you,
they get
hold on.
you don't even let me
They
finish.
don't.
That's crazy.
Hold on. I'm looking for clarification so that we're not talking past each other. We agree that
You're already
Quentin
talking
Tarantino
over
and
me.
Steven Spielberg probably don't own the rights to their work, but they still created it, didn't they? Is it
Yes.
still their expression of their feelings?
Yes. Now can you let me finish?
That's my only criteria. You're
Okay, can
now
you let me
saying,
finish?
okay, just be no, you're going on this tangent and you're saying, well, they probably don't own it, and then you're going to use that to say, well, they if they don't own it, it's not art. I don't care
I wasn't
about the
gonna say that
ownership.
it's not art. Again, if
Go
you
ahead.
keep speaking over me and speaking, because you're talking about speaking past each other,
I'm
you're
probably
speaking over me
yeah.
instead of trying to understand the point. You are
No,
literally trying
I'm
to be
trying to under.
reactionary
You
and
know what?
only listening
You
to
know
have a
what?
response rather than to actually soak in what I'm saying.
You know what? I'm not going to let you project at me, bro. Now, I'm ha- I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let you unmute. But the moment that you say something that isn't in my argument, I'm going to interrupt you. Like I want to be super clear on that. Like the second you say something that's not the thing that I'm arguing, I'm going to stop you because
You're
that's
not.
you talking past me. Do you agree?
Oh my god.
As long as you don't talk past me and put words in my mouth and say that and
I'm
try
not
to
gonna.
get me
I'm
to
not gonna
defend the
quote
thing I
you on
didn't say,
anything.
fantastic. Go
Okay.
for it.
I'm not quoting you on anything. All I'm using is your example, right? You said Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. I'm saying, for
Correct.
my example, and I'm quoting myself on this, the reason why I agreed to Steven Spielberg and George Lucas as examples is because it's perfect for what I'm trying to say. Steven
Okay.
Spielberg and George Lucas may not have ownership, but they still are artists in their own respective right. They still get
I
credit
agree.
for their own
I
respective right,
agree.
right? George
I
Lucas is
agree.
never going to be called an actor because he is not acting. However, he's going to be called a director because he is directing.
I agree.
He gets down to the nitty gritty, like how I said, where it's like they roll up their sleeves and they get into it. They help with blocking. They help with stage direction. They help with the tone of how actors say things. They help with the way that the camera angle pans
Real
and
quick,
how the
Azul.
editing goes
Really
because they
quick,
are the
really
sole
quick.
director, right?
Hold on, buddy. Really quick. I'm just looking for clarification. You were saying that Quentin Tarantino and Steven Spielberg they give directions to other people and then they do the thing. Isn't that prompting? Isn't that me giving an instruction? It's the same thing. But please continue.
Yes. Now, can you let me finish?
Continue.
One
Continue.
second.
Yeah.
Before he continues, Phantom, I know whenever you get a chance, can you make me a mod on here, so I could help with
Oh,
the comments?
absolutely. And let me figure out how I can do that.
Okay.
You
I
click
am
on their
slow.
profile, you press the three dots, and it should say add as mod. And then while you're going there, don't just press yes and then leave it. Look through the little things that allows them so you could give them full abilities.
Add as a mod, manage guest, Dr. Barry in the house.
And I can help you
Pins.
out in the comments. All right.
Absolutely.
I'll drop.
No, don't. Oh, I guess, yeah, you just want, that's fine. Thanks for coming, Doc. Always a pleasure to have you. All right, my guy, I'm going to put my phone down. I'm going to let you do your thing. I won't interrupt you unless you say something that, like, just is blatantly wrong.
Right. So the reason why I'm saying that they're both, like, for example, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas are artists is because of the fact that they do have what they do respectively. Yes, they're given directions, but they're shown as artists for what they do. If you're trying to say that you are an artist and you created that image, then that is not what you did. Sure, you could be an artist as in the fact that you
I
wrote
got to
something.
interrupt
Wait,
you. Now here we are. You violated our deal. I have to interrupt you. You don't get to say I didn't create it. If it didn't exist without me expressing my feelings, who else is responsible for creating it?
The AI.
Okay, but the AI is the medium. The same way the people that Quentin Tarantino and Steven Spielberg direct are his medium.
Right, but the
medium
AI
I'm using, I'm using is AI.
Yes, and AI uses images that have already been made thousands of times. To
Okay,
recreate
and
that
here
stuff.
and now once again, what you're doing is you're now shoehorning new things into
Oh
the
my
definition.
God. Can you let me-
Nobody says
You-
that. Where does it say it can't be something that hasn't been done before?
Hold
Where does it
on.
say it has to be
You
original?
didn't even let
Where
me
does it
finish
say?
my sentence because I was even going to agree with you at the end of my sentence.
Because if you started on a tangent on things I don't agree with, and then you
at the end of
ramble
my
on six
sentence, it
things,
literally was going to be an agreement, dude. Literally, what I was going to say is if you're saying that you're an artist for your direction, sure. Like the guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland, when he wrote the stories, yes, he was an artist for writing his feelings and expressions. However, he's not the artist for the illustrations because the illustrations were not made by him. Sure, he may have gave directions for that illustration, but he is not the one who did the illustration. He's not the artist for it. But he is the artist for the chapters and the amazing work he did.
Whose feelings does it express? If even if I didn't write it, let's say I'm Steven Spielberg and I have this idea for a movie and I hire all the people that I need to put together this movie, it would be my idea, it would be my feelings, and I've made an object, image, or music that expresses those feelings. These are the only criteria I need for art. What you're doing, and this is the third time that you've done it, is once again you're looking to find new things that you can shoehorn into the definition so that you can disagree with me. Yeah, I'm not saying that directors draw. I'm not saying that directors act. I'm not saying that directors edit. I'm saying directors direct and directors are artists. It doesn't matter by which way you express it. It says objects, images, or music. Like I can, in any form of expression, I could hum a tune. If it's how I feel, I've expressed myself, that's art. You understand what I'm saying? Like you're looking to say, well, you're a director, so you're an artist in that regard, but you're not a drawer artist, you're not an editor artist. You're the one adding in all of these extra words. I'm saying artist. An artist expresses himself. The artist has expressed himself. The definition has been satisfied. Anything more you add in here is just you straw manning my definition. You understand that, right? You recognize that if you gave me a definition and then I said, okay, well, I want to include this other thing so I can make you wrong, that would be me straw manning your definition. And worse, this isn't even my definition. This is the definition. This is the definition that you agreed to 35 minutes ago.
This
But
is
now
you're
you
not
want to
listening
add
to
in new
the argument
things.
I gave you. The argument I gave you is about creation, right? And also how you could be an artist in your own respect, right? I'm not saying that you being a writer is not art in its own medium. You could write a really detailed prompt, right? You could write something that is very poetic, and then the AI uses other people's images to actually convey that feeling, right? But you are not the one who created that image. You are the one who created the emotion behind it and the writing and the detailed script. And that is still art. Okay? The writing is the art that you created.
Can
The
I
art
still
that
man
it,
you? Can I still man you so that I'm understanding you?
mhm.
What I hear you saying is, yes, directors are artists. Yes, editors are artists. Yes,
Yes.
actors are artists. But the director is not an actor artist. The director is not an editor artist. You're saying that the director is a completely different kind of artist, and that seems to be your contention. Do I have that right?
Yes. So
You can
that's what I'm
add
saying.
whatever prefix you want onto it. You can say AI artist, you can say digital artist, you can say photography artist, you can say musician. I don't care what prefix you add onto it. The word I'm looking at is artist.
Right. So then you could
I've
agree
met
that
the
you did not create.
definition.
Could you agree
I've
with
met
what
the
I'm saying with the
definition of
prefix?
artist. That
Do you
has
agree
been
with me?
satisfied by the dictionary definition. Anything more you add in here is not my definition.
So do
I'm
you
not
agree
saying that
with
the
my
director is
prefix?
an actor artist. Yes, I agree that directors aren't actors. I agree that writers aren't drawers. I
Okay,
agree
so
that
then you could agree
storytellers
that you
aren't
are not the one who
editors.
created the image.
That's not true because the image wouldn't exist
You
without
just
me.
agreed to the example I gave you, where they did not
No,
create,
I did.
like they did not
No, I
act.
didn't.
Yes,
I
you did.
agree that there are different kinds of artists. There are actor artists, there are director artists, there are
Yes, and you
dancer
are a
artists,
writer.
and there are musician artists. I'm
Yes,
not
and you are a
saying
writer.
yes, and I am an artist. And anything
Yes.
created with my art that expresses myself is art. So if I take my writing and I put it into a system and then that image correctly identifies with the emotional state that I had, guess what that's called? It's called art. You can tack on all the prefixes you want, sir. I'm not saying I'm an actor. I'm not saying I'm a director. I'm not saying I'm a gaffer. I don't work in craft services. I don't own any of the IPs. I'm saying I made an art. I made image, music, or an object that expressed my feelings. That's all I need. Anything else you add in there is a non sequitur at this point. You want to tack on all these new extra things when the definition has already been satisfied. You see that, don't you? Like you recognize that you're trying to like, well, you're not a director artist. You're a writer artist. I don't care. The word I'm looking for is artist.
Right, but you're looking for an oversimplification.
Now, no, I'm not looking. I'm looking for what the words mean. If I express myself with a medium, I'm an artist. What you're trying to do is overcomplicate it and say, well, it has to do these extra things. And that's just not in the dictionary
It's not
definition, sir.
overcomplicating it. Anybody who has studied art and anybody who even just has a respect for art knows that art
Sir,
isn't
I've studied
simple, it's
art. I
complicated.
studied art. I'm twice your age. Don't do the appeal to authority. Don't say any real artist because I've been a real artist before you were born. And you don't see me appealing to that because that doesn't do anything to the dictionary definition. Anybody, anything that makes an object, image, or music that expresses their feelings is art. AI does not have feelings, therefore, it cannot express its feelings. AI doesn't make art. People can make art with AI, but AI doesn't make art. Do you see the difference?
Yes, you tell the AI what to do, and yet that art still
Fantastic.
belongs to the
So
AI
the
because
same
the
way
AI
Steven
has
Spielberg
domain.
tells the The same way Steven Spielberg tells the actors what to do. The same way he tells the camera people what to do. The same way he tells the gaffers what to do. The same way he says, cut, hey, let's run that again and let's try it with some different emotion. It's the exact same thing. Now, if you can point out a symmetry breaker, I'm happy to concede that point. But if not, I just need you to concede the point. I've met the dictionary definition. I've met it with 3 different definitions of your choosing over the past hour, and you're still fighting this, and I don't understand why.
Because you're missing. Okay, you're
What
saying that
what
you've
what point
studied art
what
for
point am I
years.
missing? What point am I missing? Because what I hear you saying is that yes, we have adhered to the
My point
dictionary
is that
definition, but there's more. What more can it be? Like for example,
art has
an
always
ice
been
cube.
more, especially if you're dealing with human emotions and human thoughts. Human emotion.
No. You can have a subjective opinion on the art, but your subjective opinion, you're doing what the last guy did. You're confusing your subjective opinions on the art with if it's art itself. My example that I would use is an ice cube is a frozen piece of ice. If I have a frozen piece of ice, if I have a frozen piece of water, by definition, it's ice. I don't get to add anything to it. As long as it's water and it's frozen, it's ice. I'm showing you now that AI art meets the dictionary definition. I'm saying that my AI art is now is frozen water. I've walked you through 3 different definitions and you've agreed every time. But your contention is you want to add something different to the definition so that you can say I'm wrong. I'm happy to let you do that, but what I need you to do is 2 things. One, admit that it meets the dictionary criteria, and 2, you are now choosing to diverge from the dictionary to use your own niche definition.
It's not even niche, but yes, I'm diverging from the
Okay,
dictionary.
if you're diverging from the way words are used, I'm not interested in that conversation. I use words the way words are used. Words mean words here. I don't get to add things or take things away. I don't get to endow these words with my own fucking feelings. I'm using the words the way the words are used. You're adding new things. Do you
Do you think
recognize
every
that
art?
when
Do you think every artist that is respected has used the words the way that they're supposed to be used? Like, for example, Leonardo da
I
Vinci.
don't give a shit. I don't other people's opinions of their
Of
art
course you
have
don't,
no
because you
bearing.
don't have any.
It does not matter because I made an object, image, or music that expressed my feelings. I don't give a shit about Steven Spielberg and how he did it. I don't care how he expressed himself. I'm proud that he did. I like some Steven Spielberg movies, but it has no bearing on the definition of art or how I do art. I don't care what you think of my art. Moreover, I don't think you would give a shit if I went and looked at your art and said, you know what, I don't care for it. It wouldn't make it not art. The thing that you're doing, and I need you to acknowledge this, or we cannot move forward. You are confusing how you feel about art with the definition of art. And these 2 things are exclusive. Do you
And that,
understand that?
then in that case, you would have to say most artists do not fit the definition of art. For example,
No,
abstract
no,
artists.
no. You would have to say that because I'm using an objective definition. I'm using the dictionary. You're saying I'm using dictionary plus feelings. I'm not doing that. You're doing that. You can have a subjective opinion on an objective
Okay,
thing.
your
That's
dictionary came from
fine.
Cambridge,
I'm sorry?
right? Your dictionary definition came from Cambridge, right?
Among all the others that you agreed to, and I curb stomped you on, but
Right.
we can use a different one if you like.
No. That's not the point. When it came to Cambridge, right, they discredited a lot of artists, for example, abstract artists, years back, simply for the fact that they didn't view it as
I
art
don't care.
because of the
I don't care.
definition.
I don't care. Now what you're doing is you're
Wait,
saying,
so now
hey,
you
I
don't care
agree with
about the definition?
now you're saying I agree with this definition, but let's use a different definition. Would you like to
No.
use a
Now you don't care
different
about the
definition
definition
for
because
this? Dude, no. What you're doing is trying to add things into this definition. Now, if you want to concede the point, that's fine. Concede the point that on 3 different dictionary definitions, I have satisfied that definition, and now you want to use a 4th one that's also in the Cambridge Dictionary. I'm happy to let you
I'm
do
not
that.
using another one.
But
I'm using yours.
no, okay, the Cambridge Dictionary says making objects, images, music, etc., that are beautiful or express feelings. That's the definition that we agreed to 46 minutes ago. You agreed.
Right. Have you
I
ever seen
agreed.
any historical?
I walked you through how AI art fits this criteria, and now your contention is, oh, yeah, it doesn't have this. I'm telling you
Cool.
that what I have said meets this definition. You agreed that it meets this definition, but you still won't concede the fact. What is it
Okay.
about this definition that we just read that AI art doesn't have, that
Have the
appears in this
scholars,
definition?
have the same scholars that have been editing and maintaining that definition in Cambridge recognize AI art? Have they?
I don't care. I'm looking at the
You
definition.
do care. You just said you hold
If
to that definition.
if you don't like, I hold to this definition because we agreed to it. Now, if you want to find a
Right.
different one,
Which
if
I'm
you want to
agreeing
find a
to it. So let
different
me ask.
one, no, you're not agreeing to it. I've satisfied the Cambridge definition, and then you said, well,
Okay, so
Cambridge
then if
didn't
we're
do this.
satisfied with
It
Cambridge
doesn't. It
definition,
doesn't. It doesn't. Don't unmute until I'm done. You're trying to overtalk me, and it's never going to work.
you've
If
been
I
over
agree,
talking. It's not your.
yeah, I'm the host. This is my shit. This is my shit.
You're
You
a
are a
grown ass man who
guest.
wants to be rude as fuck.
Last chance, bro. I'm trying. Now, if you want to crash out because you have no argument, that's fine. I'd love for you to stay and make a point and prove me wrong. Do you know how dope you would look if you get up here and I rattled off for the last 45 minutes and then you hit me with a fact and I go, fuck, you were right. You would look so fucking cool. Now, the Cambridge Dictionary agrees with me, just like the Merriam-Webster did, just like Oxford did. If you don't like this definition, we can find you a different one. But I'm not going to let you add things to the definition. I'm not going to let you say, yes, Cambridge says this, but Cambridge also says other things. I don't care if Cambridge says other things. The definition that we agreed to an hour ago is this. I have satisfied AI art to your own definition. If you don't like this one, you can
Repeat what
say,
I
hey,
said
I
word
don't
for
like.
word verbatim, please. Just repeat what I said
I'm sorry.
verbatim. Repeat what I said verbatim.
Bro, I can't repeat what I said verbatim. Nice try. Like,
Okay, if you want, I can. What I
please.
said is, if we're gonna go by the Cambridge definition of art, okay, we'll go by it. So then, do you think that Cambridge, any of the scholars who have held up to this definition, is
See, now you're appealing to authority. I'm not asking you about Cambridge scholars. I'm reading the definition from the dictionary. And your appeal is, well, that's not what the scholars say. The scholars aren't here. I'm not here to
who do
speak
you
to the
think
scholars.
published the dictionary?
I'm here. I'm here to have a conversation about the definition that you agreed to. Now, clearly, you don't like this one anymore. Clearly, you don't think this one
No, I
works for you.
do. That's why I'm asking you. You don't like it anymore.
Okay, so let me add. You know what? I'm going to give you the floor. I
Thank
want
you.
you to
Please.
wrap. Hold on. But once you do, I want your word that you will answer for me a series of only yes or no questions, and then we can get to the heart of this. Can we do
After I'm
that?
done, yes.
After
After
you're
I'm
done,
done. Yes.
here's your official 2 minutes on the clock. Have at it.
The reason why I'm saying that yes, we could go with the Cambridge definition is because if you want to go by that, because the scholars, and before you say anything, the scholars are the ones who keep the dictionary up to date and keep updating the dictionary and the thesaurus. The same scholars who do that would not recognize AI as art, and you can see that because Cambridge School of Art, Cambridge Museum of Art, all of them never have recognized AI as actual art. In fact, if you join their School of Art and use AI in their school in Cambridge, they would literally flunk you and kick you out immediately. That is actually a thing. So if they don't recognize the that is art, right? And they are the ones who made the definition. They are the ones who published it. And that is the definition that you are satisfied with, then you would have to agree with them because they are the ones who are using the definition that you gave me.
Have you landed your plane, sir? Because I think I understand what you're saying now. Are you good?
Yeah.
So, and I want to steel man you in this last minute. What you're saying is, hey, Phantom, we've read the objective definition of art in the dictionary. And yes,
Mm-hmm.
Phantom, you've walked me through it and said AI art does satisfy these things. However, the people who wrote the Cambridge Dictionary feel a certain way about it and they don't allow it in their schools. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit about their feelings. It meets the definition.
You gave a shit about
I'm
their
not here to
definition.
argue. I'm not here to argue your feelings. I'm you have once again confused what art is with how someone feels about it. I don't care how the Cambridge scholars feel about it. Honestly, I think if they truly, truly didn't like it, if it was really that way, they would probably change the definition to better reflect that. But I'm pretty sure that any Cambridge scholar says, I don't agree with AI art, but it still meets the criteria. If that were the case, then this wouldn't be the dictionary definition. You can have your opinion on it. That's fine. The Cambridge people don't like it. You know who does like it? Juilliard. You know who do like it? Museums. All the other people like the fucking banana on the wall. People like AI art. It's everywhere. AI art is the number one song on Spotify right now in America. It's got the top gospel song. It's clearly doing its job. I recognize, and yes, you're probably right. There are many, many, many scholars who disagree with AI art being art, but that's their opinion on an objective topic. Objectively, AI art is art by the definition. Now,
Sorry, when
can I
did
ask?
Juilliard start using AI art?
Can I ask you a series of yes or no questions now?
Yeah.
Okay. First, we'll start off super duper simple. Do you agree that the Cambridge definition says making objects, images, or music that are beautiful or express feelings? Yes or no?
Yes, it says that.
Okay. If I create an image or music or an object that expresses my feelings, have I satisfied that criteria?
Yes, if you created it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yes or no?
You just said, yeah, if you created it. Yes.
Okay.
If you
Am
created it.
I the sole arbiter of if this adequately expresses my feelings or not?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's
You're the
back up a
sole
little bit
arbiter
more.
of your creation. Yes.
Yes. So now let's back it up a little bit more because we seem to agree here. Is your contention that because I didn't physically make it myself, these words are not in the Cambridge Dictionary that we agreed to? Nowhere in the dictionary does it says I have to physically make it on my own. Not that I even disagree with that because I walked you through it and I said I sat you down in front of ChatGPT 6000. If you don't tell it to do something, it won't do anything. So clearly it was my instructions that contributed to the creation of this image. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if I contributed to the object, image, or music that expresses my feelings, have I created art?
You contributed?
Yeah, my idea, my creative ideas, my feelings went into it. My
Yes, in your
contribution
own
to it
respective
is
manner. Yes.
yes. So by definition, I have satisfied the Cambridge Dictionary definition of art, haven't I?
Yeah, you're a writer.
Okay,
You
fantastic.
wrote
So
art.
now, what do you call a person who creates art?
An artist. So you're a
So
writer.
So,
That's still an artist.
by definition, AI art, by the Cambridge Dictionary definition, is art.
Why can you not
And
accept that you're a writer, though? That's what I'm not getting, because a writer is
I
still an
don't,
artist.
I don't give a shit if you accept it or not. I made an
No, I'm
object.
asking if you accept it. Why can't you accept that you're a writer? That's still an artist.
Oh no, I'm absolutely a writer. In fact, I'd go a step further and say I'm more a storyteller. That is 100% my skill. If we were looking at a spectrum of skills, my storytelling skills are at a 10. My drawing skills are probably at a 3. My writing skills are probably at an 8. My sketching skills are probably lower. And don't even get me started on digital art. I suck in all those departments. But there's nothing in the definition that says I have to be proficient at any of these things. I could draw a stick figure and it would be art. I could draw a box. I could tape a banana to a wall and it would be art, provided it expressed myself. These are the only criteria I have met the dictionary definition criteria for what art can be. Do you recognize that AI art adheres to the definition of the Cambridge Dictionary? Yes or no?
The AI art adheres to the definition.
That that AI art, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, qualifies. AI art is an image, object, or music that expresses feeling. It doesn't say whose feelings. It doesn't say it has to be one person's feelings. It doesn't say I have to be the sole proprietor of those feelings. It doesn't say I have to own the feelings. It says I made an object, image, or music that expresses feelings. Do you agree with this? Yes or no?
Yeah, and it made your
Okay,
feelings out of other people's art. Yes.
so AI art is art. AI art. Do you see how you just did that? Do you see how you say yes? It agrees to the dictionary definition, but you use other people's shit. I don't care. I don't care, because I would argue, sir. So do you. You get your inspiration from things that you see. You get your inspiration from movies you saw, or songs you heard, or memories you had, or some shit you saw on Pinterest, or you watched One Piece and you was like, oh, that's dope, I can do that. You draw your inspiration from the same places that the large language models are drawing their inspirations, except I'm giving it the heads up because I'm telling it specifically what I want it to do, and it's only going to do that thing.
There's a difference between
I
inspiration and just cutting out pieces of a magazine. Okay, let me put it
okay,
this way.
okay, okay. Is are
AI
collages
is
art?
like, hey, let me put it this
No, are collages art? Yes or no? If like when little girls like cut up their teen bop magazines and they go, oh, I'm gonna cut out this heartthrob and oh, I'm gonna cut out this guy and put my face on it. Would you consider that art? Yes or no?
Would I consider that
So,
art?
but they didn't create anything themselves. They just took other bits from other people's stuff and then put it together in a new, unique way. It's almost like they made an object or image that expressed their feelings. Isn't that weird?
Would you
Spooky
say
how
that
that
is your
works.
handwriting whenever you make a ransom note with magazines?
Is that art? Probably. Yeah,
Is
I
it your
expressed myself.
handwriting?
No, it's not my handwriting, but it's art. And nowhere in the
Okay.
definition does it say it has to be my handwriting. It says it needs to express emotion. And you agree that the only person who gets to say if it expresses emotion or not is the person who created it. That's me. For your argument to hold, you would have to say, "Oh, you did, but I don't agree with the image that was in your mind. That's not how you really feel." You don't get to say that.
If I told you to write down a recap of my entire life, yes, I could say that you did write down that recap pretty well and you did it beautifully. But you are the one who wrote it, not me.
And it would be an expression of your
So
feelings
I
because it
am
would
not
be
the
an
writer.
but
You
but it
are.
would be yes, I would be the writer, but you would still be the person plus the medium to express yourself. In this case, I would be the medium. You chose me to write your autobiography, and I wrote it down 4 score and 7 years ago. You, sir, are just as much the artist here as I am because I can't write your autobiography without your input. Your input was critical. Nothing happens until you give me the instruction. The same way nothing happens with the AI until you give the AI an instruction. It's a one-to-one comparison.
So then everybody is an artist.
In anybody who makes an object, image, or music that expresses their feelings has created art. Yes.
Yeah, so that would be everybody, considering all you need for AI is internet access.
All you need is to create something that expresses your feelings, and it's art. That's it. Nothing else is required. I don't have to own it. If I drew a picture of Iron Man, I still expressed myself. I don't own it, but I still expressed myself. If I drew a picture of pedophile ponies, I still expressed myself. It's still art. Do you see how this works? The only thing I have to do
This
is
is
meet the
wild.
criteria of object, image, or music that expresses feelings. I've done that.
I don't think we're gonna go anywhere. You could go to the next person. Hopefully somebody else would be able to argue better for you.
Well, maybe somebody can use logic. Maybe somebody else would like to use some logic. Oh man, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. Holy cow. Hey guys, I didn't even, wow, and there are 26 people here. This turned into a whole thing. Is there anybody here? Is there any other op who would like to come up? I see somebody. Oh, I need to plug in my phone. Is at 5%. Is there anybody in the chat that wants to do more than just push slop? Like, cause I'm happy to have you up, Emily Rose. If you want to come up and argue with me, like, I'm not even gonna entertain you in the comments. Like, I'm looking at the comments now. I'm now just looking for ops. If you're an op and you'd like to come up and have this conversation, I want to have this conversation with you. Do you want to bitch in the comments, or do you want to come up here and defend your very, very silly position? Because as you can just see, the last two guys who stepped up got beat the fuck down with logic. Ooh, Bonubo is your name. Have you requested up? Are you 18 or over? I guess we'll find out in a minute. Let's see. Bonubo. I'm trying to hit accept. It's not letting me hit accept for you.
Hello?
That's weird. Oh, you're up here.
Okay.
For TikTok purposes, how old are you and how should I address you?
I'm 20 and I'm a guy.
Fantastic. But like, I need a name, bro. I'm not gonna call you Guy. Like, what
No,
should I
like
call you?
Bond.
I'm sorry. One more time, I didn't hear you.
Bond. Is it B-O-N?
Bond.
Yeah, some simple.
James Bond. Okay, got you. So you disagree with me, my friend?
Yeah.
Okay, let's walk through it. But before we do, like I tell you the way I tell everybody, I can't argue your opinions with you. So for us to have a fruitful and productive conversation, you and I need to agree on what the definition of art is. Is that fair?
Already heard the definition. I can't agree to a definition. Right?
Okay, so you're agreeing to which definition?
The Cambridge definition. But
Fantastic.
I can tell you something.
Okay.
So for starters, the reason why it doesn't bring up AI art in the Cambridge definition is because AI art wasn't even prevalent or relevant to the definition. It can say it still meets the requirement. What do you mean you don't care?
Don't care.
Obviously, they'll have to update the definition.
Okay, but and the dictionary definition, for your argument to hold, sir, what you're saying is, yes, you have met the criteria of the dictionary as it stands right now, but I'm sure there's an update coming and it's going to disagree with you. I don't care. When that time comes, I'll adjust myself appropriately. But until then, I've met the objective definition, hands down.
Okay. So if you had an essay due, and you use ChatGPT to write your essay, would you still be credible?
Essays aren't art. Essays, by definition.
No, I'm not talking about art. But saying, would you still be credible? Like, would you still?
Would I still be credible? No, because
Yes.
that's not a subjective thing. Because for it to be an essay, I would have had to have done the research. The whole point of me doing the essay is so that I can learn something. I'm not learning anything from my art. I'm only expressing myself.
Okay, right? Okay. So if you were to give Da Vinci a single bucket of paint to help him finish his painting, you only give him just a simple bucket of paint, would you have enough credibility and have enough value to say, hey, that's my painting as well, because you gave him a single bucket of paint?
I want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, because I don't want to talk past you. What I'm hearing you ask me is, if Picasso and I were in a room, you said Picasso, right?
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci. And if Da Vinci was like, Phantom, I don't know what, I want to make a painting and I have a thing that I want to do. And if I hand him the tools, am I the artist? No.
Okay, that's good. So what would be the difference in you giving Da Vinci the single, just the tool, just everything he needs, versus AI giving them a prompt? Because the AI already has all the knowledge to do it. Like you just said, they're not going to do it unless you don't tell them to. The only difference is that you just didn't give them the prompt. Versus me, Da Vinci, I only give him the single bucket of paint. What would be the difference?
I can explain that to you very, very simply. Because once I give him the bucket of paint, Da Vinci can go off and do whatever he wants. I could give the AI a bucket of paint and nothing would happen. because I don't need to give Da Vinci any instructions because Da Vinci's an artist. I can give him the tools, but as long as he uses it to make an object, image, or music that expressed his feelings, he's created art. I have no say so in it. For that argument to hold, that would be me saying if I give you the paintbrush for you to paint your picture, I get to be a contributor to the art. I don't. My emotional state is not involved. Nothing about me is in there. What is in there is your feelings. It's inside the object, image, or music that you created. This is a very, very bad analogy because the AI can do nothing on its own while Da Vinci is his own individual sentient being that could do it long without me.
So you think that AI is able to really portray human emotion?
I think that as the sole proprietor of what my emotional state is, I am the only person who gets to say, yes, this image or music or object adequately expresses how I feel. And if it only exists because I input it, it's mine.
But you do
Yes.
realize that we've programmed AI to act or how to feel. That's literally how AI began.
It doesn't teach it how to feel because the AI can't feel. You're attempting to give sentience to the machine. The machine does nothing.
We program it to make it act like it has sentience because we want it to relate to
we
us.
program it.
So how-
we program
so
it
how-
to make it.
So how
we
much
program
integrity
it-
would that really have if we're telling it how to act like a human, even though we all know it's not?
Okay, fantastic. So we're back to the director idea. Is Quentin Tarantino an artist?
In what sense?
Is he an artist? Did he make an object, image, or music that expressed his feelings?
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't. He doesn't necessarily act in all of his movies. He doesn't necessarily write all of his movies. He doesn't operate the cameras. He doesn't work in craft services. He's not responsible for any of the editing, but he's given credit as an artist because he directed everything else, right?
Right.
So AI is the same thing. I'm directing it. I'm saying I want this camera angle at this location, at this time, with this person, with this shading, with this frame, in this position, at this time of day. I'm giving the instructions.
But you
Tell
do
it
realize
what I
that Quentin Tarantino is not the say all be all. There's still a process when it comes to that movie. Like there's still going to be script change. Like he's not solely like you could direct the movie all you want. Half of the movie is still the script and the other half is the acting. You can change the lighting and you can contribute to it.
Hey, James Bond, all that's fine. And I agree with you. But we have still satisfied the definition from the Cambridge Dictionary is that Quentin Tarantino made an object, image, or music that expressed his feelings. In no way does it speak to how many people were involved. It doesn't speak to the ownership of whatever that feeling is. It's saying Quentin Tarantino made an object, image, or music that expressed feelings. That's my only argument. To add anything else into this is just you adding things to my definition so that you can say I'm wrong.
But what I'm trying to say is the integrity behind it. Because like I was just saying,
Okay, so where's integrity in the Cambridge Dictionary? Where is that in the definition that art requires your integrity?
I'm not saying it requires integrity. I'm saying we can.
So if it doesn't require integrity, no, I won't let you finish a bad definition. If it does not require integrity, I'm not going to let you bring up integrity.
I'm not saying it involved in the definition. I'm talking about from the moral standpoint.
Okay, but I'm not moral. I'm not here to argue morals.
I'm not saying it's in the definition.
Morals with you. So if it's not in the definition, I've satisfied the dictionary definition. Now you're trying to add morals into it. Nowhere in the Cambridge Dictionary definitions it says I have to express myself morally. It just says express my feelings. I've expressed my feelings. Do you see how in order for any of your arguments to hold, you have to include a new thing that's not in the dictionary definition that we agreed to?
So you think that you just typing out a sentence is equivalent to someone spending the time and hours into painting something, or someone recording in a studio, someone directing a movie? You think that you are equal to them?
That's not even my contention either.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Do you want a simple yes or no, or would you like me to expound?
Expound.
No, I do not think that I am equivalent to the guy. I'm not Quentin Tarantino. I don't have his directing prowess. I don't have the acting prowesses of like a Ben Affleck. I'm not saying that these things are the things that I'm doing. What I'm saying is that I've made an object, image, or music that expresses my feelings. That is the only criteria
But
to make a thing art.
how credible is it saying that you made it if you told someone, if you told,
because
regardless of what it is, to do it?
because it exists, because I had the idea. It would not exist without my idea, and it adequately expresses my feelings.
So if
That's
I go to a mechanic and I told him everything I wanted in my car,
not
and I
that's
just, and
no
I just
no
wait,
no
how is that not the
that's a
same?
non sequitur, because the definition of a mechanic is somebody who is skilled with making cars. In no
And an
way am I
AI
saying I'm
is
skilled.
artificial intelligence skilled in all aspects of what we teach
Okay,
it to
but
do.
no, that's not. No, you're trying to make the false equivalent. I'm not saying I'm a mechanic. The same way I'm
No.
not saying when I make a peanut butter sandwich, I'm a chef. These things have very specific definitions. For me to be a professional mechanic, I would have to know what mechanics are. I would have to know how cars work. I would have had to gone to some class and studied. None of the things that you are saying are required for me to make an object to express myself, and I'll prove it to you. That has a 2-year-old child who drew a stick figure of his mom, and it's not even a stick figure, it's a triangle, and the hair is moppy, and it's got little L's for feet, and it's got snowman hands. Is that art?
Yeah.
He didn't have to learn any new skills other than what he already had, right?
No.
So it doesn't matter the level of skill you put into it, as long as it's an object, image, or music that expresses myself, right?
Well, I'm talking about
No.
who made
I
it.
want an answer. I want an answer to that question. As long as there's an object, image, or music that exists because I had the idea and it expresses my feelings, it's art, isn't it?
Yes.
So AI art, by the Cambridge definition, is art. Thank you for your concession.
Are you gonna let me finish?
You sure can.
I was talking about who made it. When it
I don't
comes
care.
to,
I don't care. That's
what
not
do you
in the
mean you don't
definition.
care?
It's not in the definition. You are once again adding things to where in the definition does it say it can only be one person? Where in the definition does it says it can't be a collaborative effort? Where are these things in the dictionary definition that we agreed to? They're not there. You're adding things
Are you
to the dictionary.
gonna be strictly bound by definitions?
I adhere to. I make the words are what the words are. Words mean what they mean. I use them the way they are used, and I don't add things to them to strengthen my position. That's what you're doing.
So you don't think that like lawyers do that same thing of like they use the definition and expound upon it with their evidence?
They can expound. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence that's not your feelings? Because that's all I'm hearing. You're
I was trying to
adding
like
things.
show you the analogy because you said that you had an idea and you
Yes.
told like if we're being honest, the AI would not be the artist. It would be you, and the AI would just be the tool. Now
Yes, exactly,
would
my friend.
that would be more
That's
that
what
would
we're
be more on
saying.
that would be more of an integrity issue, which is something completely different because a lot of people, I know
Yes.
you're gonna talk about
Yes, Bond.
you don't care about people's feelings, but I'm gonna say a lot of
Bond.
people would not agree that you would qualify as a
Bond.
real artist.
Bond, I don't care what other people think. Have I adhered to the dictionary definition? Do you think that if a person saw a frozen piece of water and said, well, there are a couple of people who wouldn't agree that that's ice, do you think I give a shit about their opinions if it meets the definition? No. I don't care about when you add in something to the definition that's your feelings. None of these things matter. According to the dictionary definition, logically, objectively, factually, AI art is art, and the people who make it are artists. Now,
But
after this, we can have a conversation about ownership. We can have a conversation about collaborative issues. We can have a conversation about who owns the IP and who can do what with it. But none of these things matter to the thing that I'm saying is that I have met the dictionary definition. AI art is
so
art.
okay, where do you think the AI gets its model sheets from?
It gets it from people.
So I know you're gonna bring up the collage thing, but
Yep, I sure am.
one
So why would you
so
defeat your own argument? That's silly.
no, what I'm gonna explain is a collage versus an AI art that first of all, it's fusing a bunch of different pictures and models into one versus a collage where it's not fusing. It's a blank background with multiple pieces that express you versus it all being fused into one. If I take someone's art piece and another person's art piece and fuse them into one and just type in a sentence that changes the two, I'm still not being totally credible because I'm still have the foundation of two other real people's art pieces versus me using small tidbits. I could use magazines, I could use actual pictures versus
you're doing it again. I have to interrupt you, my friend. I have to interrupt you. You're doing it again. You have now tried to smuggle in who owns it into the definition. A collage is an object or image that expresses somebody's feelings. That's the only thing a collage needs to be to qualify as art. The same way that's the only thing that AI has to do to be considered art. But you saying, well, you didn't make it yourself, you don't own it, you didn't make all the individual parts, you didn't make your paintbrush, you didn't make the computer that you're using the graphic art with, you didn't make the camera that you took the picture with, you don't work with the software for the graphics design that you did. These are tools. AI is a tool. I've used
those are
that
tools
tool.
versus the outcome, the product.
Okay, where is that in the dictionary definition? All I need is to make an object, image, or music that expresses feelings. That's it.
I'm not talking about the definition.
I need you to acknowledge that. I need you to acknowledge that anything beyond making of an image or music that expresses feelings is art. That's all it requires. Do you agree?
Yes, but there's also a definition for plagiarism.
Okay, but do you notice how you did that? You once again said, hey, you agree with the dictionary definition, but you forgot to add plagiarism.
I'm not saying you forgot that, but you also have to include if you want to talk about art.
No, I don't. You're talking about ownership. I'm not talking about ownership. I'm talking about what the thing is. A frozen piece of water is ice. Nowhere in that definition did I say I own the ice. Nowhere did I say that I created the ice. Nowhere does it say that I have a say-so on the shape, size, and composition of the ice. It only adheres to the definition. Frozen water is ice. Object that expresses my feelings is art. That's it.
Okay, let me break it down.
If you want to have a conversation about plagiarism and theft after the fact, we can do that, but that's a non sequitur.
You using the ice argument is something objective in reality. Art. Can we both agree that art is subjective?
Vroom. Father Trinity in the HOUSE. What's up, Phantom?
Did I let? Okay, Dr. Barry must have let you up because I didn't even see you were in here. What's up, my guy?
Hey, I'm in here. The conversation that you had. I'm gonna let you do your thing because you eating it up. But I just wanted to come up and be like, "What's up, Father Trinity's house? You're having a good conversation, and y'all need to be tapping that app. There's 20 of y'all in here. Why is he not at 10K?"
Okay, Bond. Walk me through what your problem is, because what I'm hearing you say is that you agree that AI art has met every definition, but now you're saying that it needs to include these other things in order for it to qualify. What are these other things? Why should they qualify? And why should I accept that?
So for starters, we both can agree that art is subjective.
No.
Art isn't subjective.
No, you can have a subjective opinion about art, but what makes art has to be objective.
And how would you know that?
As long as you have an object, image, or music that expresses your feelings, you have art. If you have feelings and no object, you don't have art. If you have object but no feeling, you don't have art. So objectively, you need to have both in order for it to qualify as art. That is objective. Now, you can have a subjective feeling about the art, but you don't get to say that it's not. My example is the banana on the wall. I think the banana on the wall fucking sucks. I think that's the dumbest piece of art I've ever seen. It's worse than the Campbell's soup can. But I don't get to tell the guy because I think he was lazy, because I think it's stupid that his art isn't art, because he's met the criteria. It's an object that expressed his feelings. I have to submit that he has in fact met that criteria, the same way that AI art. has met that criteria. Now you can have a subjective feeling about it, and my subjective feelings about the banana is that it's fucking dumb, but it's still art. Do you agree with that?
I can agree to that.
Okay, so your subjective feelings on the art has no bearing on if it's art at all, does it?
What I'm going to say is that
I know I
if
kind of need a yes or no for that. I need a yes or no for that.
sure.
Thank you.
What I'm going to say is that when it comes to like I was saying with the collage thing, when it comes to AI art, you're gonna say that it doesn't involve the definition. Of course, it's not like the definition is not gonna involve every little nuanced thing. It's up to us to include that to make sure it's credible and integrity. Because when you submit your art to an art competition, it's gonna be based off their subject feelings. They're not gonna discredit and say it's not art at all, but they're still gonna judge it.
I have to interrupt you there. Yes, I can go to a place and I can submit my art to be judged by other people. What's being judged is if they like it or not. They're not judging if it's art or not. There's where your confusion is. And again, this is like the third time you've done it. You are now confusing how you feel about the art subjectively with the objective definition of art. I'm not interested in your subjective feelings. The judges can judge it. I could win #1 big gold ribbon and say, hey, I fucking did it. But they don't get to say that it's not art if they don't like it. They can say, I don't like it, but they can't say, I don't like it, therefore it's not art. Do you understand the difference there?
Okay, you know what? I think it is. You can call yourself an artist. People just won't call you credible. That's all it is. People just don't think you're credible.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what people call me because I've met the dictionary definition, and anybody who says it's not credible to meet the dictionary definition is illogical, and I don't want their advice.
We're not
anyway.
saying it's not credible to meet the definition. We're saying it's credible because you like.
Okay, so I can meet the dictionary definition and still not be credible. I can adhere to the rules and regulations objectively of art, but you won't take me seriously.
I can meet the rules and regulations.
Do you recognize that that's illogical?
Sounds
Do you
illogical.
recognize
Can I
that you're, I need you to say, I need you to recognize that that's illogical.
I'm gonna say that I can meet the rules and requirements of an essay that I have to do and still not be credible because
That's a non sequitur because an essay is required. You need to be learning from that, and art is not you expressing yourself. Like you need to express yourself for it to be art. The essay is not expressing itself. You're conveying factual information in a way so you can get a grade. That's not you expressing yourself. That's not art. That's a report. You're comparing.
not all essays are reports.
Okay, but none of them are art.
Some can be art.
Okay, yeah, some of them can be art. How would we know it was art? If it was an object, image, or music that expressed feeling. Now,
right, but it would still have to fall under some rule or regulation that we just agreed on.
If you have an essay that does that, then I would accept it as art. I would think it was fucking dumb, but I would accept it. Now, do you recognize that Father Trinity and I are literally only talking about the dictionary definitions, and you're saying you can't take? Oh, he left. He's a pop star.
You gonna run away when it gets hard.
Yes, sir. I understand. There's going to be a dumb kid in the class that says 2 + 2 = 5. I don't care if he's got the definition wrong, and he's going to say that my 2 + 2 = 4 is not credible because you're silly and you're not corresponding to reality. So no, I don't take that. And you're going to take you credibly. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about illogical people not take. I would prefer that illogical people not take me seriously because the second illogical people are like, oh yeah, I can get with that, I'm doing something wrong.
How can you be racist against art? Like literally, you're discriminating against its origin. That's literally like nationalism, literally discrimination. It's giving very much colonizer, elitist energy. And I personally am not with it. Like, how's anybody going to tell me that my comic book is slob? Like, what the crap?
We used your comic book today as an example too in a live, and it's like, it's very important. If you can't look at the image and say, here are the things that were stolen, then I don't see what your argument is. But even if you could, let's say I looked at your art, which I'm not saying that I can. I'm looking at this now. But even if I looked at this and said, oh, hey, It doesn't have this, and this. I don't like this image. It's still an object, image or music, that expressed your feelings, and that's all it takes to be art. It's just that's like saying you have to be this tall to ride on the roller coaster, and when you get there, you're that tall. But I go, yeah, but you're not a boy. That's not in the criteria. In nowhere does it say you have to be a boy. It just says you have to be this tall. And as long as I'm this tall, I get to ride the ride. That's
Yeah.
it.
I mean, the discrimination is honestly like so palpable. Like at this point, people just need to know that it was made by AI, and then they will just immediately try to tear it down. It's been proven. They showed that on X, dudes had an art piece that was a Monet, and most of you idiots are too fucking young and too dumb to even know who Monet is. But he went and said that it was created by AI, and people started ripping it to shreds, not realizing it was one piece made by one of the most prolific artists ever to put to do it. So the idea isn't really about quality. It isn't about your ability to denote quality. It's literally just about the fact that you all want to hate on AI, and that's crazy. Phantom.
Yes, sir.
So your comments need to be cleaned out, and I don't have the power to do that. Would you be so kind as to
Say
grant me said powers?
say less, King. Say less. So hey, Goblin, welcome, welcome. For TikTok purposes, how old are you, my friend, and what's your stance?
I'm 31, and I mean it's pretty simple. So I'll go by your definition. You've said it a few times. I'm not going to make you repeat it. But can AI experience emotions and feelings?
I don't need it to.
Well, so
That's
what
not
was your
that's not a
definition?
requirement.
What was your
My,
definition?
my definition is making objects, image, music that are beautiful or express feelings
So if AI can't experience feelings, how can it express them?
because it's expressing mine, the
Well,
feelings
how
that
can
I
it
told
know
it to
yours?
express,
But how can
and
it
it
know
has
your feelings if it can't
because I
experience feelings?
because I wrote the prompt.
But it just
This,
it
this
doesn't know what feelings are. It just knows the words you said, and it tries to give you something it'll think you will like.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I made an object, image, or music that expressed my feelings. That's the only thing it needs to do. I don't need my paintbrush to be able to know what the feelings are. The guitar doesn't give a shit about music. The keyboard doesn't know what the tones are. It's just doing what it's told. My large language model is also doing what it's told. I don't need it to be sentient. I don't need it to be alive. I need it to follow instructions. And it does that.
Right. So then it's the artist, not you.
No, how can it be the artist if it doesn't do anything? And this is
What
my
is it?
favorite question. I use this one all the time. If I gave you ChatGPT 6000 and told you that it could make Star Trek holodecks, anything your heart desires, if you don't tell it what to do, what will it do?
I don't know if I understand your question. If I don't tell
So
it to do anything,
if you tell it if you sit down in front of it and the blinker the cursor is blinking, it's like, hey Goblin, what do you want to do today? If you don't tell it to do anything, what will it do?
nothing.
So what you
Good job.
need is a human to tell it what to do, right?
Yeah, but the thing is,
So
it's
so so
creating
no
it,
no
not the
no, that's not
human.
the thing. We have now met the criteria of it expressed my feelings because I gave it my feelings to express. And I think that you and I can agree that the only person who can adequately say if it expressed my feelings correctly would be me, right?
Well, no, because we don't have a good
Oh,
understanding of our subconscious.
whoa,
So
Goblin.
you don't.
That's a bold claim, sir. Are you saying that you know what's in my head better than I do?
No, I'm not saying that someone else can do it better, but
Okay,
what I am
so
saying is that if
so
he's
I
looking
I
at.
would be the only
Okay, I'm
person
sorry, I
who
didn't
could
know that
say
you
that
were.
that's expressing it, right? You don't get to say so on if it expressed my feelings or not. You can say you don't like it. You can say you don't agree, but you can't say that's not what you feel because the only person who can confirm that is me, right? Goblin, I had high hopes for you, bro. I liked your profile picture. Is this what we doing? Goblin mode
I
media
don't think he
going.
realizes he's on mute. You're on mute, sir. You got to come off mute.
You're muted, my friend. We can't hear you.
And also,
I mean,
artists steal all the time, you guys. It doesn't negate it from being art.
Right, but AI can never feel, so AI cannot create art.
we just walked through this, Goblin. The AI isn't doing anything without me telling it to. You agreed to that, remember? 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but without stealing all the art from the other artists, it wouldn't have anything to
Okay.
work
You know
with.
what? I'm
So it's not
gonna give
actually
you that.
creating. It's
Hold
not
on,
actually creating.
Goblin. I'm gonna grant you that. I'm gonna grant theft to you. I think you're wrong. And I can prove it. Oh, he left.
He left. He ran. They always running. He just wanted to say, "Oh, you're stealing," and stealing from who? Stealing from who? Y'all are stealing from who? The only reason that you even know, if I was
Oh,
gonna
you know what?
talk,
He's requested up. Maybe he dropped. Maybe we misjudged Goblin. Did you mean to drop?
I didn't kick you.
Nobody kicked you, sir. You dropped.
I might have kicked myself. I don't think I did,
Okay.
but all right, it might have just been
Okay.
technical. But
Okay,
I'm
so
not
you
saying.
didn't.
But you're not hearing
So
my issue isn't with the theft though. My issue is that the AI isn't creating anything itself. It's just making like your collage example would be valid if the person making the collage didn't have a set intention that they're following. AI has no intention other than to please the user.
you see, I have to stop you there. That's super duper silly, my friend. When you sit down to paint, the paintbrush doesn't have any intention. When you pick up your camera, the camera doesn't have any intention. The camera is going to take the picture of whatever you point at and push the button. That's all. The AI isn't going to do anything. Nor are we saying that the AI does anything on its own. The AI does what I tell it to do. The same way your paintbrush does what you tell it to do. That's all.
Well, it's
That's
not the
all.
same way though, because you can direct the paintbrush with
What's your
accuracy, but
symmetry
you
breaker
cannot.
then? What's the symmetry breaker? Because we're only talking about tools. My contention here is that person plus the medium by which to express themselves equals art. You can swap out any medium you want: paintbrush, crayons, chalk, smoke signals, Canva. So you can do comics with Father Trinity. Whatever you choose to do is your medium, as long as it's an object, image, or music that expresses your feelings. You have created art by the definition alone. I need you to, at the very least, concede that as long as it's an object, image, or music that expresses feelings, it's art. Can you agree to that? Because that's the Cambridge definition.
Yeah, like I said, I've heard you say the definition multiple times. So when I came up, I said that's the definition we're working with. I don't disagree with that. What I disagree with
Okay,
is that AI
so
can
I've met the
accurately. What
criteria
I
then.
disagree with is that AI cannot accurately portray emotions because it can't.
Do you notice? And this is what everybody else has been doing, and you're doing it too. And I almost think you're doing it on purpose now. You've agreed with my definition, and then when you go, oh yeah, that's it, you now want to add in some new words to the definition so that you can disqualify it. If you don't like the Cambridge definition, we can move on to a different one, but I'm not going to allow you to add words in that you can't justify with anything other than your feelings. You don't feel as though. I don't care. Everyone seems to be making the exact same mistake here, is that you're confusing your subjective opinion about the art with if it's art objectively or not. I don't care about your feelings the same way you don't care about my feelings. Whatever art you make, I'm sure you think is the dopest thing on the planet, and that's great. I'm not here to tell you that what you did isn't art. I'm telling you that it is art. I don't care for it. There's a difference. You're saying, I don't care for your art, so it must not be real art. I don't adhere to that because we've met the dictionary definition and you're arguing against the dictionary now.
I'm actually agreeing with it. It says that it has to be expressing feelings in your definition, and like I keep saying, AI cannot experience feelings, so it cannot express them. I don't know what that's.
Where in the definition does it says the medium by which I express myself has to understand those feelings? Are you telling me that you've never? Well, I guess you may not work with directors or anything, but I've worked on sets where the director and the actors have a clash, and the actors don't necessarily agree with what the director is doing, but they pipe the fuck down and they do what they're told, and then the director directs and he expresses himself with his own feelings. That's all I need. I don't need you to agree. I don't need you to like it. I just need you to adhere to logic and say, yes, according to the logic, to the dictionary definition, AI art is objectively art, but I don't like it. If you said that, I would respect you. If you said that, we could have a decent conversation about that. But I'm not here to argue if you like it or not. I'm not here to argue if it's stolen or not. I'm not here to argue if I own it or not. I'm not here to argue how many people collaborated on it. The only thing it needs to do is be an object, image, or music that expresses my feelings. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. Before you went on
Oh,
that whole rant, you asked me a question and I'd like to answer it.
sure.
You asked why in the definition it doesn't account for the tool that's being used to agree with the emotion. That's because AI didn't exist at the time of that definition.
That's irrelevant. It's not in the definition.
If you have to keep muting me, then you obviously can't have a real discussion. If
I'm not going to have a real discussion with people who are
that.
adding non sequiturs. And it's really cute that you wanted to add that preface of, if you keep muting me, then I guess I win. Even if I do keep muting you because I'm an asshole, I still somehow met the dictionary definition, and you're mad at that because I'm not considering your feelings.
Right, like the idea of, oh well, AI didn't exist when there's okay, neither did cameras, neither did digital art, neither did fan art. None of that shit existed when this definition was created, but yet we include them because we don't change the definition to fit reality. Reality fits the definition. We fit things into the definition, or if we do see the need to change or add, we will create new words. We will create new categories. That's why AI has that identifier. AI art is a type of art. If you want to be so, I think you guys are having a problem distinguishing the difference between what you do and what someone else does, and how they both end up producing an artistic product. You seem to be under the impression that we think that AI artists think that they're painters or drawers. No, they're just people that they're bringing their ideas to life using a medium, just like but they're doing it in a different way. And I feel like people also can't seem to separate their morality from the definition. I don't feel right. I don't agree with people's art being stolen, but whether or not it's stolen does not negate it from being art. That's the problem there. Elvis stole all the time, and they call him the king of rock, and they only talk about it now after he's been unalived and after black people were able to have enough of a voice to even say shit about it. But yet his art is still art. It's stolen, but it's still art. They done showed you, unlike Elvis, where he had to unalive for us to tell the truth about him, Beyonce had whole music videos where they went back and showed you who's she took inspiration from and where the moves were coming from Bob Fosse and stuff like that. But she's still Beyonce, and it's still art, whether she stole Half Get My Body from Bob Fosse or not.
So, hey, new guest, I'm not going to call you stupid. Like, I recognize that that's your name. Like, that just feels terrible.
That's not because of anything like that. That was just because of arguments with me and my friend over stupid debates.
Okay, like, I'll only call you stupid if you say a stupid thing. Can I just call you SPD?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you? That's fine.
I am 21.
21?
Can we call you Speedy? Because it's SPD, Speedy. See what I did there?
So, do you disagree with Father Trinity and I that AI art is art?
Okay, I will go based off of the definition on dictionary.com.
Okay, hold on. Let me hold on. I want to look at dictionary.com too. What I have for dictionary.com is production, expression of things showing beauty, imagination, skill, and special meaning. Is that the one you're looking at?
I So I'm looking at the first one when you type in art. The first definition.
Okay. Are you on dictionary.com or are you on Google
I
and
can
you
show
typing
you
in
right
art?
now what I'm on. This is showing my front. Yeah. How do I flip the? Okay. I am on dictionary.com after I search
Okay.
up art.
Okay.
I am on.
I'm looking at it too.
Okay,
So the
I'm
first
on the
one I'm looking
first.
at is the quality, production, expression, or realm of things that conform to accepted aesthetic principles of beauty, show imagination and skill, and have more than ordinary meaning and importance. Are we looking at the same page?
Yeah.
Which one of these definitions would you like to adhere to for the sake of our conversation?
We're going to adhere to the first one, and I have a
Fantastic.
definition as far as artist as well pulled up on another tab.
Fantastic. Hold on. I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to add this to my art selection. Okay, my friend. So
Okay.
you have a definition of artist for me too. Where'd you get that one from?
Same site, dictionary.com.
Dictionary.com. I have the dictionary.com definition of artist. Let me look that up for you real quick. Dictionary.com. Da 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 da. Person engaged in fine art.
I'm looking at the first definition, a person who produces works in any of the arts that are primarily subject to aesthetic criteria.
Okay, I'll take that one. I'm going to take. So we're agreeing to the first definition of artist, right?
And the first definition of art.
All right. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it over here in my notes. So just so we're clear, so that we're not talking past each other, because that's super important. You're saying that art, by the definition that you want to use, is the quality, production, expression, or realm of things that conform to accepted aesthetic principles of beauty, show imagination and skill, and have more than ordinary meaning and importance. Agreed?
Yes.
And
I'm
your
going
definition of
to.
artist is a person who produces works in any of the arts that are primarily subject to aesthetic criteria, right?
Now
Fantastic.
I'm going to do my best to actually keep my personal opinions out of this, what I
Please
do
do.
not believe in. So
Okay.
as far as the first prompt, AI art is art. I originally disagreed with it, but I will say that it is art because it is formed. It qualifies as part of the first definition, the quality, production, expression, or realm of things that conform to accept aesthetic principles. I will agree that AI art is art.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. So W
Now,
concession with that. I appreciate it. So your contention is with artists then.
yes.
Okay.
So
Walk
now,
me through.
as far
Walk
as
me through.
AI art, and please do not try to cut me off while I'm reading the definition.
As long as you don't deviate from
Try to
it,
take it
you're
out of
good.
context.
See, the fact that you
So
said that really, really makes me want to now.
what?
The fact that you told me not to really, really makes me want to.
Yeah, that's the ADHD. We all got the tisms. But please go ahead. You have the floor. You want me to give you? You want me to
So
give you a minute uninterrupted? Would that make you feel better?
sure.
Here's your 1 minute. No one will say anything until you're done. Oh, it's 2 minutes. They're yours. Have it.
Okay. So a person who produces works in any of the arts that are primarily subject to aesthetic criteria. Okay, I'm going to break this down to the bare metal as comparing AI and artists that do it themselves.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Now,
break this down to.
as you go forward, if I disagree with anything you say, do you want me to stop you there, or do you want me to just let you finish?
You can stop me there, and we can have a civilized conversation instead of just cutting me off saying I'm stupid.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so as far as bare metal, okay, a person versus the AI. So a person types their prompt into a text box. Am I correct on that?
Yes. It's
They
an
have their idea.
oversimplification.
They have the person has the idea. They're writing it down.
I'm going to agree tentatively, but I think it's an
No,
oversimplification. But yeah.
no, it's just Yes or no, please.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing
Okay.
with you.
Okay. And an artist. Artist has an idea. He writes their ideas down on paper. Okay. Now, here is where the problem occurs. So, after the user of the AI presses enter, okay, the AI takes over. Am I correct in that?
No, the AI follows its instructions. It doesn't take over. It does what I told it to do. It doesn't take my instructions and go, fuck you, Phantom, I'm gonna do
Okay,
this.
but
It follows
okay,
my instructions.
Now,
okay,
the only situation, hold on, the only situation in which it would take over is if you're not necessarily a skillful prompter. If you're going to give it something vague, it will definitely fill in the blanks if you don't give it enough information, but that's a skill level issue.
okay. Well, let me get. All right, let me compare it to the person now. Okay, so the person has their ideas written down on paper. Okay, the paper cannot follow the instructions or cannot follow the
Before we
idea.
move forward, is your contention that it needs to be written on paper, or is this just an example?
No, this is me compare me. This is me breaking it down and comparing to bare metal, how one
Okay.
works versus the other.
Bare metal. I've never heard that. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so the computer follows the instructions that the prompter put and creates the image. Okay, now the artist who writes down on paper, the paper cannot read the instructions itself and cannot produce the work itself or the digital work. It cannot produce the work itself. The artist or the actual user, the person, has to actually physically draw out the components that they had written down on paper.
That's not necessarily true, but I'm going to grant it for your argument.
Well, let me just ask, how is that not necessarily true?
Because I could be making digital art and then I wouldn't be drawing at all, or I could be a photographer and I'm taking a picture, or I could be a musician and I'm humming it, and in which case I wouldn't have to write anything down at all.
But the
There
person
are
is
cases
still
where me writing it down is irrelevant.
just breaking this down, dude.
Facts.
No,
Ouch.
no. Okay, can I get back to what I was saying, please?
You did ask
Sure,
the
but
question. He just answered it.
but I
I
just want to point out that like you gave an example and said it needs these things, and then I gave you several examples where it
Okay,
didn't need
but
that thing.
okay, but as
So
far as your
that's not
examples as
that's not a
well,
requirement then.
as far as your examples as well, as far as the camera and stuff, a photographer, the camera cannot follow the instructions. It cannot position itself to be able to
Correct.
take the photos that are needed. The person using it is the one who has to the person using the tool is the one who actually has to position everything. And digital
I
art
agree.
also,
I agree.
digital art though does not, you have tools like pencils and paper, but it does not draw itself. The person still has to use the pen and connect to the tablet or whatever to draw out the image themselves.
Again, none of this is in the definition that we gave. Let's go back
As
to your
far as
paper for a
as far
second.
as artists, a person who produces works
Okay.
in any of the arts that are primarily subject to aesthetic criteria. A person
Okay,
who
so
produces.
okay, so allow me to counter that then, because I see where you're going. I'd like you to look at the image that's on the screen here. I made this myself. Like it's a offshoot of the one that Dr. Barry did. But just for the argument for me, sir, can you read what my image says?
AI artist or artists.
Okay,
I
so
don't see the drawing.
I produced this image. This image is an image, music, or object that expresses my feelings. It's subject to aesthetic criteria.
Okay.
It's got the aesthetic criteria because you're looking at it.
Yes.
It's got aesthetics. It's got a little cloud. I have now met the definition of what an artist is, because all I need to do is be a person who produced that work. I
Okay,
produced
but
this work.
you
My proof is that you're looking at it. You see it right now. Father Trinity, do you see it?
What happened? I'm sorry, because I was cussing somebody out.
Do you see the logo we have here for AI artist art? Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it. You can take off
Oh
the
man.
lovely little princess with
Yeah.
her pet robot.
okay?
Yeah.
I pulled up another
So
definition.
hold on. So we've met the aesthetic criteria. I'm happy to move on to another definition for you if that's what you want to do. But before we do that, you need to concede that the first one you just gave me, I've met that.
No, because
Okay, well, if
you
we
did
haven't
not
met it, let's
produce it.
discuss it again. I'm not going to let you pivot to a new one if this one is
Okay,
still working
okay,
for you.
let's discuss it. Okay, I
Okay,
let you
let's
discuss
discuss it.
yours. Okay,
No. You didn't
a
let me, but I
person.
hear you.
No, I did try to let you, and I did listen to what you were hearing, what you were saying. So, according to the dictionary definition, a person who produces.
Yes.
Now,
Am I a person?
here's the you are a
Am I?
person, but you
Did I
did not
produce it?
produce it.
Did I
You did
produce?
not
If I
produce it.
Okay. If I didn't
The
produce
AI
it,
produced it.
let's go back to our original example. Then I sit you down in front of the holodeck computer and I say, "Do anything you want." What's it gonna do without me? If your answer is nothing, then that means I had a hand in its production. Is that correct? Yes or no? You can unmute.
Yeah, you're
Did I
right.
have
It won't do
so
anything without your
did it
instruction.
so
Your
did I have a
using
hand in its production? Yes or no?
you had a hand in using the tool,
Okay,
like a person uses
did
a
I
pencil.
have a hand in its production? Yes or no?
You had a hand. You did not have a hand in the
So
production.
I didn't have a hand. I didn't type it. I didn't use my hands. I didn't use my fingers. That's not a creative skill. I got 40 plus years of writing skills. I didn't implement any of those things when I made this. Is that your contention? Because I'm a person, I contributed to the production of this work, and it's an aesthetic criteria. By the definition that you just gave, that's an artist. And I think you know that, which is why the second that you brought this up and I proved it the first time, you tried to pivot away from this one and say, let's try a different one. So I need you to either say, yes, you have met this definition, and then concede, or point out where I haven't met it so we can have that conversation. But you're not going to get both. You can unmute. SPD, emergency. Come on, my guy. This is all you.
I see so many really, really bad analogies in your comments that people don't understand how to actually put together comparisons. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. People are just thinking, oh, if I just tell somebody, it's like, yeah, but I'm not looking at the AI and go, write a song. I'm giving it lyrics. I'm giving it keys. I'm giving it tempos. I'm giving it cadences. Sometimes I'm humming melodies in if I'm using those tools. Like, what are we talking about?
Like,
What are we talking about?
Real talk, even if you use the simple version of Suno and didn't click advanced and said song about bunnies, I still expressed a desire to have a song about bunnies, so it would still be expressing my feelings. It wouldn't be the best. It wouldn't be the most concise, but it doesn't have to be the best because skill is not a factor. SPD, I need you to come off a mute, my guy, so we can have the conversation. Otherwise, my inbox is
Wow.
blinking.
I didn't realize I was even muted.
Yeah, while you're doing that, Speedy, though, Craft, bro, tell me
I
you've
didn't
never
mute.
used AI without telling me you never used AI. Like, it says, he's like, if you're giving it all the lyrics, tunes, cadences, and stuff, that's not AI. The fuck it's not. If any advanced AI musician is doing all of that, you fool.
You can come up next, Craft, but right now we're going to deal with Speedy here. Like, do you have anything else, Speedy?
Yes, and as
I,
and as
I've,
I
I've,
was
I've
trying
met
to
your
break it down
criteria.
here. No.
I, I,
Just
I need you
just
to.
let
I
me
need you to. Hold on.
just
I
let me
need you.
explain.
No. I need you to either concede that I have met this definition for you, or point out where I didn't. I'm not interested in the meta behind it. You can say, "Yeah, Phantom, you got me," or "No, here's why."
Okay, then no, Phantom, you didn't meet the
Okay, and
criteria
now I need to here's why. Why not? Why? How did
because
I not meet this?
according to the definition,
Uh huh.
a person
That would be
who
me,
produces the work.
and I had a hand in
Okay,
producing it. Yes.
okay,
Do you
but
disagree?
you did not produce the work yourself.
That
You
where is
did
it?
not.
Where does it
You
say?
used
Where's
it
that in the
as a
definition? Hold
tool.
on, SPD. Where in the definition does it says a person who produces works by himself? Do you see how you're now the fourth person who's come up here and given me a definition? And when I satisfy your definition, you add words to the
Well, you can
definition and
stop
say that
cutting
I'm
me
wrong.
off while I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to
cut you.
explain.
I'm gonna cut you off when you straw man the definition. Yes, I am, because nowhere does it says I had to do it alone. Collaborative art isn't art to you. If more than one person works on a piece of art, that's not art to you anymore. That's silly.
And you're
Even
That's a
the
forgetting the
silly.
tweak said
person
that.
aspect. The person produced the work. You
Yes,
did
that would be
not. It
me.
says a
That
person who
that would be
produced the
me.
work.
That
You
would
did
be
not
me.
produce
I'm
the
the
work.
person. I'm
You
the
did not
person.
produce the work. You
Okay,
produced the idea.
let's walk through it. Let's walk through it. Am I a person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, stop there. Did I or did I not have a hand in the production of the work? Yes or no?
Having a hand and actually producing.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Did I have a hand in it? Yes or no?
You had a
Phantom,
hand
may I?
in producing the idea.
Phantom, may
Okay,
I?
please have at it, Father Trinity.
So, Speedy, let me ask you a question. Now, I because your premise is excluding a lot of people that I think that you would consider artists. So I don't believe that you actually believe in this premise. And let me break that down. Because would you consider a film writer an artist?
Film writer?
Yeah, a script writer, somebody that writes scripts for television and film.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so they actually don't touch or have any hand in the final product that their script prompts. But just like the
But they
artists that
produced the
are
script.
using AI don't. It's literally almost damn near the same process.
Okay, but
The only
that's
difference is, hold on, only difference is they're passing off that script to the hands of other artists that are people. But in this
because
particular
that's not
situation,
within their job role. Their job role is the script writer. They fulfilled this. They
no, we're
fulfilled
not talking
that
about
and
drama.
passed it
So,
on.
okay, so no, I want you to realize how you just quantum teleported that goalpost. Because first we're talking about what you didn't produce the product. That's what we were talking about. That's what you were just talking to Phantom about. And I just gave you an example of how an artist that doesn't produce the product, but you still consider to be an artist. But yet somehow now we're talking about job descriptions. Can
You
you
brought
follow
up
the
the whole script
conversation? Can
writer
you
thing.
keep it?
You
Can you
took it
keep it
off of
on?
what we were
No, I brought
talking
up the
about.
script writer. I brought up the script writer because you argued that AI artists are not producing the product. You said that that's what negates them from being an artist. And I just gave you an example of somebody that you would consider an artist that does not actually have a hand in the final product. And you agreed. And now you backtracking. You hitting that moonwalk like your name was Michael Jackson.
Hee hee.
Man, you can be Michael Jackson, but I'm going to be Scorpion and I'm going to tell you to get over here because you're not running away from this.
Tell you how stupid you all are.
Oh, so now you're
It's
calling me
actually
out of my
sad.
name? Like, why are you calling me out of
No,
name, you son of a
no,
biscuit eating bulldog, you doodoo Eddie Cootie Queen, you lint liquor? I didn't call
no,
you out of your
because you're
name,
all
yet here you
cutting
are calling
off
me out of
the
mine.
diction.
You know what, sir? I'm cutting you off because you have not a leg to stand on. Your leg was chopped off by Phantom 10 miles back, and you've been leaving a puddle of blood all the way down here back to your mama's house where you're about to cry and whine to. Honestly, at this point, you calling me out of my name is you poisoning the well, and usually when people poison the well, it's because they're about to run. I say save Phantom and I the time and spare us the long goodbye. If you're gonna leave, then leave. But what you're not going to do is insult me, because you're going to insult me, I'm going to insult you, and I'm going to insult you better.
Or do
So
you
you
just
got
want
two
to insult
choices.
Father Trinity?
So you got two choices. We can continue this conversation cordially, or I can pretend like I'm Leonidas and this is Sparta, and I can give you that boot.
It's so funny that the guy with stupid in his name is calling other people stupid. Like, what is that, bro? Like, in no way, I never once criticized you as a person, or I'm arguing definitions here, and you
We
just
got
don't
somebody
like what the
talking
words mean.
mad.
Now,
We got somebody talking mad
I'm
shit
not.
in the audience.
I am mad. I'm getting annoyed that you are cutting off when I'm trying to explain to go talk about your other thing, which is exactly what you keep yelling at other guests for doing. You are cutting
do
off
you
other
under,
people.
yes, I'm going to do it again. Do you understand what you're doing? You and I agreed to a definition. You went out of your way to say that this is the definition. I quoted it back to you. I read it back to you twice. We time-stamped it. You agreed. I then walked you through why it fits. AI art meets this criteria. But when you realized that it met the criteria, what did you do? You started talking about ownership,
Okay, let me ask.
collaboration, and
Let me ask.
copyrights.
And I did the same thing, and you moved the goalposts.
Let me
And
ask.
yet,
Are
to
you
you in
giving
the
credit?
comments,
Are you
sir,
giving
hold on,
credit to the original words?
to Craft in the comments, sir, we don't care about opinions. Yeah, we're not giving other people's opinions a chance because we don't give a fuck about opinions. I'm not giving an
I'm
opinion.
not giving
You're
an
going by
opinion. I'm
definition.
trying to
I
explain.
know you're not. I'm not talking to you. I said Craft in the comments. Everybody thinks they're the main character. You don't listen. Y'all listen to respond. So you think I'm talking about you because all you think about is you. Selfish. I've said Craft in the comments. Ugh. And then Danny, I can't wait for you to come up here because you're talking cash money stuff, and I can't wait to go ahead and watch as that check bounces back insufficient funds.
So SPD, let's wind this down because I feel like we're talking past each other. I'm going to answer your question. When I make art of any kind, your question to me was, do I credit the original person? And even let's say I grant you that I straight up stole it. Let's say that I went and I drew a picture of Iron Man. Like I went to the AI, I was like, give me a picture of Iron Man on the beach, and I'm gonna say that I made this. Even if I straight up stole it, it would still meet the criteria of an object, image, or music that expresses my feelings. Now, if you want to have a separate conversation about credit or ownership or IP or rights, I'm happy to have that talk with you, but that's not the topic we're discussing. The only thing that art needs to have is that it's an object, image, or music that expresses my feelings. As long as I have that, it's art. You
Okay,
shoehorning in other criteria
No, I
doesn't
agreed
help your
with you
case.
as to what art was. We were not arguing about art. We were arguing about the
Okay.
artist.
Okay, so here we are. If AI art is art, premise one. Let's do premises. Premise one, AI art is art. You agree with that? Premise two, a person who makes art is an artist. Conclusion, AI artists are artists. I need you to either reject the premise or accept
I'm
my
sorry, can you
conclusion.
repeat the second one?
Sure. Premise one, AI art is art. Premise
Yes.
two, anyone who produces art is an artist. Conclusion, AI art is art. Now, what's going to happen here is you're either going to reject the premise, accept the conclusion, tell me why I'm wrong, or I'm just going to drop you because I'm not going to keep arguing this with you. Do you accept the premises?
I reject the second one.
Okay, so you reject a person who makes art is an artist.
No.
That was my second premise.
Wait.
Would you like me to repeat them again?
First one is that AI art is art.
AI, which you have conceded to 3 times
Yes.
already. Yes. Premise 2, a person who creates art is an artist. Do you agree with that premise?
Yes.
So the conclusion logically follows that AI art is art. Now, if you want to agree with the premises and disagree with the conclusion, that's illogical. You're choosing illogic because the premises
It's
line
not.
up. They're sound, it's
No,
valid.
because You're just missing the entire
Okay.
fact that
Here we are. No. Okay. You don't agree. You don't agree. You don't agree with the conclusion. That's fine. You agree with the first premise. You agree with the second premise. How are you disagreeing?
I did not agree with the second premise.
Okay, so my second premise is a person who makes art is an artist. You disagree with that?
I agree that a person is. The AI is not a person.
And no one's granting sentience to the AI. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. I made art. A person who makes art is an artist. You've agreed that I'm a person. Yes. You agreed that I made AI art. Yes. You agreed that AI art is art. Yes. So I have made art. By this definition, I am an artist. So you agree.
You are
so
a person. You did not.
So you agree with the first? You disagree with the first premise then? Because the first premise was AI art is art, and you agreed.
His contention is he really doesn't like the tool. He really doesn't like the tool. So you didn't make it. The tool made it. When you don't like the tool, like we don't like the tool. That's what we're getting. Because he's literally agreeing that AI art, the product that comes out of AI art, is art, but then refuses to acknowledge that the AI tool doesn't do shit without human input. That's what makes it a tool. It has no sentience. Why are you trying to personify it? Why are you trying? Oh, the AI made it. The AI didn't do shit but what I told it to, like a tool should. Like, what are we talking about? And that tool and how well it works is contingent upon your skill level and communicating effectively what your vision is. What are we talking about? Just concede, bro. You already conceded that AI art is art, but now you want to discredit the people that are using it because you want to feel special. You want to be Neo. You want to be Khaleesi, the mother of dragons. You want to be Luke Skywalker.
Can you shut your mouth for 5 seconds?
I get it. I ain't doing not a goddamn thing because let me tell you something. You don't run shit round here, bro. Not anything.
Neither do you.
You don't run shit round here, bro. But you know what I run? I run you and my mouth.
You run shit on us.
Yep. You speak at my pleasure. Right now, you're displeasing me, bro. So next time you come up off mic, it better be respectful. I'm gonna let you speak.
Hey, buddy. Let's wrap this up because we're just gonna talk past each other. I think that you either aren't getting it or you don't want to get it. That's fine. Hold on. I've met your criteria. I'm a person. Hey, person. I had a hand in the production of the work. You agreed to that because AI art is art. And it has an aesthetic criteria, which is the definition that you asked for. Now, my question to you is, and here are your options. I'm going to ask you if you are adhering to this definition and if AI art met this. If you say yes, I will accept your concession and we can continue to the conversation and you can give me your clarifying thoughts. However, if you say no, you're either disingenuous or illogical, and in which case I have to end the conversation there because illogical people make my head hurt. Do you agree that AI art has met the definition of artist, a person who produces works of the arts primarily
No.
Is AI art?
Yes, AI art can be.
So if I produced that work, am I a person who produced that work? Am I a person who produced that work, SPD?
You did not produce the work, you produced the idea.
That's all it takes. Goodbye. I'm not gonna argue with the little kid that says 2 + 2 is 5. That's dumb. I'm not here to argue against facts with you. I'm really not. And please don't come in the comments saying something dumb because I will simply just mute you and move on. There are too many people who want to have this conversation. This was not my intention. I didn't mean to go this long. I really didn't. Father Trinity, you say you wanted Danny, right?
Well, Danny's the one that's talking all that cash money good stuff.
Danny sent a request. I don't have criteria for the likes. I don't give a shit. Come on up, Danny.
Do you do donuts?
Oh, I am ready because I know you are wrong. So if I no,
hold on,
Danny.
Phantom, do you do donuts?
I try not to because I really just want to have the conversation. Like,
Okay.
if I just want to boot a motherfucker, I'll just boot the motherfucker.
Okay,
Like,
because I gave one earlier for him, but I was like, but you were still finishing off with him, and I was like, I'm gonna bank this for later just in case. But since you don't do them, it's
so,
cool. You know.
so
Okay,
Danny,
Danny, how
how
old
old
are
are
you for
you?
TikTok purposes? Danny, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
19.
Fantastic.
19.
So you disagree with us here. So are you? Do you disagree with AI artist art and AI artist? Walk me through that. What seems to be your contention?
If I
Oh, them
if you
babies.
ask if you ask a surgeon, or no, if you ask an AI bot to make you a picture, you are not an artist. You are simply not an artist.
Are you sure
Like,
you're
that's
over 18, Danny? Because you sound really fetus-like.
oh well, that's nice. But if I ask a surgeon to perform surgery on me, am I a surgeon? Am I a doctor?
Danny, that's a false equivalence, and I think you know that because a doctor is an objective professional. You have to go to years of schooling before you can even pick up a scalpel. Any asshole can pick up a pencil and draw a stick figure. There's no prerequisite for that. I don't have to get degrees. There are no classes that I have to take. I can just choose to
If
do
they pick
that.
up the pencil and draw that stick
That's a
figure,
false.
that makes them
That's a false
objectively an
equivalence,
artist.
Danny.
No, it makes them an artist. If they pick up that pencil and draw them a stick figure, they are an artist because they physically picked up a pencil and drew something. They drew that. They are an artist. An artist is someone who draws something.
So, Danny, what I hear you saying is that in order for it to be art, it has to be drawn.
By you. If I
Okay, so wait, so your contention, Danny, yes or no, is that if I don't physically draw it myself, it's not art.
no, it's simply not. Because
Okay, fantastic. Is Quentin Tarantino an artist?
who? Like
Quentin Tarantino,
who's
Pulp
this?
Fiction, Inglorious Bastards.
Who
Let's do
is
Steven
this?
Spielberg. Steven Spielberg. Is Steven Spielberg an artist?
Okay.
Steven Spielberg is what you're meaning to say. I don't think this person is well versed in directors or film directors. It seems like none of these
James
kids are.
Cameron.
Directors. Yes, they are artists because they're making a form of theater art, which is
Okay,
a form of art.
fantastic. Okay, hold on, Danny. Hold on. You see how you try to get ahead of the conversation? Don't do that.
I really
A
do.
director directs. The director doesn't write the movie, does he? The director doesn't act in the movie, does he?
But
The director doesn't edit the movie, does he?
my gosh. He
Yes or no?
made the entire,
Yes or no?
He made the movie.
No. No, he didn't make the movie. He instructed other people how he wanted the movie made. He went to the actors and said, cut, hey, let's try it again with a little more feeling. Action, and then we do it again. But the ultimate, when it goes to the editing room, he had no say-so in that. He had no say-so in the script.
But
He had no say-so in the locations. But he's still the artist because he directed all the people. Cute kids, by the way. Do you agree? As long as I'm directing all the other pieces to do the thing that I need to express myself, that's an artist, because that's just the definition of director.
Yeah, because the director does not actually touch the camera. That's the cinematographer's job. He doesn't set the lighting. That's a lighting designer's job. He doesn't do the acting. Of course, those are the actor's job. He doesn't even do the editing. That's literally the editor's job. Only thing he does is tell people with words the vision overall that he gleans from the script that he didn't even write. His whole job in artistry is to tell other people and guide other people's vision. And so all of a sudden, that becomes invalid when machines get involved, when efficiency gets involved, when people aren't having to come out of their pocket to try to shell out thousands of dollars or go into debt just to make a short film. Now we have a problem with it. Now it's all about elitism and we didn't do this and we didn't put that much time or effort. Think about that. You're negating directors when you say that this type of production or art form isn't an artist or isn't artistry.
I guess we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, Daddy. We need to hammer down what you think art is. And again, I see you have your own opinions and you feel very passionately about that. And I never want to argue your passions with you because you're always going to be right about your passions. However, I have my own passions, but I can't allow those to interfere with what objectively is the case. So let's you and I, right now, agree to an objective definition of art and we can see if AI fits that criteria. Can we do that together, Danny?
I don't know, but you just kind of contradict yourself. You just said
How so?
you just said passion. Don't you think it's objective that you just said that hobbies need passion. Are you passionate about talking to AI bots? Because that can be a hobby, talking to AI bots, but that's not art. Simply not art.
I don't think you're listening, Danny, and that's fine. I'm happy to repeat myself. That's okay. What I'm saying is that you are clearly passionate. You have a feeling about a thing. You clearly don't like artificial intelligence and large language models, and you're entitled to that feeling. I'm going to grant you that as a person. I can't tell you that that's not how you feel. I feel differently. I have completely different feelings. However, I can't argue those with you because my feelings are going to be right for me and yours are going to be wrong. So we can't do that. So together, you and I have to find an objective definition, something that we both agree to that is the criteria of art. What I do for that is that I go to the dictionary because that's where we keep the words. So can you and I go to the dictionary together and find a definition devoid of both of our passions so that we can have this conversation objectively?
Yeah, let's get a definition of art and set the middle ground, you know?
Fantastic. Now, I happen to have several here, and I'm going to read them. I'm going to read you one. If you like that one, that's the one we'll work with. If you don't, we'll move on. Oxford Dictionary's definition is use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Do you agree with this definition?
Yes, I agree with that.
Fantastic. So let's just stick there. That's fine. So if I can satisfy you, let's timestamp it, Danny. It's 12:17 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Danny has locked into the Oxford Dictionary, and he's not gonna move the goalpost once we get there, right? You're
right. And I would appreciate if you could get the definition of the word artist.
Oh, absolutely. I have that too. According to the Oxford Dictionary. Like, do you want to do? I prefer to tackle one at a time. Let's do one at a time because I don't want to discombobulate you. We've agreed to the Oxford definition. So, all I have to do is satisfy this criteria for you and you'll concede, correct? Danny?
1 second.
Damn.
Get some. Damn. Why are we screaming?
I don't know why Stupid is still in here. Go away now.
There are 24 people in here. Y'all keep tapping that app. We're watching Phantom Ranger, where we talk about whatever he wants. And today he's talking about AI artists. Our AI artists are artists. If you agree or disagree, tap that app. We're talking right now to Danny, and we're going to see whether or not Danny's logic can't be dissected.
Oh my God, my live was not complete till you did that. Thank you. Okay, Danny. We have our objective definition of art. So can we just work with that? If I can walk you through this definition and show you that AI art qualifies, will you concede the point? Or if you don't think so, can you point out where I'm wrong?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm going to, for the sake of argument, grant that you think I'm a person. Right?
Yes.
I'm people, right?
Yes.
So as a person,
it depends on which time in American history you're in.
This is true. I would be 3/4 a person 100 years ago. But today I'm a person. You can agree that as a person, I have feelings. Right, Danny? Like, take your time with your kids, man. I'll never get mad at you for dealing with your kids. You take all the time in the world.
Sorry, I'm trying to get him situated.
Well, I hope they ain't your kids. You said you're 19. Aren't those brothers and sisters? I hope.
No, I'm babysitting currently.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, you hope you ain't out here making babies like that.
But it wouldn't be a problem, correct? It wouldn't be a problem if a 19-year-old has a baby, correct?
Not at all.
It would definitely be a problem for that 19-year-old.
You say that babies are problems?
Wouldn't be a problem
Children
for
are.
me.
So were you a problem at one point? You're a problem then. I can grant the idea that you're a problem.
Danny,
Let's not get off topic here.
I'm
Let's
not
get off
here to
topic
talk
here.
about your kids. I'm not here to talk about your adventures in babysitting. We're here to talk about art. So you grant
About
that
how
I'm a person.
AI art is artists
You
aren't
grant
artists?
you grant that I'm a person, and you grant that I have feelings. Correct?
Yes.
So all I need to do is express myself through a medium, whether it be a painting, drawing, or sculpture. As long as whatever that is expresses my feelings or ideas, it qualifies as art. Yes? Daniel?
Okay, sorry, it's taking me a bit, but
no problem.
Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, so basically, this boils down for me, and this is the one I always use: person plus the medium equals art. I'm the person. The medium is whichever method I choose to express myself, whether that's photography, whether that's painting, whether that's chalk, whether that's singing, whether it's guitar. You can agree with me that person plus medium equals art. Yes?
Yes.
I'm a person. Yes?
Yes.
As long as I use a medium to express myself, that output would be art. Yes?
Yes.
Now, let's walk through the different mediums that we have. If I sat down in front of a canvas with a paintbrush and I have an idea for a masterpiece, but I never actually pick up the paintbrush, will the paintbrush produce anything?
No.
Fantastic. If I sat down in front of ChatGPT 6000 with the next great idea for the Mona Lisa, but I don't touch anything, will it produce art?
No. It could.
No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't, Danny.
Okay.
No.
Okay, in this
No,
scenario,
it-
we won't use that advanced AI. We can say that
No.
only
No,
uses human.
I even understand what you're saying. Yes, it could be pre-programmed to do that, but that would be a pre-program. It would already be instructed to just do that. But without any instruction, the cursor's just going to blink at me. Yes?
We can agree the majority of these models are made and designed to only be activated by human input. Now, you as an individual can design or do the work to make your AI generate on a regular basis on its own, but that again is not how these models are being made, nor how they're generally being used, and you know that.
Now, I've proven to you, Danny, that the person without the medium cannot make art, regardless to what medium it is. And I'll give you another example. I'm a musician. If I wanted to make a song with a guitar and I'm in front of a guitar, if I don't pick up the guitar, while the guitar is my medium, if I don't touch it, nothing will happen, right?
No.
Fantastic. So, much like if I don't touch the AI or the large language model, it won't produce anything. So it has to be the person plus the medium equals the art. Yes?
Yes.
Am I a person?
Yes.
Is AI a medium?
No, it's simply not.
Well, now I need you to give me a temperature breaker on why it's not. Why is AI not a medium?
You said
Well, before you answer, Danny, before you answer that, Phantom, Dr. Berry's asking a question in the comments. She asked, did you want to have more people come up? I think, oh yeah, we've got Lady Frost Wolf and we've got Empress in the queue. I know you didn't want too many friendlies to overwhelm your people, but like,
you know, I want to add more friendlies, but I'm already having a difficult time with Danny here, and if we start ganging up on him, it's not gonna work. You know, like, and then if I pick one, I feel bad for saying I didn't let all the other people up too. Like, I don't want to pick Dr. Berry over Empress because Empress would kill me, and and I don't want that.
Do you want me? I can swap out with Empress if she wants to take if that'll be easier.
if that's what you want to do, sure. I just my goal is not to overwhelm the guest here. That's all.
Okay. Or how about this? Since I am slick, half working on my comic book in the background anyway, I can just make sure to pull back even more and not, say anything. So that way, I can still hang out with you, but I'm not overwhelming your person. How about that?
Sure, that's fine. That's
Okay, cool,
fine.
cool. All right.
I
So
just I don't want to scare off Danny and be like, man, why is there 6 people attacking me at once?
Because that would be unfair, correct?
Yeah, that would be unfair, and I don't want to be unfair to you. Hi, Empress.
Okay, Phantom. So right on next to where you have the thing where you can manage the live, where it has a little 2 people thing.
Yeah.
If you click on that, there's going to be the button that so you can expand your you. If that makes sense. Yeah, because normally, like when you're modding, you can click on somebody and click expand, but in this mode, you're gonna have to click on the thing, and then it'll be right there in the corner. It'll look like the like 4 corners, like a little 4-corner box.
I'm seeing the 3 little dots here, and what I'm getting is remove background noise, mute mic, mirror your video. I'm not seeing change my format at all.
Well, no, it's like right there. Like you click on the thing. It should be right where you go to manage your guests.
I'm looking. Okay, I'm manage guests. I'm in manage guests,
And okay, that's like the how like when you usually click on somebody, there's the expand button. Looks like the little 4-corner button. It should be in there because I use this format all the time.
Let me see. Can I?
There you go. See, yep. There you go. Now you can
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
really explain.
Okay, Danny. Hey, buddy. Where seems to be our disconnect here? I've completely lost my train of thought here because I'm not computer literate at all. So let's work this out. What seems
We
to
were
be
at
your
medium. I was saying how you said that a medium is how someone expresses their art, which can be
Yeah.
which can be
The
in a
medium
form
is
of
a tool.
acting,
Yes.
which can be form of acting, music, art, which is objectively art.
Hold on. I agree.
Not objectively art. I meant in this scenario, but
Oh no,
all
no,
those-
I agree. There's an objective definition of art. I'm with you. But like I don't where are you disagreeing with medium? Like
you said
if I were
ChatGPT is a medium.
yes, it's the tool by which I expressed myself. Yes. You could swap out that tool for pencil. You could swap out that tool for keyboard. You could swap it out for camera, and the
I don't know
analogy
about
still works.
keyboard, but
Yeah, because if I was a pianist and I wanted to play the
I
piano,
understand you now. Okay.
so like I'm only discussing the medium. Large language models are medium. Is only my only contention.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
Repeat that, please. I'm sorry. You're like.
Do you disagree that large language models can be used as a medium? And keep in mind that the only thing it needs to do to qualify as a medium is be able to express myself.
Okay. So ChatGPT isn't expressing you. So
No, it's absolutely expressing whatever it is I told it to do. Yes, it is.
if I
Because I
tell a
told it
baker to make pink cupcakes, am I a baker?
No, because the definition of baker.
so that's really
no,
crazy that
no,
you can say that.
No,
You
I'm
just
a
said.
hold on, because that's a false equivalence. Because in order to be a baker, I have to go to baking school. I have to go to culinary arts school, and I have to master that. I get a degree. I get a really ugly hat, and then you can call me Chef Boyardee. These criteria do not exist in art because any fool can pick up a pencil and draw a stick figure and say, "Look, I made art." Do you recognize that comparing art to an objective occupation is a false equivalence?
Really quick, a chef by definition is a highly trained professional cook who manages kitchens, operations, food preparation in restaurants or hotels. That's literally a part of the definition. So yes, me ordering food does not make me a chef. I literally have to be trained by definition and work in a restaurant or a hotel by definition. So when you look at the definition of artist, none of that's in there.
Okay,
So
let's
you
make this
recognize
simpler.
that that's a false equivalent, right, Danny? We're not going to try to use the if I made a pizza, I'm a chef, or if I make a cake, I'm a baker, because these are false equivalences. Yes.
Okay, let's go simpler since you wanna. Let's use
No,
mediums.
no,
Okay.
yeah,
If
no.
I
That's
ask,
that's fine. That's fine. But I want you to concede that so you don't come back to it later.
I don't, because isn't food
If
technically
you
a
don't
medium?
concede it, then
Food can
defend
be
it.
art.
If you don't concede it, then defend it.
Food. Okay, no, because you just said that you have to go to school. You have to go. You have to get that. You simply don't. I can pick up.
Yeah,
I can
and
pick up
that's for chef. I don't have to do that for art, do I, Danny?
You don't.
None of those things
You
are.
don't have to
None
do
of
that
those
to be
things
a
are.
chef either.
Yeah,
Yes, you
but
do.
I just read you the
No, you
definition. I
don't.
read you the dictionary. I read you the
A
dictionary
chef?
definition.
Wait, hold on. To be a chef, you actually do have to get that level of certification. Now, to be a standard cook, no. But a chef, yes. Because
I can go in there and make a hamburger, my guy, but that's not me being a chef.
To cook
because a chef
and
no, because being a chef is different, and it involves business knowledge, management skills, and all of that. It is not just being able to cook. It is knowing how to order the groceries that are needed for your kitchen. All of those. It is so much more than just cooking, which is
but
why
that's not
being a
no.
chef
But that's
is
not
no. Being a
ordering
chef
groceries.
is a
Isn't the
different
same
level.
thing. That's management.
No. But that's what you're not getting. That is actually part of what being a chef is. Management.
Okay.
See,
It
We
was
can move
literally
on.
in the definition. It's literally in the definition I just gave you. Managing a kitchen, managing staff is a part of the definition of a chef. That is what you require in order to be a chef. So no, it's not the equivalence is false. You can't make that comparison.
If I ask a musician to make me a
that
song about green, the color green, am I a musician?
Did you give the musician an idea?
Yes.
Then it meets the criteria of person plus medium equals art.
No.
How does it not? I'm a person. I use the tools at my disposal. In this case, another person who has a skill that I lack. And then he created the output that adequately expressed my feelings. I've
Did
once
you
again
make
met
it?
the
Did you
def.
simply make it?
You're not listening.
No,
Nowhere
you're
in the
not listening.
definition does it.
Can you please
You're
answer
not
my
listening,
question? Can
Danny.
you please answer my question?
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question, but I want you to recognize that you are now adding things into the definition that aren't there. Nowhere does it says that I have to be the sole proprietor. Nowhere does it say it has to be a collaborative effort. All it has to do is have imagination and express my ideas or feelings. As long as it does that, it's art. Now, if 50
Is it
people helped
yours?
me,
Is it yours? You didn't make the art.
see,
If you
and now once again, you are now shoehorning new things into the definition. It doesn't say use of imagination to express feelings that you own. Did it express my feelings? Yes. Did I use my imagination to express it? Yes. It qualifies as art. Now, I'm not here to have a question about ownership or IPs or rights or if I can distribute it or if I'll get sued for it. The only thing I need to do is say that I used my imagination to express my feelings using a medium. That's all. These extra things you are adding to the definition so that you can say it's wrong. But the second that you add a new word into the definition, not only are you illogical, you're making up your own definition and denying the one in the dictionary. You recognize this, yes?
sure, let's go with that.
You don't get your own personal definition. Now you can have one, but no one's expected to follow that but you. So what we're doing now, Empress and I, Father Trinity and I, we're giving you the dictionary definition and we're holding you by the hand and showing you how AI art qualifies as such. Can you concede that so far AI art has met all of these criteria, and the only reason that you're saying it's not is because you're trying to add in additional words that don't appear in the definition?
I'm confused. I can agree. I can somewhat agree that AI art is art, but AR artists aren't like. If I write up a prompt and say, make a picture of a bunny. I'm not an artist. I'm simply not.
That's a self-defeating statement, Danny. Because if you concede that AI art is art, what do you call a person who makes art, Danny?
An artist. The
Okay,
ChatGPT can
so
be the
I have now
artist.
met the criteria of artist as well. Congratulations,
No,
you
you simply
conceded
haven't.
twice.
You simply haven't. I'm sorry, but if
In order for your definition to hold, sir, you're saying I'm not an artist, and then you inserted new words into the definition that do not appear there. You've conceded that we have met the dictionary definition. That's logic. A equals A. This
remember,
thing is what we say it is. You can't
remember when
say
you
that
never
it's
answered my
not.
question?
What's your
Can you
question,
change the
Daniel?
subject? Is hold on.
What's your
Is it?
question?
No, I can't remember it. Let me see. What did I say? I asked you, and you said you would answer my question in a second, and then you went on
And I'm
tangent
sure
and
I
changed the
did, but if I
subject.
didn't, I apologize. What's your question?
Oh, if I ask, what was it? Ah, fuck me.
I'm
It's
listening.
fine. We can move on from that. It's okay. But oh, um, oh, oh, yay! But if
Hey, Phantom.
What up? What up?
Good seeing you again.
You too, my friend.
So,
But Danny's gonna ask a question here. Hold on, I want to give Danny the floor. He says I skipped out on this question, and I want to be a gracious host and be a good faith interlocutor here. So
no, I
please, Danny,
understand. I understand.
ask me your question, sir.
if I ask a musician to write me a song about how amazing laundry baskets are,
Yes.
and they make that song,
Uh huh.
am I a musician and am I a music producer?
Okay. Do you want me to answer yes or no,
It's
or
a
do
yes or
you
no
want a
question. It's a
concise
yes or no.
answer? Yes.
No.
Would you like me to
Okay,
expound on that
explain
for
your
you?
argument. Explain your argument how that
Sure.
qualifies you
Okay.
as a music
Again,
producer.
let's go. My argument here is that person plus medium equals art. You've agreed to that. I'm the person. Hi, I have an idea about laundry baskets. Laundry baskets are dope. I'm now going to use a medium. In this case, the medium is just a tool by which I express myself. Because I'm not good at writing music, this is a lie, this is for the example. I outsourced to somebody who knew what they were doing. And I said, hey, bro, I've got this great idea for a song about laundry baskets. And then he produced me a song about laundry baskets. He wouldn't have been able to produce anything without my idea. Now, I know where you're going and I understand what you're saying. Am I the sole creator? Absolutely not. Was there more than one person involved?
That's not
Sure was.
collaborative.
It's
But
absolutely
you
it's
established
absolutely
that
collaborative. It's
directors
absolutely
aren't
collaborative, Danny.
artists.
Because if it's not collaborative, you would have to disavow the fact that I said, "Hey, Steve, I've got this great idea about a song for laundry baskets. My contribution is the idea." It wouldn't, and we walked through this. Remember, I sat you down in front of the holodeck and said, "Make anything you want, but if you don't touch it, nothing will happen." That's what's gonna happen when I contact Steve. If I call Steve and say, "Hey, bro, I've got a great idea for a song," and he goes, "Oh yeah, about what?" and then I go stone dead silent, what's Steve gonna produce for me? Nothing.
I like
So
to add
I-
on. I like to add on what you're saying, Phantom, because there's something that I also wanted you to want Danny here to understand. So here's a good example of what I want you to understand is that a lot of singers, they sometimes don't know how to make music. For example, actually no, I don't. This person does know how to make music, but sometimes some people would get tunes sent to them. For example, Kendrick Lamar used one of DJ Mustard's beats that helped the song "Not Like Us." That's like that whole beat. Yeah, he made him a beat for it. DJ Mustard has said, and I quote, "Yo, I have this beat for you to try out," and he used it.
And in this situation, Danny, they would both be artists. Now, we can have a conversation about credit or ownership, but that's not our topic of conversation. My only conversation here is that AI art is in fact art, and the people who make it are artists. Now we can have a completely different conversation about who owns it or what the rights are or who can do anything or who got credit, but none of that would have anything to do with it being what it is.
Actually, this is probably the worst example for Danny to have chosen, because there is a long and storied history in the music industry of somebody providing an idea, a title, or anything along those lines. Just the idea is enough, and getting a writing credit for the song. They become considered one of the writers on the song, thus making them an artist. And a great example of this is Smells Like Teen Spirit from Nirvana. So,
after the MC just said, if an AI if a person uses AI to prompt something, they're not making they can be an AI manager.
Danny, we can't hear you, Danny.
Okay, you're not making the art. You're asking something to make the art. You can
Danny.
Yes.
When
that's
I
my name.
said
Good job.
that,
That's my name.
did you hear when I said that just by providing the idea, they have other people have sometimes been given writing credits on songs. This is an ongoing thing within the music industry. This is not new.
I would also like to point out
Establish that we're not using different mediums, because when I said food, and food is a medium, it can be used as an amazing art.
Danny,
why is someone laughing? Because you know damn well it is.
Danny, I just went back to the example that you used of music. I went directly from the example that you
Trinity is actually in no place to be saying that shit, because I don't know why his 84-year-old ass is saying he needs to focus on babysitting. Kind of crazy.
Hey.
You know what? I'm gonna let you go deal with them kids, Danny, because you're not listening. You listening to talk, and you're not really listening. You just no, Clyde, man. 17 is not okay. It's just not, my friend. I need you to be over the age of 18. I cannot be talking to fetuses.
No. I'm glad you got him out of there quick, because I'm about to go off a little bit.
See, Danny wasn't listening. He was just waiting for a gap in the conversation so he could say the same sad talking points that we had already overlooked, despite the fact that Empress had just debunked the talking point that he had just used. He went right back to it anyway. He's not listening.
Yeah, I should have tagged Father Trinity to come up in here and talk to him, because I'm like, oh.
No, Father Trinity, he had a run with Danny. He was up here with him for a nice long while.
You're right.
I see Father Trinity is in the guest request box. I also see another guy, Guardian. I'm really only looking for ops, and oh my God, I've been going for so long. This was not the plan, but I will knock out any ops that are here because this is what we're doing. So if you take cool, what is the soul in AI art? Please, let's come on up. Let's have a conversation about the soul. I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Danny, what kind of slapback was that? You using Ed Sheeran? Bruh, come on now. Hey, Father Trinity.
Miley, what's good, Danny? Miley, what's good? You had all that shit to talk. You need to pay attention. I don't know who's paying you right now, whose dime or clock you are right now to watch whose pet fetuses you're watching, but you're not doing an effective job. Them kids screaming and caterwauling and acting fool in the background, and you ain't doing not a damn thing about it. If I knew who you was babysitting for, I would definitely call them and make sure to give them a apt report directly. You feel me? Because clearly somebody needs to understand that their job description does not include being on TikTok Live, or you're supposed to be watching them babies.
This man's profile got him looking like Zesty Edgar.
I'm a required reporter. What's up, Merlin?
Hey, Merlin.
Hey.
How you doing?
All right, brother, you say you're tapping out?
Yes, I am up on half of it. I okay for 7 years I was a musician.
Really?
Ah.
Did you play?
I played violin and sang. And shit, lost train of
Take your
thought.
time. Take your time.
The thing I have with art is AI art is art, but the AI artists who use AI are not artists. They
Ooh.
are simply using a alternate computer graphic thing to do the art for them by a program structure.
Okay.
And I've even done some AI art, like my profile picture. I like it, but I wish I could use fine motor skills, which I lost in accident. Left me from CO poisoning. Because now I have use AI art, but I still I'm opposed to it still.
So I have a question for you, Merlin.
Yeah.
When you were playing violin, right? When you were
Yeah.
playing violin, you were able to express yourself through that, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to use AI to express a melody, now that a melody that is stuck in your head, and I guarantee you know what that's like, right?
Yes, I
You have
do.
okay. So you use the AI to express that melody. Does it take away from the artistry? Because that was
It
the melody
takes
that was stuck. Wait, hold on. That was the melody that was stuck in your head.
it takes away from my emotional attachment to it for me. That's where I say this claim.
Okay.
Okay, so it takes away from your emotional attachment to it.
Yes.
But is it still your expression?
No. It takes the emotional take. Because I am not and cannot do it myself anymore until I heal. So therefore it's not me. It is a computer programming wanting and creating what I want to create. So it's taking the human graphic of emotions from it.
Sir, if I may, I think you're underselling yourself here. Like, I understand the dilemma you're in and what the art meant to you and how, like, now you aren't able to do it the way you once did it. But the song that was stuck in your head It's still the song that was stuck in your head, like Empress said. If you used a large language model to get that song out and into the world, it would still be your idea. You still came up with that idea, even if you didn't go through all the steps to produce the music and make the beat. And like, I don't even know what all the steps are to make music. I just know I can use Suno. But if you can get that expression out, even though you didn't do it with your hands, or even if you didn't physically do it the way you used to do it, it's still your expression, isn't it? You still felt that way, right?
Through idealistics, yes, not through manual labor. That's why I said at first I'm a half up. As half yes and half no. It is a me in the middle type of thing for me.
You know, and it's very important when we come up here. One of the first things I say to people, and I didn't get to do that with you, is I can't argue your emotional state. I can't tell you how you feel about art, or why personally I think you should think that it is. You have your own personal feelings, and that's fine. I have my own personal feelings, and that's fine, which is why we tend to kind of stick to like the objective opinions.
Yeah.
But can you at the very least recognize that you're a half op because you have a personal stake in this? It has nothing to do with the definition. It has nothing to do with logic. You just have a personal feeling that you don't think this is for the reasons that you have specified, but that has nothing to do with the actual definition, does it? Come on, baby.
Through your expression, no. But I hate saying, but it's a habit. Although me agreeing with your take on it, I am still a opposition, because if AI can do it, then what is the need for humankind and their feelings to
I understand what you're saying, my
it?
friend. I hear you struggling, and I hear you getting really passionate about it, and like I can't stress to you enough how I feel your passion. That's fine. But you understand that your part in this is still, you have to give it the instruction. The AI is not doing anything without you. If you have a song stuck in your head and then you give it to the AI, if the AI matches that, it doesn't take away from the idea that you had. It doesn't take away from that's the song that was stuck in your head. It would still be the song that you implemented, because this song would not exist if it hadn't been stuck in your head for weeks at a time and you hadn't gotten it out. It's still yours.
Not
You're asking what the human component is.
Right.
Okay, but
Right.
no one.
If
It's okay.
you
Copyrights are a different argument. Ownership of the art is a different argument. Like, and this is the common mistake that most people make when they come up here, is you are confusing your subjective opinion about the art with the objective fact that it is art. I recognize that you have an emotional opinion about it, so you kind of like sway against it. That's fine, but that's not within the definition. Now, we can have a completely separate argument about copyrights and ownerships and IPs and who can distribute it and who can send cease and desists, but that doesn't deter from the fact that it's still your work. It's still your expression. You use the medium to express yourself. That belongs to you.
That's
And
where
the most
I was sorry to interrupt. That's where I was going with copyright. It takes your part in it away and gives it to AI ownerships or company, and they then have ownership and or right to your work.
Don't mind me. I'm just
And
talking to my dog.
I've got go. Sorry. Nice talking with you. I followed you. I hope we can continue this another time. Empress Father, good see y'all
Good to see you too, Merlin.
To see you, kid.
later.
Dude, I appreciate the level of effort you put into this conversation, and I fucking love your passion, my guy. Like, thank you for sharing that with us. Real talk.
Yeah, Merlin's a really,
No,
really,
Merlin's really good. He's a really good guy. Very
yeah.
thoughtful. And the conversations he chooses to participate in, it's because he's placed a value on it.
Yeah, it's
All
really
right, I see
interesting to
another
hear
guy
that.
in the comments talking. Hey, bro, I'm gonna send you an invite. I actually don't see the invites here. Come on up, my guy. Dino, sir. Come on up. Let's have a conversation. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. He headed out. Okay. Any more ops? I'll take one more op. One more op, because holy shit, I've been doing this for 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, dude,
Oh,
as
you
soon as
sweet,
Dr. Barry left, I came and did this.
Jesus.
Has it been,
you sweet,
has it
sweet
been
summer
that long
child.
since Dr. Barry ended?
Yeah, at least it was like 9 o'clock when she stopped. It's 1 o'clock for me now.
Yeah.
Like we've been going at it. So last call for any ops. Like there are 15 people here. Like I think it's super cool that all of you are friendlies. That means we're doing our job. People are listening. That's fucking great. But if you disagree, I want to have that conversation with you. Anybody? Everybody? No, Josh, you can't pretend to be an op. Though I've been thinking about doing that. I think if I was an op, I'd be a strong ass op and you wouldn't be able to stop me. Because I don't really have to make sense. I can just make shit up. So I would win if Josh.
But that's because you're a villain at heart.
Yeah, I'm combative at heart.
I'm meticulous.
No, I don't know. I think that game recognized game, and Empress said you looking real familiar.
You know, I'm petty. I'm petty to a fault.
Why did I have to get thrown into that? Huh?
I'm just saying, you know what a villain is.
I am not a villain.
You know, Emperor's got some arch nemesis. You can tell.
Empress, you know you are Hakatan. I don't even know why you're trying to play.
Sir, that is her Satan.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, mysterious artist 1 has joined, and they got some fuckery to say. Would you like to come up?
I think I've talked to him before. Oh, hey, Skeptical Sandra, how you doing, girl? Good to see you. Y'all keep tapping that app. We're on Go Phantom Ranger, where we talk about whatever he wants. Today we're talking about AI artists. Our AI artists are artists. Y'all tap that app if you agree or disagree. Ask to join up and see if your logic can't be dissected.
Dead. Any ops? Come on, y'all. Everybody. I feel super passionate about this conversation, and I love having it as often as I can because I think this is important. This is like, don't start with that 401 isn't fair shit. Like if we were on Dr. Barry's lab, it'd be 9 or 10 of us.
Plus, we're all here to just talk. We're not here to fight.
Although we can.
Yeah, we could, but still.
These hands ready to eat for everybody.
Like I'll tell you what. Who is that said that? It's mysterious artist. I'll let you come on up as long as you're over 18. You can pick who you talk to, and everybody else will pipe the fuck down.
I can agree to that.
Danny is still in here, bro. I thought you'd be gone, bro.
I can't believe Danny's still hanging out. But so mysterious one, you can come on up. Like honestly, if you picked me, I would probably pick Empress. She's the cutest one out of the group. So like that would be my choice. But you know, I'm a heterosexual male, so I'm biased.
Personally, I want to just hand it to Event King and see and let him handle it.
I'm funny.
Oh no, guys, Danny unfollowed me. I'm so disappointed. My whole life is fucking over now.
Hey, Danny, let me tell you something, bruh. Go fuck yourself.
I'm gonna self delete. I'm so depressed now. Damn, Danny don't like me. Fuck. Who is you, my guy? Like for real. So hey, who's the one guy?
Danny, go watch them kids.
For real.
See, the Incredibles, the Incredibles. Oh, hold on, I got a restricting. That's crazy.
Oh, is that your? I thought it was my restriction.
Yeah, he didn't even do anything.
Bro, they said reason is harassment.
I guess he tried to report.
Sorry, I'm
he
bothering
tried to
people
report
with
me
facts.
and end up getting you.
I don't really care. Well, guess what? I'm still here. This is for 10 minutes.
I see two people in the guest request box. Ethan, I'm gonna hit the button for you, but if you're not an op, I'm gonna move on. Like I just kind of want ops here.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me because my name is also Ethan. My bad, man.
Oh, is it? That's interesting.
His name is Event King Ethan.
That's
well,
dope.
you can just call me Event.
So hey, other Ethan, you can come back, my guy. Are you over 18?
Yes, sir. I am over 18.
Fantastic. Do you agree with the prompt?
I don't believe I do, but I'm willing to have conversation about it.
That's amazing. Now I'm gonna offer you the same thing that I offered the other guy. Like we don't want to gang up on you 401. I'm going to pick your poison. Which one of us all of them, Father Trinity and Empress are mods. Event is like me and we're still learning our way around, but you can pick whoever you like and everybody else will pipe the fuck down and let you have that conversation.
Oh man, I don't wanna
No, it's fine. The point is we don't want to overwhelm you 4-on-1. So we're going to you get to pick who cooks.
I'm okay with it just being conversational, you know, if everybody wants to talk, like I'd be happy to hear what other people have to say more than just one at a time.
Okay. So you disagree. For us to move forward, I recognize that you have opinions on what AI art is, and that's fine. I also have opinions, but for us to move forward, we have to objectively agree to a definition. We like to go to the dictionary. So can you and I go to the dictionary, find a definition, and that's what we work with?
Yeah, but my only, you know, things like that aren't a monolith. It's really hard to, you know, it's like what is, oh God, don't sing the song, but like what is love? You know, like you can go to the dictionary to try to define that, but it's a lot more difficult than just words on a page, you know?
But I understand, but if you were, let's say, we're going to go with Ethan's definition, and then yours is chopped full of whatever your opinion is. I can't argue your opinion because your opinions are right for you.
Yeah,
but I have my own opinion, and I can't inflict my opinion on you, which is why we have to find a middle ground. And to do that, we go where they keep the words.
You know, I can acquiesce on that, but I mean, what do you want me to just find like Merriam-Webster or something? Like, how do you?
I happen to be sitting in front of a bunch of them. I have a bunch of definitions in front of me, and I'm happy to read off one of them. And if you say, "Hey, I think I can work with that one," I can work with that one with you. But if not, we can move on to another one. And we won't move.
Oh, there we are.
Father, you just had to do it. You just had to do it.
You know what? It's a STEM. I get it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start rattling these off for you, Ethan, and then when you say yeah, I agree with that one, that's the one we'll lock in on.
Okay,
the
sure.
Oxford Dictionary says that art is the use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, my only this is really a getting into the weeds sort of conversation though, because we can sit here and find different dictionaries with different definitions until.
Oh, and I'm happy to read several more, and we won't move forward until we both agree, because I can't saddle you with the definition. That would be a straw man. That's
Yeah,
rude.
that's fair. The thing is, I can agree with you on that definition, but I don't know if that even like I don't know if every single definition we can find can even wholly define it. You know?
Oh, I hear you, but I'm sure you don't mean to be doing this, but you're looking for ways to discredit the dictionary in favor of what? Like, if we're not going to go to the dictionary for what words mean, where should we go?
Fifis.
I mean, okay. Well, we can just use the dictionary, I guess, for the sake of making it simple.
Now, if you don't like Oxford, I have several more, and we can even swing back around to Oxford if that's what you want to do. But it's very important that you're comfortable with the definition. Otherwise, I'm straw manning you.
I'd be happy to hear the other ones. I mean, I'm also more interested to know which one you identify with personally the most.
Well, I have my own personal one that I'm shopping around as objective, because I've taken them all and collaborated them into one big one, which I think can't be refuted. But like, nobody seems to want to agree to it. It's a little long, and people go, "Oh, well, you just made that one up." So it's much better if I just go to the dictionary, so nobody can accuse me of anything, you know?
Okay.
And besides, I don't really get an opinion on what art is. That is the problem that most people have when they come up here. They confuse how they feel about the art for if it's art.
Well,
I don't want to do that.
Well, this conversation is an opinion on art, right? So, I mean,
No,
I
it's
sincerely.
not. No, it's not. This conversation is AI art fits the criteria of art definitionally and logically across the board. Now, you and I can have separate opinions on if you like the art or if you don't like the art or if you don't like the terms that I use. That's fine. But my contention is that it is in fact art according to any definition that you can find, and the only thing it needs to do to qualify is meet the definition.
Okay.
So if you don't like Oxford, I can move on to Merriam-Webster's, and you can tell me how you feel about that one.
Okay.
Okay. Merriam-Webster's definition is conscious use of skill and creative imagination, especially producing aesthetic objects. Do you like that one?
I mean, I can agree with that one as well. This is a really tricky conversation because I feel like you're kind of locking me into.
It's not the only reason. The only thing that's making it tricky is that you're like, and you don't even mean to do it. And this is not a slight against you personally. I'm reading you these definitions, and in your mind, you're racing a mile a minute, and you're like, "Damn, I don't really think that I could say AI don't fit that one, so that one don't fit." It's only tricky because I can't. These definitions don't let you add or take away other things to make your point.
Well,
we're going to stick to the definitions.
I can see where you're coming from. My only point is, like, I feel like you're doing this as kind of like a like preemptive defense for, like, if I start getting angry at you about, like.
Oh no, I
Because
welcome your anger,
I'm
sir.
so willing to have just talk about it, and like I don't.
So am I.
Okay.
So am I.
So
like,
then-
Ethan, I'm with you, but we can't go anywhere until we agree on a definition, because if I saddle you with this one, you're going to say, "Well, I never agreed to that." And then we've got to start the whole process over again. I don't want to waste your time. There are 18 people in here watching. I don't want to waste their time.
Okay.
So it's really important that we hammer one down now. If you don't like Merriam-Webster, I can move on to Cambridge.
It's just it also puts me into the position where if I start trying to express other interpretations of art or other ideas of art,
it allows you to double back and say, well, this is the definition we agreed to. And
Correct.
that's
Yes,
just
I'm not going to let you add new words into the definition. Yes. Because if your only way to defeat my definition is to add new things that aren't there and say you won, that's not going to work.
Definitions are
So
how
that's why we have
know.
to objectively agree to it.
Yeah, that's how we know what words mean, is by agreeing on a definition. If we're discussing what art is, the first thing you have to do is define art. If you went to a court of law, the Supreme Court, and you asked them a question, like what's it? Ruth Bader Ginsburg, before may she rest, or was asked, was a hot dog a hamburger, or a hamburger hot dog or whatever, and
No,
she
a
asked.
sandwich.
Yeah, thank you. As a hot dog, a sandwich. Thank you. And the first thing she asked was, define a sandwich for me, and I will tell you whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich. So that's exactly what we're doing. If we're gonna talk about what art is, we have to define it first. And it's not necessarily as a gotcha, not necessarily. It's literally for us to, in order to have any discussion, because we can go. Otherwise, we'll just be going into a circular conversation about varying ideas of what we think and philosophize art to be. You see what I mean?
okay. I apologize for my hesitation. I can just can you reread the very first one? I don't want to keep getting caught in the
And
weeds with
just
this
so
sort
you're
of stuff.
clear, this is part of the reason why he's giving you the opportunity to agree, to listen to multiple definitions, from multiple sources, and pick the one that you feel most comfortable with.
This
You
this
can
is
work
in
with
no
any of
means
these.
an opportunity. I'm not trying to trap you. It just so happens that our opinions on this topic align with the dictionary definitions. That's all. So it appears as though I'm giving you my opinions, but I'm just reading the dictionary definition to you and showing you that it fits. That's all. But for me to do that, you have to agree with the definition that it fits. Do you want to go back to the Oxford?
Yeah, just reread that one for me really quick, and then we can just stick with that one.
Sure. The use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures.
Okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that one.
Okay. So if I can show you that AI art falls into this criteria, can you concede the point, or can you then tell me how it doesn't?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to, for the sake of our argument, I'm going to say you're going to grant me that I'm a person and I have feelings.
Yeah, I can say that.
Okay, so we can chalk off feelings from this. I'm going to assume that you accept me as a person and that I have an imagination.
Yeah.
So we can remove that one. And I think that you'll grant me that regardless of what medium I use to express it to you, as long as I express my feelings to you, I have achieved art.
Sure.
Okay, so the use of imagination to express ideas or feelings. I'm using my imagination. I have an idea. You know what would be really cool? I want to see Donald Trump on a Triceratops fighting Godzilla. I've used my imagination. The way I've used that imagination is if I've expressed that into words. And now all I have to do is put that into a medium that adequately describes those feelings to me, whether it be a drawing, a painting, or a sculpture. Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
So if I take the idea that I have and I place it in a large language model, and then it spits out the image, as long as that image corresponds to the feeling and imagination that I have, it would qualify as art, wouldn't it?
My only hesitance to agree with you on that is that the language model doesn't know your feelings on it. You can use your best words.
But it does, because I gave it my feelings. I'm
Well,
telling it what my feelings are.
I'm sorry. Could I finish my thought? I apologize. Just what I'm trying to say is you could use your best words to describe how you feel and explain to it how you feel, and maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't think you're too emotionally attached to Donald Trump riding a Triceratops fighting Godzilla, but I mean, like, if it were something more emotional to you, you could try your best to explain it, and then it would come up with it could come up with 100 different versions of that, and then you could just pick one that satisfies you. You know, but
I agree, but the problem that I'm having is that you're saying, like, yes, Donald Trump on a Triceratops fighting Godzilla, not the most imaginative thing. On a spectrum of imagination from 1 to 0, 1 being you didn't really fucking try, and 100 being this is the greatest idea, it's probably like a 3. But it's imagination. Because Donald Trump on a Triceratops fighting Godzilla has never actually happened in the world. So I've used my imagination, no matter how small, no matter how minuscule. I've now satisfied that option.
right.
And I think you can agree that as the person who's creating the art, the only person that can say, yes, this image corresponds with my thoughts is the person who had the thought. Yes?
Yes, but you're not creating it.
But I did create it. I absolutely did, because again, if I sit you down in front of ChatGPT, ChatGPT 7, it's the greatest model. It's the greatest model. It's the best. It's a big, beautiful plan. It's the
Right.
greatest model you've ever seen. But if
I
you
literally was
don't
just about to
put
do that
it,
earlier, then I thought against it because you were like, "It's not the most creative idea." And I was going to be like, "Yes, it is. It's the best idea. The
yes, it
most
is.
creative
It's the
idea."
best plan. It's
Sorry.
fake
I
news.
also want to say I understand you were just coming up with an example. I wasn't trying to say that was like I don't want to diss your ideas like that.
Oh no, and it's fine. Like again, I had a guy come up here. I made a thing about My Little Ponies, and he was like, "So you're a pedophile?" It's like, no, you're
Whoa.
arguing with my example. That's ridiculous. So I just used the simplest of examples because I wanted to illustrate to you that it doesn't take much for me to stretch my imagination. That's all.
Okay.
So if I have this idea and I sit down in front of ChatGPT and I don't touch it, what will the ChatGPT produce?
Nothing.
Yes. So, in order for it to be art, I would have to contribute something, wouldn't I?
Sure, but
Okay,
you're
so what I'm
still
contributing are my feelings and imaginations. I've taken my imaginations and my feelings and I said, hey, ChatGPT, here's the thought that I'm having. Now, whether I say Donald Trump on a Triceratops or I go into a whole spiel about what he's wearing and what the dinosaur is doing and he's got a bazooka, all of these are on the spectrum of added things to my imagination. But I don't need any of those things because I've satisfied imagination with just the idea itself. So, person plus the medium by which to express himself equals art. When you remove the medium, when we said, hey, ChatGPT is sitting there, but you don't type it, nothing happens, you don't get art. If I have an idea, but I don't have the medium by which to express that, you don't get art. So objectively, you have to have person plus the medium by which to express yourself equals art. Do you agree?
I feel like that's a really simplified.
It is very simplified because all I have to do to meet the Oxford Dictionary definition is have imagination and express those feelings through a medium. I have satisfied all of these conclusions.
I think that your contention is probably with the idea of good art or art that is high level or fine art, and that's not what we're arguing here. So like, in order we can discuss whether or not it's good, whether or not it has value, but even when a kindergartner draws a square with 2 L's at the bottom and sticks with 3 appendages at the end and calls it mommy, it's still art. It ain't good, but it's still art.
Right. I don't know. Maybe this might not be the best metaphor, but this is the best thing I can come up with on the spot. I definitely didn't prepare for this at all ahead of time. I just happened to see all on my for you
That's
page.
fine. You're being honest, and I
But
appreciate it. It's fine.
it's like it feels like it's art in the way that like have you seen that like you can technically spell the word fish with like the phonetic usage of the letters GHOTI? Have you seen that?
No,
Okay.
no, but I'm going to grant it for you. That's fine. For the sake of your argument, I'll grant it for you.
Okay, because it's what is it? You're using the f sound from tough and the o sound or the I sound from the o in women, I believe. And then what is it? Fish and then ti. Ugh, I can't remember. Like kind of the sh like in the word definition, right?
Okay.
It satisfies the it satisfies the phonetic and like if I were to say it conversationally, you wouldn't know that that's the word in my head, I guess. But
Correct.
it's still not quite like if I were to type that out, you wouldn't understand that as the word fish.
I agree, but I think that that's a false equivalence because if I show you my art, if I show you any of my art in any way, as long as it conveys the emotion that I was looking to convey, even if you don't see it, if I make an image at a funeral, but you see something in the background that makes you chuckle, that doesn't negate the fact that my emotional state was that of sadness. Just because you see something else in it doesn't mean that wasn't what I was going for. And even if that was the case, it still meets the criteria because it's my imagination and I used my feelings in a medium to express myself.
Right. So I think what this boils down to is, do you see AI as a proper medium? And
yes, it is a tool by which I express myself. Yes.
I struggle with trying to conclude it as a medium because it's going through the processes for you. It's coming up with those ideas parallel to yours. It's not even I wouldn't even call it a collaborative effort.
Hold on, Phantom. Let me ask a question real quick. I got you.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Ethan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a perspective real quick. So you said that can you say what you said again so I can like give you my question real quick?
Oh shoot. I'm already gonna let you know I'm gonna horribly rephrase what I said, but
It's understandable. I'm trying to like make sure I understand because I'm trying to take notes while also listening.
I need to backtrack. I'm so sorry.
Take your time. I think from what I remember, you said that the work is not fully you. That's what you said?
It's I was saying it doesn't feel like a wholly collaborative effort. It feels more parallel. It's like I struggle comparing it to a paintbrush or a canvas.
So let me
Hey, Event, before you get started, and this is you, this is all you. Ethan, do you recognize that what you just said was, yes, it adheres to the definition, but have you considered my feelings on it? The only thing holding you up from accepting that it adheres to the dictionary definition is the way you feel about it personally.
Well, I think the one little point is that as a medium, because we were saying it's visual or audio art or something. I can't remember the exact definition we used.
Painting, sculpture, drawing.
Right. It's not a painting, it's not a sculpture, it's not a drawing, it's something different, it's something generated, right? So then you have to ask yourself, how would it fit into that criteria? And how does it? And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
For the Oxford Dictionary, especially is doing the work, because it doesn't say only painting, drawing, or sculptures. It says especially painting, drawings, or structures.
Right.
So I'm done. Event, this is you.
All right. So here's something that I always notice is that the fact is that a lot of people will be saying that artists, like when they give something out to someone, they're not literally like they have like, they use the medium to work. But I feel like you guys I feel like sometimes people miss the fact that when you are giving someone an idea to a category that you're not able to do, that's not really
stealing. It's you exercising things that you're not able to do. For example, a creator on YouTube created the world's his own first survival world map. He created all the stuff, all the lore, the storyline. The one thing he couldn't do was the music. So what did he do? He outsourced to a person who knew how to do music. He gave him the ideas and he told him how he wanted to do it. The dude made many examples, and they went over together and they took a look at it and they were like, yeah, it's the same thing with AI. For example, I can create a whole movie. I could do the whole sound effects. I can do the whole characters movement. I could do the dialogue, but I just can't do the music. But if I put out a prompt and ask AI to help me out with what kind of music it is, and it makes the music, that doesn't mean it's stealing. It's me also asking for like a team member help. So it is collaborative. There we go. There's the word. There's a word. I'm not a YN now. I'm not a YN. But it is collaborative due to the fact that not everyone does the same thing when it comes to art. People do specific different things. I specialize in writing storylines, dialogues, and doing art. I'm no musical genius. I don't know how music works throughout story and stuff. So when I'm using AI or a person who's also able to do music to help me, it's not really stealing. It's more so just me asking for assistance and help.
Right. Well, I never claimed once that it was stealing, although I will say a lot of those models have been trained on other people's artwork consensually, and there's a different conversation there.
And that's my bad. I totally forgot that you didn't say that it was stealing. So I was also reading the comments, and someone also said something about stealing, and I accidentally put that into my conversation.
Okay.
Can I jump in and make one quick point?
Sure.
Okay. I do want to respond to him because I want to give his words.
Yeah.
Attention. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't see it as a whole collaboration though from that angle. It's you're using a tool, sure, but it's not a person with its own experience and feelings and understanding. And it
doesn't have to be. Where's that in the definition that it has to have that?
Hold on, Phantom. I want him to hear his point. I want to hear his point real quick, and then I'm willing to hear some response to that. Okay.
Real quick. Hold on one moment.
Okay.
Phantom, you might want to give some of us mod rights so that we can handle those in the chat appropriately. I know Nopra's here, Finner's here, so on and so on.
Oh, Nopra brought it out.
By the power of Grayskull, Miss Empress, go get him.
You want to do like Sinners and Nopra as well? Because you know what they can do in Dr. Jazz's live, so. And I won't always be able to look at my screen.
But I totally get your point, Ethan, where you feel like it's not collaborative just based on the fact it doesn't have all those categories that you just existed. But my thing is that I don't think it's needed due to the fact that that's not really what art is all about, in my opinion. I think art, in my opinion, is just doing something and making it happen.
Yeah, but it's with that step, you're not the one making it happen. And it's not even like you can credit, like you can't even say like, oh yeah, like this was a piece made by AI for this thing. The way that I don't know, nobody says wow, I really enjoyed Star Wars. George Lucas did such a good job with the sound, with the scoring, right? George Lucas didn't do the scoring. It was John Williams. And John Williams is a musical genius. He's done music for all sorts of things, you know. And maybe George Lucas talked to him about some ideas, but John Williams is the one who made the music at the end of the day.
Okay, so can I ask a question? Did it say that he actually did that, or is it implied that someone thinks that George Lucas did that?
What do you mean?
So you said that the way that it's credited, some people might say George Lucas would be credited for doing the musical score, but in reality, you said it was this person who actually did it. Was that person credited? Was that person credited, or was
He
it George
didn't say
Lucas?
the way that it was credited. He was trying to indicate, that even though the director of the film was the one that guided the vision, he wasn't the one that would take credit for all the different aspects, and that is true. However, in this particular situation, most people who use AI tools will readily tell you what tool they use. Like it's just
Ah, okay,
Right.
my bad. I misread what he was saying. That's my bad, Ethan.
I don't think anybody credits George Lucas for the music, but it doesn't feel like you wouldn't. I don't know. Like people will. I respect people who will be open about the fact that they're using AI. But
I hear you, Ethan, and like I so super admire your passion on this, but you started your objection with "I feel." What I hear you saying is, yes, it seems to be adhering to the definition, but have you considered my feelings? Your feelings are not in the definition.
I'm sorry. I'm not.
None of that is part of it. I
Right. I'm not.
recognize that you have an opinion about the art, but it doesn't negate the fact that it is art.
Right. And then that circles us back to the conversation of I'm not trying to tell you how I feel about the whole thing. I mean, the whole conversation is also like a lot of art is inherently an emotional thing. I apologize if I'm using a lot of I feel statements to express what I'm thinking, but it I I don't
No,
know,
I
even with
agree.
the definition we agreed on, it wholly slots into that category. It might look like it's completed a checklist, but I don't know if it fully fills in those shoes.
I need you to recognize here, Ethan, and I'm sure you're not doing it on purpose. Like I think you're being genuine. You're saying, "Hey, we've looked at this dictionary definition and it seems to fit, but because I can't find a place to put my feelings into it, it doesn't seem to be fitting." If I check the
what it sounds
boxes,
like
I'm on it.
is
I promise
No,
you I'm not bringing my feelings.
I think what it is actually that he has this reverence for art that he feels the definition does not satisfy. What art is to him and the emotion that it has to him cannot be encapsulated by this definition. He's saying there's something missing. The definition cannot quite encapsulate everything that I feel or that he thinks about when it comes to art. Am I right, or am I miscorrect if I'm getting it wrong?
Right, and I mean, I'm pretty sure, but but that circles back to the very beginning of the conversation when I was saying it's really hard to find something that's going to define it as a whole.
But that's not true. That's not true at all. We can break it down into the two things that it needs, and it meets those two things. There needs to be a person with feelings, and there needs to be a medium by which to express those feelings. Whether you recognize it or not, you are confusing how you feel about the art with if it's art or not.
Right.
It fits the definition. It checks the boxes. It fills the criteria. I've been using all morning. A frozen piece of water is ice. What shape it's in doesn't matter. It fits the definition. If it's frozen water, it's ice. If it's a person who expressed himself through a medium, then it's art. There is no wiggle room around it because you can't remove the person and still have art. You can't remove the medium and also have art. You need the person and the medium by which to express yourself. These two things are objective to the definition of art. If you don't have them, you don't have art.
I feel like we're kind of landing where I said we might land earlier in the conversation, because now we're really staunchly defending this one definition of art.
Yeah, because it's the one we agreed to.
on? The one that we
Yes,
agreed on? Like,
I'm defending the one that we agreed on, and now that you see that it fits the criteria, you say, "Oh, well, I don't like that one because I
No,
shouldn't have
sir,
agreed to
I'm not
that one
trying to
because it
say-
doesn't agree."
I'm not trying to. No, sir, I'm not trying to say that I disagree with that definition of art. I'm just saying.
But you are. You're implying it. You're saying yes, it ticks the boxes of this definition, but I feel as though you're saying.
Let me ask a question, Ethan. What other information would you like to add into the conversation if we were not strictly adhered to this definition? Because I want to see if it would actually add any value to the conversation at all.
Okay. I
Even better, sir, you tell us the definition that you want to use. And if it comes from a source that everybody on the panel can go take a look at, we'll agree to your definition and we'll walk through that one.
I don't want to get into the weeds of that, because what I'm trying to say is, even by the definition we've agreed on, I don't think it checks off all the boxes the way we might feel it does.
But it has. And for your statement to stand, sir, you would have to walk me through how my emotional expressions plus the medium by which I did it isn't art.
Right.
When I break it down to person versus medium equals art, you agree. When we remove the medium, we don't have art. When we remove the idea or the person, we don't have art. But when we put these two things together, we get art. Like, the wiggle room you're looking for does not exist.
I'm not asking for wiggle room, though. I'm trying to express my thoughts here.
You're looking for something that disqualifies AI, but it's not in the definition. You see the problem? Like, if I said 2 + 2 = 6, and I say, well, I just feel as though, like, I can't, there's nothing I can add to the equation that would make it 6. There's nothing that you can add to the definition that would make AI art excluded, because it's ticking all the boxes by the definitions that you agreed to. And then when I say, well, if you don't agree with this one, find me another one, you don't want to get off into the weeds. We're already in the weeds, sir. We're here.
Define me a medium of art.
Medium, the tool by which I choose to express myself.
Is that, let's say, a dictionary definition?
Would you like me to go grab you a dictionary definition of tool?
Not tool. I prefer medium, but yes,
medium, sure. Let's go look up medium just for you. Oh,
Okay,
by the way, for anybody
feel like
who's been
you're getting-
keeping up with what's going on, I did get a letter back from Movie Flow AI about my sponsorship. I'll tell you all about that later, but it looks like it's going to work out.
I'm really trying my best to be polite here. I'm sorry.
Okay, here we go.
Being polite. I got it. In medium, in art, a medium is the physical material or substance an artist uses to create a work. Common examples include paint, charcoal, clay, marble, or digital software. Ooh.
Right.
So we've not wait before we can go there. Do you agree with that definition, Ethan? Because if you don't, we're straw manning you.
Right. I do want to say really quick again. I got interrupted by something, but I apologize if I've upset you at all. I've been trying my best.
I'm
to be
not
as
upset at
polite as I
all.
can.
I'm not
Okay,
upset, my friend. I feel very
I
strongly
just-
about this, yes, but like I'm not upset.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just hallucinating, but I just feel like I'm picking up on like I hate to assume how you feel, but it feels like contemptuousness. But
I mean, I'm a bit of an asshole, yes, and there are 18 people here, and I have to be slightly entertaining to keep people here.
Entertaining, right?
So yeah,
He's just keeping it up for the entertainment value, man. It's nothing personal.
all right.
but for the sake of our argument, do you agree with the definition of medium that Father Trinity provided us?
Sure.
So you recognize that under this definition, large language models qualify as a medium.
I don't believe it
Computer
does, though.
software? Large language model isn't computer software?
I think it's a computer software in the way, like, I don't think it's a computer
So it,
software in the same way
so
that
it's
like
computer
Photoshop.
software by the definition, but you can't find something to squeeze in there to say it's not. By the definition, it meets what a medium is. Do you notice how every time we give you a dictionary definition and you agree to it, and then when we compare it one to one with AI art, you go, yeah, it meets the definition, but, and then you throw in a new thing, and then we show you how that fits, and then you go, but. So if you're not hung up on the word medium, if you're not hung up on the
I'm
word
not
person,
acquiescing that though. I'm disagreeing. I don't think it fits that.
you're disagreeing, but it's illogical. You recognize that, right? You're arguing against the dictionary. This isn't Father Trinity's opinion. These aren't my opinions. I'm literally reading the dictionary to you, and you're saying, nah.
It's not the same though, right? Like
How is it not?
Okay, let me explain. In digital art platforms, it requires your input for every step of the process, right? Even if you're making small tweaks.
Where did it say that? Where did it say that in the definition?
I'm not giving you the definition of medium. I'm giving you an explanation of what like a digital medium or what a digital
Yes,
like, art platform.
so you're saying that yes, we meet the definition of medium, but you have this new special definition that we haven't met yet. What is that?
I'm not trying to tell you that it does.
But it does. It meets the definition. You agree to the definition. We showed you how it fits the definition, but you said, I don't like that one. So you're arguing against logic in the dictionary at this point. I'm not sure what else to say to you. You simply disagree with logic. Are you comfortable with being illogical for the sake of holding on to this belief that AI art isn't art? Does it mean that much to you that you would go and be illogical so that you can hold this position?
It doesn't feel illogical. I'm just trying to.
It doesn't need to feel logical to be logical. It just has to be logical. We don't care how you feel about the logic. It's the logic. I don't think the banana on the wall is art. I think it's fucking dumb, but it's art. I don't get to disagree that it's art because I don't like it. That's what you're doing. You don't agree with it. You don't like it for whatever reason. So you're trying to disqualify it. And you have no reason to because it meets the definition. Would you like to pick a different definition?
I'm telling you, I don't think it fits the definition, and
You don't. Point out to me why it doesn't. Show me the flaw in my premise. You're saying it don't because of your feelings. That's fine. Show it to me.
Okay, sir. You keep interrupting me when I keep trying to share my thoughts. It makes it really hard.
Yes, because we keep swinging back around to the same thing, my friend. We are now regurgitating the same thing we said to you 20 minutes ago, which is the same thing we said to you 20 minutes before that. You're arguing against logic, and it's getting frustrating that you just won't adhere to logic because you have a certain preference.
I was really hoping this would be a conversation, not like a trial where
I was really hoping that you would adhere to logic. I was really hoping that you would come in here and be logical.
Sure,
but instead, you want to have a good faith conversation about your feelings. I'll never win a conversation about your feelings, Ethan. I can't tell you what you feel is wrong. Your hatred towards AI are your reasons. I respect you for having those reasons, but objectively, you're wrong. because it meets the definition. So
But
if you
it's
want
not
to
an
hold in a
objective
logical
conversation.
position, it absolutely is an objective conversation. I've given you an objective definition of art. You have agreed to this objective definition of art. You've agreed to what a medium is. You've agreed to what an artist is. Hey, you stop that. We just went out. We've met all your criteria, and you're still going, nah. Why? You got business again, girl? Come on. Come on.
I mean, here's the thing. I could say it's because it doesn't require an effort that traditional
Okay,
art.
show me effort in the dictionary, Ethan. Where does it say effort? Where does it say I have to expend an amount of effort and how much effort?
Sir,
No, I'm cutting you off because you're adding shit to the dictionary again.
I'm not trying to. You just asked me to give you an example of anything, and then you cut me off to tell me it wasn't the dictionary definition, sir.
Yeah, but I don't want an example of what you think it is. I needed an objective.
You asked me to.
I'm
sorry. Did I misinterpret what you said, sir? Because I swear I'm just trying to conversate with you the way you would like me to.
Yeah, let me be super clear with you, Ethan. I'm not interested in your feelings. If you think effort should be included in the definition, it's funny that it's not in the definition. You are once again trying to add a word to the definition that we agreed to so that you can claim victory. I'm not going to let you do it.
Okay, well, I have to go now.
And conversate isn't a word, Ethan. It's converse.
I heard you when you corrected me the first time, and I apologize. I am a little bit.
No. I'm not. You don't have to apologize. I just want you to know. I'm not trying to attack you or anything.
So Father, and I am usually the nitpicker of words, but I will tell you, converse, while it is the proper term, it conversate, much to my chagrin. It makes me itch every time I hear it. But conversate actually has been added to the dictionary. So
sacrilege.
That is, yes, you and I agree on this. But a few years back, they actually did add conversate to. They added it as an informal use of the word, but.
I blame Beyonce for this. I blame Beyonce for this.
Oh, no. We can't do that.
You see how that worked? Father Trinity had a hold. He was like, hey, converse isn't a word. And then Emperor said, hey, according to the dictionary, it is. And everybody said, okay, because it's in the dictionary. Because I don't get to say the words don't mean words because I don't like them. You see how honesty and integrity works?
Well, I really don't like conversate.
Same, actually. Like, look, I'm here now. I guess this is the better part of my fucking day. Next op, anybody?
I thought that was the last one.
Yeah, I'm in a mood now. I'm petty.
Is there somebody in the queue? It looks like there might be.
All right, mods, go find me a victim. Let's talk to the next unsuspecting guy who wants to add words to the dictionary.
Let's see, Ladies Frostwolf. I believe she is a friendly. She's in there requesting up. There's 18 people in the chat. You're watching Go Phantom Ranger. Well, we talk about whatever he wants. Today we're talking about AI artists. Our AI artists are artists. Y'all tap that app if you agree or disagree. Especially if you disagree, come up here and talk to us. You must be 18 years or older to join the panel because we do not consent to speak to minors. But come up here and see if your logic can't be dissected. I don't know if Sandra's still here, Dr. Berry. I would like to put an input or more of an idea of negative Nancys that are in the chat. Okay, hold on. Since we don't have any ops, let's hear.
While we wait for one, oh wait, did one just come in?
No. Yeah, she's not an op. She said she wanted to say something.
Oh, okay.
I do. I've been going over this for a little bit, like trying to because I'm not good with words, so I have to prepare myself. But wanted to say, you guys are saying it don't have soul. No, AI doesn't. It just creates whatever you want. Where the soul comes from is the person, the human element that puts it into words. Somebody, I have a picture. I'm going to put on a picture if that's okay with you guys. Because I know how you are. Is that okay?
I don't mind. I don't mind.
And I have a story. A story that goes with the picture. My kid's father, he has told me this story so many times that I feel like I was practically there. He's been making music lately. He writes his own music. He can create his own beats. He knows enough about music. He can put in the prompts exactly where the tone is, what scale he wants the vocals to be. Any of that. He can literally put it down to the T of any musician that's playing it on stage. And it will sound exactly like somebody's playing it on stage. But back to the story. He told me about something that happened to him in his early 20s. He told me about this house he was buying. He just said it was a big house. He was outside on a picnic table talking to a friend at a birthday party. And he's been making music, like I said, and he created a song for this particular event. Fudge. Hold on. If I get kicked, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Garage. I don't have it on my phone yet. Give me a second.
Oh boy, what a day! What a day!
While we're waiting, I have a mission for the men, because I believe that we live in a patriarchy, and the industry is more likely to pay attention to men. Oh, wait, she's back. Go ahead, lady.
Yeah, I'm back. Empress, I'm so sorry. I know you sound annoyed, but I do have a point. All these negative Nancys in here.
No. I am not annoyed.
You can put... Oh, okay. I feel like I'm holding people up. I'm so sorry.
I must just have resting bitch voice at the moment. That's all.
You're good. Hey, you have every right to, considering this is funny because these guys can't open their minds enough. It really is. Told me about this story. He's wrote a song about it. I was not there. He just said, hey, I need art for this. I have actually 2 or 3 different organic artists that's given me their songs, and that's all I have is their music. I don't have anything to go on except for the words of that song. And I listen to it. I have the feeling. The artist has the feeling. I put that feeling into a description. Sorry, I am at work. I am so sorry about the noise. It was not this loud a minute ago. And he needed artwork for this song. And fudge will work. Forgive me, it might be a little dark. But he told me about the story many times. I described to the T.
Need to sadly head out. I got some stuff I need to
We
do.
lost him. Oh no, there she is.
All right, see you later, Mr. Vicky.
That center room right there, where the fire started. He's no longer with us. This was his best friend. He made a song of his best friend. And this is the house. Only because of a description. You can put soul, you can put feeling, you can put emotion into art if you have the right descriptions. I have a song my friend wanted me to write for her about her testimony, about what she grew up with. It started when she was 6. No kid should be seeing that kind of, go through that kind of emotion at 6. I wrote her a song on Suno. It literally will put chills to you. It is all AI, completely. Down, except for the words. There's your emotion. There's your human touch. That is your human touch. Is where the soul, the emotion, the passion comes from. Add into it. You have to. The human element. Human. Exactly. The person using the AI is human. You want to go logic? There you go.
Phantom, you're gonna have to do the thing again for you to
Think
become
about this
big
picture
screen.
right here. Everybody in this thing, think about this picture right here. Someone lost his life in this picture, and I made it. I made that.
Period. You can't say you can't say there's no emotion in that. You can't say that there's no soul. You can't say she didn't make it, and you can't say that it doesn't express her.
I agree.
You're gonna have
So
to do the thing. You're gonna have to do the thing again for you to be big screen.
man, here you go making me do shit. You know I don't know shit.
Seems like you know plenty because you just did it real quick.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Looks like hell, to be honest, it was hell. Whoever lived through that was hell.
So, we've done the thing. We're up here now. There are 16 people here. Like, holy shit! Thanks guys for showing up. But we're all friendlies up here. I need an op. Is there anybody in the comment section who disagrees with the prompt? I'm so happy to have this conversation, but this is probably gonna be the last one because damn, I've been doing this for a minute.
I think we got one right here. Phantom. Loading in for me. I don't know if it is you.
Yeah, it's still loading. I see the little TikTok dots. I don't know, man. You know, I'm gonna disconnect. Try to come right back. I think you may have had a connectivity issue. Try one, just come right back. Hey, for the record, y'all, my kid is in the comments. He's at work and he's watching his dad. Oh. That's my kid. It's my firstborn.
See, your kid is
Who
nicer than mine because mine will come in just to spy on me and check that I'm okay. But he's like, nope. I don't understand why you're having these conversations with people sometimes.
his position on
Maybe if he's
AI has really softened over the last couple of months. He hated AI with a passion. He didn't fuck with AI art, but he's just like, well, I can't tell you how to fucking express yourself. Like, okay, yeah. So he is now in the camp of you can make AI art and it's art. I just don't fucking like it, and that's fine.
And isn't that cute? But it's wrong.
Like I'm super happy to that's fine with me. If that's the way you feel, that's super cool. I'm not here again, I can't argue your feelings. I can't make you say, "Oh yeah, I feel that way," but you don't get to tell me that my shit's invalid. So, Ops, who was that guy? He was having an issue. I see Ethan came back.
I don't know why you would, but like, hey, buddy, so glad you're here. Anybody? Because like, if I don't get an
Ethan
op,
was
I can.
slick
It's been.
tone police. Ethan was slick tone policing you too. Like I caught the veiled racism personally. I don't know if I was tripping. Let me know if I was tripping.
Yeah, I was trying to be generous with it and not like, say, oh yeah, you're being racist. So I just kind of, there was a lot of things I let go. Mysterious
Yeah,
Artist is
yeah.
still here. You can come on up, but I get the idea that you are not over 18. I think you just may be a fetus and you just want to argue. But if you are over the age of 18, like I don't require you hit the likes no amount of times. I just want to have the conversation. Then come on up,
Although
my
that
guy. You're 21.
21, 21, 21, 21,
21.
21, 21.
So yeah, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Mysterious Artist number 1. You are 21. I will shoot you an invite. I want you up. Actually, I don't know how to shoot invites. I'm not that cool. Can somebody send this man an invite?
Okay, hold on. Got it and done.
Come
Invitation
on up,
sent.
my friend. All right, buddy. Like, oh, you busy? Oh, so you're not busy? Too busy to complain in the comments? You just too busy to come up and actually defend your position? Got you. No problem.
You refried double
You know what?
stack.
Since you're so busy, I'm gonna let you go do other things. You
Baby
go ahead and do other
fat
things for a
booch.
while. That's fine. So if you're too busy to
So
come
he
up,
like
you're too busy to do
Danny.
any comment.
He like Danny from earlier. Need to be paying attention to what his job rather than being over here trying to bother us. Talking about some I'm busy. Boy,
Okay, last call for ops. I'm so glad that we had this opportunity to do this. Like really, Empress, always a joy to see you. You know that.
I just don't like that you're trying to make people think that I'm scary.
You are scary.
I don't think she
I've
realizes
seen you
how
in
fucking
Deacon
scary
Sketch's
she
live.
is.
You are scary.
Be scary.
She like literally terrifies people on my panels like constantly. I like mods and guests alike. Like you are terrifying, Empress. I
I
don't think
am
you
a black
understand.
mama. I am a
Which
black
is
mama, and
scary.
my spawn isn't even scared of me.
Look, ain't nothing scarier than a
You're
black woman.
right. Yeah, I wouldn't want you on my. No, I would want you on my side. You're on my side. That's it. I don't want to be on your bad side.
For real. I've seen you
Hello.
in these
I'm telling
deconstruction
you.
lives
I'm
going on.
telling you. The spawn mocks me.
What's
Mhm.
Angela?
If I were to say, you know what, I really should, wrap my hands around your neck, he'd be like, do it. I dare you. Go ahead. Try.
Tase his ass. You had to tase his ass right in the nutsack. I told them kids when I was a youth, when I ran a youth program with them teenagers, I told them boys, I'm not finna fight y'all. Y'all too big. I'm finna come in with that pew pew and that swing swing. I'm slash tash, put another hole in your ass. Like, no, I'm not finna play with y'all. Not even a little bit.
Oh, I let him know a long time ago that I can hit the target real well. He used to have I don't think he has it, but for a while he had a beanbag chair that I won at a fair for him. With one of those airsoft pew pew, you gotta completely blow out the target. I won that for him.
And so I let
Now,
him have it at his father's house for a long time. And I was like, just let this be a reminder that your daddy's from Texas, but your mama can hit a target. That's it. That's all.
the minute that I got taller than her, she was like, "Yeah, I see you taller than me now, and you can beat me, but don't ever go to sleep." And I was like,
Oh,
"Okay."
no.
Look, my mama been gone for 20 years. I'm still scared of her ass. All right. But new person. Hey, Guppy. How old
Hi.
are you? Can
Hi,
we
I'm
call
good.
you Guppy?
Yeah,
Are
you
you?
can call
Oh,
me that.
you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old.
Fantastic. Do you agree with the prompt that AI art is art and AI artists are artists? Why or why not?
I do not, because I am an artist and I've spent majority of my life creating my skills as an artist. And I think that AI is stealing from real artists to train its programs.
Okay. Okay. Um, for us to move forward, and you're going to be my last one for the day because wow, I've been doing this for a long time. To make sure that you and I aren't talking past each other, because I see you feel strongly about your opinion, I feel strongly about mine. For us to have any kind of conversation, you and I would have to agree on a definition together.
Yeah.
So to do that, we go where we keep the words. Can I read you some dictionary definitions and you tell me which one fits the criteria for you? Got to be on the app. I can't hear you if your teacup, Guppy.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I am at the Oxford Dictionary. Oxford says that art is the use of imagination to express ideas or feelings, especially paintings, drawings, or sculptures. Do you agree with that?
Almost agree with that.
Okay, so what would you like to add, or we can move on to a different one?
So here's another definition of art, which is also, it's by Merriam-Webster. A skill acquired by experience, study, or observation. That also applies to art. It does.
Oh, absolutely. That's one on my list. Would you like to use that one?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so we're gonna lock in. It is 2:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and Guppy has agreed to the definition of art as a skill acquired by experience, the study of observation. Right?
Yep.
So, if I can show you how AI art qualifies for this, will you concede the fact?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Let's talk about skill. What qualifies as a skill to you? Would you say that writing is a skill?
Absolutely.
So would you say that like not just writing, because typing itself is its own skill. Like
Yes.
being able to vocalize the things you want to say is a skill. These are all skills, right?
Yes.
And you would say that because I'm a person, these would be skills that were acquired by my own experience, right?
Yes.
So if I can put together a piece of media with the skills acquired by my experience, would that be art to you?
Yeah, sure.
So fantastic. The argument that we typically go with here is person plus medium equals art. Person being the person who has the idea, the medium by which we express that idea. But both these things need to be present in order for it to be art. Do you agree?
Yes.
Fantastic. So for the sake of our argument, I'm the person. Hi, you grant that I'm a person and I have skills?
Okay.
Okay. Do you concede that a medium is only the tool by which I choose to express myself? For example, a paintbrush would be a medium. If I were a singer, my voice would be that medium. If I were a photographer, a camera would be that medium. Do you agree?
Yes, these are all mediums. Paint, depending on the type of paint, is a medium.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Paint, crayons, anything, any medium, anything that allows you to express yourself. Are
Yes.
large language models a medium, Guppy?
No.
Why not?
Because
It's
your
a
medium, technically speaking, and I'm sure it's amazing, but your medium would be your skill of writing. And that is a great skill to have. I personally would like to refine my writing skill. If you can plan out a whole entire picture with just your words, that is a beautiful, beautiful medium. But it's not necessarily art if you put it into something that takes other people's work and just uses your prompt to reform that
Guppy,
into a different picture.
Guppy, I hear you, but I would contend that there's no original piece of artwork ever. That any piece of art you could find in any medium across any spectrum on any board is simply a derivative, a retelling, or a remastering of something that we've already seen. For you to prove me wrong, you only need to name one original piece of art that doesn't reference anything or anyone else.
This is absolutely true. There is no original art left in the world, but that does not mean that everyone else's individual art is not
Guppy, the
technically
originality
theirs.
isn't a prerequisite. Like, originality isn't in the dictionary definition that we found.
It's not
And
just the originality that makes AI art so wrong. It is also the fact that it takes away the jobs of real people like me who are trying to find jobs.
Guppy, I hear you and I understand and I super applaud your passion. I recognize that there are going to be people who are misplaced, the same way that candle makers found themselves displaced with the invention of the light bulb. Should we not have created the light bulb so these people could keep their jobs?
Absolutely not. And I don't think that AI is a problem with, enhancing the art that we have. And I think that it can be a very good tool, but that's all it can be, a tool. It's not a medium.
So a tool, okay, fine. So would you, if you don't like medium, can we say person plus tool equals art?
No. Technically
Why not?
speaking, depending on the tool. Here's the thing.
No. Why would it depend on the tool? Why are you making special considerations for one tool and not another?
The reason I am saying that first of all, let me just address this. The person in the comments saying that I trace my art, I do not trace my art. I reference my art. I use references to get the finished product.
Hey, Guppy, stay up here with us.
But I
entertain
just
your peanut
this is
gallery.
very. I'm sorry. This is a big thing for me because I am an artist and they're offending me by saying that I'm not doing my own art. But
Well, you're offending me by saying that I'm not doing my own art, but you don't seem to care.
I'm not saying that you're not doing your own art. I think that your writing is beautiful.
Actually, Guppy, yes, you are. That's actually exactly what you said. You said that the tool we use doesn't qualify as a tool because you don't like it. And when I asked you why, you can't give me anything other than, well, I just don't like it.
That is absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
walk
what you
me
consider.
through-
I am
walk me
saying
through
that
why
your
it's not a tool
artwork,
then.
and I need you to listen to me. I'm saying that your artwork is not the picture that the AI comes up with. I'm saying that your artwork, which is beautiful, is the writing. And I think that you should be able to collaborate with a human person, a person that has passion and skill and has spent their entire life curating these skills to work with people who have beautiful visions like you to create something with actual human hands and soul. I wouldn't want a machine
Guppy?
I wouldn't trust a machine to take care of my
Guppy?
child. I don't understand why we would trust it to harbor our
Guppy?
ideas and our dreams. That's where I'm
Guppy,
confused.
You wouldn't do that, and that's fine. You have a personal opinion. What tends to happen here, and I don't know if you recognize that you did this or not. What you're saying is you're now confusing your opinion about the art with if it's actually art itself. The dictionary definition, we've ticked all those boxes. AI art meets all of those, whether you say tool or medium, person plus the means by which to express themselves equals art. We have ticked all the boxes for the dictionary definition. But what you have said is it's not real art. And the only criteria that you can give me is you don't like it.
No,
You don't think
that is
so.
not what I'm
So
saying.
in order for your definition to hold, you would have to tell me how the dictionary definition is false and why we should be using yours.
Okay. Let's say this, okay? Art, as a definition, has been curated over the years by people who watch other people make art, right? So if I were to make a piece of music that is art, right? And that piece of art has been inspired by artists upon artists upon artists. It is a refined art medium. It's a refined medium. It's a human experience. That's what it is. It's not just my opinion. That's what it is. It is a human experience. That is what art is, including actual art. It is a human experience. You do it with your hands. You do it with.
Hold on one second, Guppy. Hold on one second. What's up, Father Trinity? What's up?
Okay, just real quick. So Guppy, so you would consider like AI tools to be what? Digital software, right? That's what they are.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at the definition of medium in art, and in art, a medium is the physical material or substance an artist uses to create a work. Common examples include paint, charcoal, clay, marble, or digital software.
Digital
So by
software, as in, let's say, my art tablet that I have literally right next to me.
Nope. I just asked you if AI
That
was
is what
digital
it
software.
is.
And wait,
That
I
is what
asked
they
you
mean by digital software.
I asked you if digital software was AI art, and you said AI was digital software, and
No,
now you're
I said that
backtracking.
AI is a
Now
yes.
you're
AI is a
backtracking.
digital program,
Once I
but a
showed
digital
you,
software. I need you to listen to me. I use digital softwares every single day. A digital software is a drawing program. That is what they mean by digital software. A drawing program. Let's say
Guppy, you're now telling the dictionary what it means. Digital software just means digital software. You're now adding new things to it, and you're trying to disqualify large language models because it fits the definition, and the only way you can defeat the definition is to add new shit to it. We're not interested in what your interpretation of what the digital software is. Large language models are digital software by their definition. So what I hear you say is, yes, AI art seems to be ticking all the boxes of the dictionary definition of art, but even though I agree with that and what a medium is, I want to add something new to the definition of medium so that I can disqualify the thing that you're doing. The thing that offended you in the comments is the thing that you're actively doing right now. You can unmute.
sorry. What I am saying when it says digital software, it is referring, this is directly what it is referring to. A
source?
Digital, no.
Source?
No.
Source?
This is genuinely what the definition of digital software is. I use digital
Source?
software every single day.
Source?
Every single day. Every single day I use digital
Source?
software. You want me to
Citation,
genuinely find a source of what a digital software
yes,
is.
I want you to find me a definition of digital software that precludes large language models. Yes, I do. A dictionary definition.
Sure. Why not?
In any definition that you find that precludes that, I will concede the point and we can move on to a different topic.
Yeah, because I can see why.
Two main categories of digital software. There is a system software, which is what AI is. That's what AI is, or an application software, a user-facing programs designed to help individuals or businesses perform specific tasks, access information, or create content. That is what digital software they are referring to. They are not.
Guppy, and that's fine. Can you read? Can you read the first one again?
Right.
Read the first one again where you said blah 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 blah. Oh, AI art is this one, but then you moved on to a different one. Do you see how when you went and looked for the definition, it agreed with us, and then you moved on from that?
She also didn't say where she got her definition
By
from.
definition, if it means the first one, that would mean that a computer is something that is considered art. Are you saying
No. The computer isn't art. It's a medium. It's a tool by which a person can create art. No one's saying that the computer is art. No one's saying that the large language model is art. We're saying that that's the tool or medium that can be used. To say anything else would be a straw man.
I would actually argue that they're art, but that's another conversation.
So can you see how when you went to go look for this definition, it agreed with us and you glazed right over that one for a different one? Like you immediately said, you read it off and you said, oh yeah, that's what AI art is, but let's go with this one. You recognize that, right? That's
But
disingenuous.
even beyond that, the definition that you said for application, which is the one that you say is what they're intending, the application literally is for operations for tasks and helping people to create content. What the fuck does AI art do? That's literally by definition what you just gave us, an application software. So if you're saying that they mean application software, then by your own definition, yet again, you walked yourself into a corner. AI art is art. AI artists are artists. AI tools are software, digital software.
Please stop
which is a
muting my
medium
mic.
by
Whoever is
definition.
muting my mic. I
It
need
is
you.
it's
I'm gonna
to
do it
mute your
again just
mic.
because you
It's
said
it's
not to.
balanced.
That was me. That was me.
Listen, and this is so.
I'm not interested in the meta. We're having a conversation about definitions, and you don't like that we use the definitions correctly and won't let you add new shit to them.
Here.
Yes, I'm going to cut.
I'm going to say.
Time.
Okay.
I'm going to cut you off every single time you try to add new shit to the definition to prove us wrong.
I'm not
we
adding
read a
anything to the definition.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to
Hold on,
continue
let's
on
hear-
without
let's-
doing
let's
that.
hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Okay, let's move on.
Sure.
What did you have to add?
I'm gonna agree with you here. Okay. Fuck it. AI.
Wait, you keep up. We can't hear you.
I'm going to agree with you here. Okay. AI programs. They are technically a medium, and they are technically producing a picture. And they are and that picture can be, depending on the person, considered artwork. But and I'm gonna say this.
Hold on, let her finish.
And I'm
Let
gonna
her
say
finish.
this.
Finish, please.
But I'm gonna say this before I leave, because I'm going to leave. I want to say this. Artwork is inherently a human thing, and it has been created for years upon years upon years.
You're disagreeing with the dictionary again, Guppy, because you have feelings about art. You are literally saying.
I'm not.
No. You're literally saying it agrees with the definition. I can see your points, but have you considered my feelings? I'm not going to consider your feelings.
I'm not
Your
talking about my
are not in
feelings.
contention. You are. You absolutely are.
I'm not talking
because
about my feelings.
You're certainly not talking about the definitions because we met all of those. So if you ain't talking about definitions, what are you talking about? Anything beyond what the words mean, we aren't interested.
Yeah, and it's like, and I want you to know that our AI isn't taking anything from you as far as those jobs and stuff go. You, as your perspective, your unique perspective, is what people will buy into. All you have to do now is learn how to create value around that perspective. Learn how to make people see the value in what you see, and AI will never be able to take that away. All it's doing is just making the market more competitive. It's just filling it with more perspectives that can make make visuals around it, but yours is unique to you. It's unique to you, and if they want to buy art from you, they're going to get art from you, and AI is not going to stop that. So you just have to keep putting your shit out there and keep adding value to it. Keep adding value to your community. Show them why your perspective is special, unique, and deserves to be seen. That's what you got to do. And trying to distract AI art isn't going to do that. You might be able to use that to your advantage. You might be able to be like, hey, no AI over here. Or you might be able to use the tool to enhance what you already do. But you got to. But right now, in a more competitive market, rather than complaining about the jobs being stolen, shift your energy towards being competitive in this market, rather than trying to complain about how it's changing.
I'm not complaining about how it's changing at all. I'm trying to tell you. And this, again, I'm going to leave after this. I'm just saying. I really hope you guys have a great day. Genuinely.
You too. Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Guppy.
I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry. This is a really sensitive subject for me.
And see, and Guppy, I hear you. And look, I'm I'm a big old softy at heart. I don't want to make women cry. Like, that's not what I'm doing here. That's not our goal. But we're just pointing out objective facts to you. It meets the dictionary definition. It taps all the boxes for the criteria. We went over art, we went over skill, we went over medium, we went over tool. Artificial intelligence meets all of these boxes.
Okay, then I'm going to give you the facts. One day,
Those are the facts.
one day, and it's coming very soon, the AI bubble is going to pop, and AI will not be profitable anymore, and you will not be able to make your AI art anymore. And I hope that one day you can take.
That's not a fact. You're making
It
a
is a fact.
prediction.
I hope.
That's not a fact. How prove it? Prove it.
That's irrelevant. Even
Because
if it does
AI
happen,
is
we will
already
shift.
on a rapid
will shift.
decline.
We
It's
will
already
shift
on
if
a
it
rapid
happens,
decline.
and that's okay. And if it happens, we will shift. We will adjust because all of us are traditional artists too. We've been doing this since before you were even thought about. Since so the thing about it is we're just shifting with the times. We're using this tool because it's available now, and if it doesn't become available, we shift because that's what
And
artists do.
that's fantastic. I'm shifting too. I mean, I was a
But no,
traditional
you're not. You're
artist
fighting.
for a very long time, and now I'm a
You're
digital
fighting
artist. And I work completely digital because it is 1,000% easier. I understand going for something easier, something that it's with the
You
time.
think AI art is easier?
Yes,
Are you
yes, I do.
serious?
Yes, I absolutely do. I think AI art is lazy. Absolutely, I think
Have
it's
you?
lazy and
Okay, first of
Not the way
all,
I do it.
that's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot of dumb shit today. But even if it did, what you're saying is it's lazy and it requires more effort. How much effort exactly would it require? I want you to put a quantifiable number to the amount of effort that needs to go into art before you'll agree that it's an accurate depiction of my emotional state.
years.
How many hours?
It takes years.
If I create a piece and it takes me 6 months, then that's not art because it didn't take years.
What did you do to
Let me
have
tell
it
you.
a prompt to take 6 months?
Let me tell you. The stories that I'm making with these with AI using to make the comics. These stories in my head come from years of study.
That's
I'm
writing.
making years of religious references, the world building. All of that has taken me a lifetime. I'm literally taking a lifetime of knowledge and putting it into this tool, to make it. The visuals are the only thing that's taking a short amount of time. But everything else,
And I'm sure your writing is great. I'm sure your comics are amazing. But what I'm saying is the art itself, and I'm separating that from the writing, because writing in itself is a completely different type of art. I'm talking about.
And this is where I interrupt you because you just conceded that the man's writing is art. No, you're putting emphasis on the physical picture of it. We don't care if it's an object that expresses his emotional state. It qualifies as art. I could draw a stick figure and say this is my mom, and it would be the biggest piece of shit picture you've ever fucking seen. But it would still depict my emotional state, and it still exists. You're adding in extra shit so you can discount it.
No,
Do you
it's not
see
what I'm
that?
saying.
It's exactly what you're doing.
she's making a
I'm
distinction
saying
between the
that your
visual.
writing,
Yeah.
the comic can be great. I have written a story since I was about 10 years old. I've been creating it since I was 10. Okay?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that story can be the greatest hunk of shit or it can be amazing. I can write, hey, AI, make me a picture of a orange with some pairs of glasses, and the AI will make the picture. That wasn't how I was feeling. It's just how AI made it. And sure, you can say, well, it was my emotional state. The AI doesn't have that emotional state. It doesn't have an emotional state. It has no emotions.
No, it doesn't have to.
It
Though.
doesn't have an emotional state. No one here is claiming that the AI is sentient, Guppy. No one's saying that the AI is doing anything. And when you say that, you're only proving our point. The AI is not sentient. The AI can't do anything. The large language model on its own will do nothing. What it needs is human input. That would be my emotions. And even if my emotional state was banana wearing sunglasses, it don't have to be an overwhelming emotion. Maybe my emotion is silly today. Maybe I'm feeling whimsical and I wanted to do a whimsical thing. Are you going to say that my whimsies are not emotional states and that I didn't convey them correctly because I didn't take years to make a banana with sunglasses on? Who are you to tell me that my expressions aren't the correct expressions?
Yeah, and
How
and
would you
that's levels
feel?
to
As a
it.
matter of fact, I'm going to answer that question because when they were in the comments giving you shit about your shit, you got all in a tizzy. And when we said, hey, that's what you're doing, you said, no, I'm not. And you proceeded for the next half an hour to tell
I'm
us that
black, by
what
the way.
our
I'm not
shit
white.
Same thing. No one said
doesn't
anything
matter.
about you being
I
white.
don't,
Who
I
said?
don't, you could be Puerto Rican. Don't care. You people were shitting on your work. You didn't like it.
I
And then
was
you came
responding
up
to it.
here and you shit on our work. You're doing the same thing that the people in the comments were doing to you. And you're saying, well, it could be great if you just did it this way. Our shit is already great. You're confusing your opinion on what we do with the objective fact that it ticks the boxes of art by the dictionary definition that you chose for art, for artist, for medium, for tool, and for skill. Anything you say now is just you disagreeing with logic and the dictionary, and I don't want to do that dance with you anymore. If all you have is I don't like it, here are my reasons why, we can end the conversation now because we've proven to you objectively that it is in fact art. You've conceded it, but now you're just like, but have you considered my feelings? We're never going to consider your feelings. Never. Not once.
It's not about my feelings. I'm gonna say
It
that again.
absolutely is. Okay, so if it's not about your feelings, can you concede that it ticks the boxes of every dictionary definition that we've read you today? Yes or
She
no?
already did that though. She did. She
Sure.
said
By
I want to hear her
definition,
do it again.
by
So,
dictionary, plain old.
so yeah, so logically and factually and objectively, by the way humans use the words, AI art is art. However, Guppy wants to incorporate her feelings into that definition, and she's salty.
It's
We
not
won't let
about my feelings. It is a.
Okay, so if it meets the dictionary definition, what's your objection? What could possibly be the objection? What's your
The
logical
human made. The human.
I'm the human. I'm the human, and I express myself. We've already covered this, Guppy. I'm the human in this equation. It's me. Hi.
I'm the
Do you understand that?
You guys are retarded.
It's me. Oh, that's rude.
You know,
You're
I'm
rude.
gonna drop you for the R slur. Like that's ridiculous.
She called us the R word.
Yeah, that's what I thought she said. Now, here's the thing. In the future, and I resisted it. But Phantom, know that while you are afraid or you don't wish to make women cry, I am not above it.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Just so we're clear.
I don't believe in Empress. I don't believe that Phantom doesn't want to make women cry. Because I've been
I
chirping that
don't.
head
I'm
in
a
the
big old
comments.
softy.
I've been chirping that Phantom in the comments this whole time. And Dr. Mary said, girl, if you don't get your ass on that panel, because he ain't looking at the comments, he ain't paying attention.
I'm
And
not
I
looking
tried,
at
yeah, I
the
saw your
comments.
question and I tried to slide it in there, but like it was hard because he was going in.
I apologize, Boo. I'm so sorry I missed your question. You know,
I was
I'm
teasing
just
you. No,
I'm it's,
Phantom. No. Bruh, I was just teasing you because I was like,
okay.
I like this background. Looks pretty nice. Looks a
See,
little
now
familiar.
it does, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I scraped it off the internet and stole it. It's slop because I didn't come up with it on my own. But do you like it?
Ouch.
Yeah, I do like it, considering I know where it came from. I do like it. I find it as an honor.
Now, I'm in a mood now. I said Guppy was gonna be the last one. I'm still not satisfied. Y'all want to see me on the grill all day fucking long. There's still 15 people in here. We're still going. So if you disagree with me in the comments, please come on up. I would love to have a conversation with you. and we can walk you through logically why these things are art. Poor
Like
Guppy just didn't
that's what.
want it. Guppy didn't like facts. Guppy didn't like the words. I'm sorry you don't like the words, but around here we use words the way words are meant to be used, and we don't add our own personal feelings to it. So, is there anybody in the comments, anybody in the room who would like to come up and test
Wait,
your might against this group of people here?
How about she black? Girl, where your mama at? Tell her to come outside. And I looked at her account. She talking about some Afro Latina.
I don't even know
Black
why that came
Latina.
up. Why would that
Black
matter? I
Latina.
didn't be like, I'm black. I don't. I
Oh,
don't.
because Empress called her out in the and Empress called her out in the chat. Empress put the white flag and said YT women shed tears, red flag.
She really like. And look, I don't want to make women cry, and I'm so sad. But if the facts make you cry, I'm not gonna start lying to you. That sounds like a skill issue. I'm gonna need you to work that out on your own. Oh, we need to make Guppy feel better, so let's just placate to her. Would you even want that?
Take that shit to your therapist. I personally like to see mine on Fridays because it lets me unload all the shit from the week and go into my weekend like feeling great. I kid you not. Sometimes I take I do my therapy online, take my shower, and then I go out for happy hour. It's a fabulous way to go about life.
All right, Dr. Barry just said something in the comments. Fanta, did you not realize that I generated this image originally?
Oh no, I absolutely did. When I first
Okay.
started, when I told her, "Hey, I'm gonna do it. Can you please send it to me?" I just decided to make my own. I'm
No, I
very
saw you
aware.
gave her a little. I saw you styled her up, but when she said that, I was like, "Wait, does he not know?"
Yeah, I don't see the comments, boo. That's all. I'm not really looking at the comments.
No, it's all good. Like I said, I thought it was cool. I see it. I see it as you. They say. I was arguing with someone in Dr. Jazz's chat earlier today, talking about, oh, it's just imitation. I'm like, imitation is still art, and it's also they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Like, what happened to that notion?
Bro, what's a cover band? Like, if cover bands ain't the imitation of art, like what ain't?
I
Like, come
mean,
on.
cover bands and fan art. I mean, seriously. But yeah, I was just poking you. I was teasing you in the comments, but I was like, nah, he ain't even looking. He'd even looking.
Dude, homegirl really came in here and said it's a fact that the bubble will bust. The AI, there is no AI bubble. Like it's not one day in 2028 the bubble will burst and then everybody will start abandoning AI. It's here. You're never getting rid of it. It is the future of Hollywood and entertainment. Like there's nothing you can do about it. But get on board or get left behind. Sorry. And I'm not here to say that my shit's superior. Like personally, my opinion, I think it is. But I'm not here to criticize anybody else's art. I'm just here to make sure you don't criticize mine. That's all. Yeah, they really were. They really were fake tears.
Dr.
Yeah,
Bear
my
said
kid is
they're
bad.
fake tears.
So what?
I was trying.
What?
I was slick affected a little bit, but Phantom was not having it, and it started cracking me up. I said he does not care. He really does not care about this girl's feelings at all. Like he really doesn't. I'm sorry.
I was only respecting Phantom in me not saying shit to her. Because you know who it was reminding me of, Father? Shania.
Oh,
No,
Shania. Oh my God, yes.
I kept feeling Shania all through that. And I was like, mm-mm. So if you imagine now how I felt through all of that, she lucky that I didn't say anything. She lucky. Because Father knows how I feel about that individual. And she would not have liked it if I had transferred some of that energy.
Numbers, yeah.
We still have 16 people in here. If only one of you is an op, this would literally be the last one. This is my last call for ops. Like, because I literally have been doing this for hours now. Like, hours on hours. So if there's one last op who would like to come up and have this conversation, I would love to have it with you.
thing about this particular subject is people are such in opposition that it's really hard to get like the likes and engagement like you need to, because people just refuse to tap because they're acting like tapping is somehow supporting AI art, which is really stupid.
Like it all comes down to, and we say it jokingly with Dr. Barry all the time. Have you considered my feelings? And when you whittle these people down, like guppy was a great one. Yes, it's in the dictionary. Yes, I agree with this definition. Yes, that's a skill. Yes, that's a tool. Yes, that's a medium. Yes, this is software. Is it art? No. Why? Feelings. Like I think that's it, y'all. There's 15 people here, and it don't look like nobody else want to step up, and that's fine. That's fine. You know, this is your time to shine, Father Trinity. Like, if you just want to keep it going, like, you go ahead, start yours, and maybe by the time you're done, Dr. Barry will be able to swing back around, and you can keep this whole energy going. Because I want to get to as many of these ops as I possibly can.
You having too much fun with this shit at this point.
I'm combative as fuck, and I'm petty for no reason. I love to. Y'all should see me and my kid. My kid can walk in the room and we could be arguing about syphilis. He'd be like, I can't believe you gave my wife syphilis. I'll be like, what the? Yeah, I gave her syphilis. And for 20 minutes, we'll go back and forth because I love just to fucking argue. And it's really, really easy. It's super easy when I'm right. It's super easy when I have facts. Like, it makes it incredibly.
That was a really weird option to pick out, though. Like, of
What,
all
syphilis?
arguments. Yeah, and you know.
You were you here earlier when the guy accused me of a pedophile for talking about My Little Pony?
No,
Then you can't talk about it. No.
Yeah, he was like, you're talking about ponies, they're kids. You're a pedophile, right? It's like, bro, you're arguing with my example, and you're not engaging with the argument. Can we engage in the argument? Oh, look, someone's trying to come up. Oh, it's just Dino. Damn, I'm sorry, bro. I felt. Oh, it's just Dino. I'm kind of looking for ops on my way out, guy. I can't cook you. You were friendly.
Let me say this, Phantom. You inspired me today, man, because I've been live literally probably 5 times today. I've been live all day. Every time I get off live, I come back and I see you are still live. I'm like, shit, let me go back live again. Shit. Let me go back live again, man. So you inspired me, man. Okay.
I'm glad, man. Like, as a creative, I like to see creative people doing creative things with whatever tool they can possibly use. Like my son, for example, 3D prints. So I like to see him over there working with his shit. He made this one fucking sword from some video game that was taller than him. This thing was like literally like 8 feet tall. You had to like break it down into parts to even like transport it. I love to see people making things. So I don't give you shit for whatever tools you use, even if it's AI. So I'm glad I inspired you. Continue to do things that are creative.
Hold up. How long have you been live, Phantom?
How long? I've been live since Dr. Barry quit, and that was at like 9 o'clock Pacific.
So at the top of the screen, there's a little like right top right. There should be a little arrow. If you click it, it'll tell you how long you've been on. Should tell you how much gifts you've had, all that stuff. Right, should
I
be
see
right
a
under
little camera.
It should be right up under the number of people.
Oh yeah, there it is. Good connection. 5 hours 59 minutes.
Yeah.
What's the longest you've ever gone live inside?
Almost 9, like 8.5 hours.
Okay, 8.5 hours now. Okay, cool. Because I was like, just inspired. I was gonna say, if you're gonna be inspired, I was like, because I said usually I'll be pulling 8-9 hours. So I was like, so y'all are getting there. You know, and when you first start, it does seem like you're gonna have to do that long at least, Phantom, because I mean inside he gets the numbers. But like you have to do at least that long when you first start to kind of like build your audience up. Then after a while, people will be anticipating you and waiting on you to go live.
Like this is, I don't want to do this all the time, but like we be sitting around waiting for Dr. Barry because I be fired up and I be wanting to cook foods. But like Dr. Barry is Dr. Barry, and Dr. Barry got other shit to do. You know what I'm saying? She don't have time to just be hosting the live all the time. So it's like I can go to Father Trinity, but like I'm not gonna come over to your aura farm fucking with you. I would just be your trusty sidekick. I want to cook foods, so I come here and I get to cook.
So what you're saying is, and I don't know if you watch sports, you don't want to be Kyrie Irving to LeBron James. You want to be LeBron James.
I don't do shooty hoops, but I wouldn't want to be LeBron James if I have to like switch teams to win a championship. If I can't win with
Anyways,
my
AI
people, I
artists
don't want to
are
win.
AI artists are yep. AI artists are not buddy.
I'm not a basketball fan, but LeBron James don't hold a candle to Michael Jordan. Sorry.
Bill Russell. Sorry.
I don't even know who the fuck that is. My knowledge stops at Jordan. Sorry.
You win. Sorry.
So, damn, and now there are more people in here. Last call for an op. Anybody? Hey, Raven, I got news for you. Not Raven, Breaker. I have news for you, sweetheart. We'll talk in a minute. Last call for ops. Anybody who want to come and argue this point, I would love to hear from you.
All right, y'all. Stay safe. I'm pretty much go back live again.
All right, my guy.
I'll be back. Dr. Jazz, stop slacking.
Nah, Dr. Barry got Dr. Barry shit to do. Like, I wouldn't dare try to, like, she got fucking degrees and shit. Who she just hanging out on TikTok with us all the goddamn time? She got other shit to do. I'm so grateful for any time we get with Dr. Barry because I recognize she be building robots and shit in the background, and she's like, "Sorry guys, I got to put you on hold. Let me construct some automatons." Like, yeah, take your time, Dr. Barry. So
That
yeah,
reminds me, she did say she was gonna let us watch her build robots one day. I'm still waiting on that.
I would love to watch that.
I want to see that. But Phantom, I just came to poke at you. I have to say, this is my first time sitting in your live, and I do love how surgical you are. I've seen it on Dr. Jazz's panel, but to see how methodical and surgical you are with these arguments, it's to be commended for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pop down in the comments, y'all.
Okay, thanks for coming up, Queen. To my kid in the comments, hey, my guy, you looking for the update on the sponsorship? Breaker is the one who hooked me up with it. I was going to go off and we were going to have that conversation, but here's where we stand. I do have an email from Movie Flow AI, and what they're asking me for is like, hey, you're published. Show us some of your published work. Show us your sites, and then show us what you plan to do. So I'm going to give them everything that I have. And if they give me half the sponsorship that Breaker has, we're good to go, and I'll start tomorrow.
Hold up, Breaker. Put a nigga on. Like, what are we talking about?
Like,
I
for
need
real,
all the
man. Like,
references.
dude, I sat down with Breaker. I wrote an email and was like, hey, what do you think about this email? And she was like, yeah, add this. So I went and I added more. And it's like, she's like, perfect. So I shot it off to them, and I figured it would take a couple of days. They got back to me in like 9 hours. So, like, dope. So while I've been sitting here, I've been going and grabbing all my links and shit. What you saying, Chris?
Sponsorship for what?
Movie Flow
What is
AI.
this sponsorship for?
It's for Movie Flow AI. I'll be able to do long form video, up to 10 minutes long per video. Have you seen any of Breaker's stuff?
I was going to say, Father Trinity, I know our DMs get kind of hectic, but if you were reading or caught up to date on most recent ones, Breaker's been putting everybody on game for the sponsorship thing. You may have overlooked it. You may have overlooked it with all the stuff that's
I be
been going
doing
on.
stuff and y'all message constantly. It's like, God damn, shut the hell up.
But that's where the gyms are. The gyms are underneath all the mess and the noise. So that's Breaker was putting everybody on game, though.
Like, if she put me on, it would be. If Breaker put me on, she'll be who Busy thought he was.
Busy's gonna be a like a number one drag for the rest of our lives.
Bro, I will make fun of Busy every day for the rest of my life. Whenever any opportunity to shit on Busy comes up, if I can shit on Judge, if I can shit on Brian, I'm happy to do it at any opportunity because I'm petty as fuck.
Who the fuck is Brian?
Oh,
You
Brian.
weren't here for Brian?
No, Brian, because Brian was so long ago.
Yeah, Brian was in the beginning. Brian,
Father
he was
Trinity has only come on the scene with us in
judge.
the past couple of months.
So Father Trinity, Brian was judge before judge, but less religious. If that makes any sense.
Brian was a 22-year-old art professional because he had taken a class. And he was so sure that he was the expert on art and nobody else on the panel would get a say-so because he had taken a class.
So
Oh, but here's the thing. Okay, he was a judge before judge, but he was an op. And every time we would ask him what is art, he would never give a definition, and he would always flip-flop on either side, however he was feeling that day. So he was getting annoying after a while.
Okay, well, fuck that hoe.
You ain't missing nothing. Brian was a piece of shit. Like he was awful. But hey, okay, that's it. It's
So
literally been
there
over
are
6
the
hours.
people. Yeah, I know you got. I'm just gonna say that there's some people who I miss on Dr. Barry's live, and I wish that they would come back around sometime soon. I miss Vanity.
He
I
was
miss
there
Vince.
today.
I
Vanity
miss
was here
Vince
this morning.
Vanity today. You miss Vanity today?
because y'all never fucking text me.
I did.
When you ain't text me.
I sent it to both of your DMs.
Oh
You
my
were in
DM.
the
You didn't send me
middle
no
of.
text. You have my phone number.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
okay. That's what you get. That's what you get because you were too busy letting me get kicked off of Fluffs. That's okay. That's when I came in and I
We
chilled
thought
out
you
there. I
were
was in
asleep.
because y'all wouldn't stop talking over me. But that's okay. That's what you get.
I wasn't talking either. They was talking over me too. I was in there quiet. All I heard Fluff was go, "Empress, are you awake? Empress." And you didn't say nothing. She's like, "I'm gonna lower you down." And I was like, I guess she might have, fallen
I took
fast.
a call. I took a call. And that was
Even
that.
Breaker was in. We were in the chat today, and I asked Breaker. I was like, "Where's Father Trinity? I hope he's here." And I asked Breaker. I was like, "Is he live right now? Because maybe you wouldn't be able to come to our live if you were already live." So that's what I figured.
We were looking for you this morning, my guy. Absolutely, we were.
I was on Fluff's live this morning. Yeah. No, but it is what it is. But nah, it sucks. Boom. Boom.
She'll be back. She'll be back though. No worries.
And I miss
You gotta
Venice
sleep
Beach
sometimes,
Barbie
my
too.
guy.
I'll
It
drop back
looks
down.
like.
Congrats, Phantom, on going live. This is awesome.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah,
Barry.
this is a good.
We gonna pack up anyway because it looked like I got a restriction for some reason. I don't know what they mad at me for, but it's for the next 15 minutes, and it's like I don't plan on being here for 15 minutes anyway, so this is as good a time as any. So thank you guys for showing up the way you did. Father Trinity, your services are invaluable as always. And Empress, I just want you to sit here and look pretty. Like that's all I like, and then make bitches cry when I can't. All right, I think we lost. Empress may already be on her way out. That's fine. Thank you guys for coming, and you'll probably see me again today because this shit ain't never gonna be done.